when it comes to looking at G2 Shocks, I want to ask if, like, within that team, because obviously now it's a huge organization, but did you still have the ability to get the players you wanted, to get who you wanted to make this lineup?
Yeah, basically back then there was like so much like contracts or big players, and so in the French team we were just like picking like the lower players because we didn't want like to pick on envious or stuff like this. So it was not a big deal back then. I don't think I played under Gamers 2. I think it was G2.
Okay, always G2.
Then. Yeah.
So what was your favorite for you G2 lineup out of all the ones you had?
2016. 2016 for sure. Because I mean I took the leadership role. We were all friends in the team, so you know when winning trophies is like insane, but winning trophies with friends is actually like really insane. It's something else. Even our manager back then, Yak, was also like a friend. It was also like my first win as a leader. No one really like believed in me back then, so you know I was really proud of myself.
Yeah.
Winning a trophy as a player and as a leader is something totally different. You don't feel like the same emotions, I would say. And also it's the year where I met my wife in 2016. So like for all of the plans, like honestly,
perfect.
Yeah, 2016 was for sure like my best year as individual. You know, it was like really a happy year, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. And that's even without winning a major, right? So like all of that on top of it is just beautiful.
No, we didn't have win a major.
That's what I said, without winning a major.
Without, yeah.
You had other, you know, like success, but life success as well without having the major.
Yeah, exactly. Itself. Yeah. In 2016, I have a lot of confidence because I can see in my teammates, in my friends, like whatever I say, whatever I tell them, you know, like they understand, they believe in it.
Yeah.
And so when you have the trust of your players, then you can lift mountains, honestly, and it feels really like comfortable. While in 2017, I could feel like every idea I wanted to come up with, I had to have like the best arguments. I have to show them why. And even though, like, if they didn't agree with it, like they will also like say it, which can be fine in a way, you know. But having to always fight for your ideas as a leader is hard, and 1, 2, 3 times can happen, you know. But when it's like this, like almost every time, then you kind of like just lose your own confidence, you know. And
you lose motivation.
And at the end of the day, you're not sure about what you need to do, you know. Like I just want like to be in peace and with people like I like and with I know I'm gonna enjoy.
Yeah.
So I want to get back like old people that I know in the past, like
to give you this nice mentality as well, right? It's more,
exactly.
It wasn't so much about the game performance; it was more about the environment.
Yeah,
and find yourself again. I
exactly,
guess.
And somehow, like I thought, like if it had clicked, you know, like a few years ago, like it can click again. Like I was really like believing it, you know. That was a big mistake. That was a big mistake. I actually joined Vitality because G2 wants to go international.
Yeah,
and I didn't want to go international. I wanted to stay in France. So they told me like Hunter and Nexa is coming, but I tell them like it's good players, but I want to stay in France. And someone is telling me that NBK is about to be benched, so there might be a spot in Vitality. So I'm like I'm taking that opportunity.
Yeah.
You went on HLTV. I'm just waiting.
No.
He knew the trick again.
That time I just took my phone and called like Xtaz, you know, the coach from Vitality, and we talked together. And they were okay, but the thing is, I think I shouldn't have do it at the end of the day. From a perspective, personal part maybe, because again for the career-wise, the thing is, because of the problem we had in the past, before saying me yes or no, Apex and APK wanted to have me on the phone. So they did a phone call with me and the coach, and they told me like almost like everything like what they didn't like in the past from me, and that they don't want it to happen again, which is fine in a way, but it actually like put me like a lot of pressure because even if if I didn't agree with them, I would not have my spot, you know.
Yeah.
And I wanted to have my spot. So
you had to change yourself to fit them.
Yeah, kinda. I had to say yes to everything if I wanted to be in Vitality.
What were your thoughts back then, just on that chaos that was the 6-man roster that many teams, Astralis, Na'Vi, you guys were trying to make work?
To be honest, I was scared. I was scared because Nivora was playing good.
Yeah.
I was one of the guys who was replaced by him on a few maps.
Yep.
I know my individual level since I joined VODs was definitely like not really good. So I honestly like was scared. I was scared for my spots. This is mainly the thing that I was figuring out, you know, because. But somehow also then it's true that when I was playing maybe some maps I was actually doing better because I was
Motivating you.
yeah. Exactly. So
Pushing you.
I mean I think 6-man roster is interesting on the paper. It's sad that Valve actually like didn't allow it because I think it's fun and it's cool to see maybe players like shift from one map to another. It also developed something else when we were in bootcamp and I was like sitting next to my coach, seeing my players and also like shooting at them, you know, when they were doing like some good runs and stuff. It's different. It's another environment and it's another experience. But honestly, it's interesting. I think it could be actually cool if they allow it.
What made you take that opportunity? Why did you want to go to Liquid from here?
Because honestly, I wanted to, as we say, make NA great again. I thought that they had really like talented players, but they don't have like all the protocols, all the programs, all the things that we learned in Europe about tactics, preparing matches, sports psychologists, everything. You know, like I think they have the talents. They just don't have like. They just don't know how to do it. They don't have the tools, you know, like we are a step ahead in Europe. So this is how I saw it. And so I was really willing like to gain that team because I think like if they actually get used and understand the tools that we have now in Europe and to come back, then it can be really like deadly, you know, with players like NAF, Elige, Nitro and stuff like this. I was like, I mean, I could see a world where actually like it will be really good, you know. I have really a vision of the year, so this is why I signed a mod. Okay, I'm okay with this. You know, I spoke with my wife and stuff. I'm doing this. Okay, and like 2 months after, in February or March, something like this, finally that event is not here. It's here. They moved that one to that one. The major qualification is here to here, and so oh shush, sorry. And so the total the total schedule is totally like
changed.
Just not possible at all. Okay, and while I was supposed to maybe like be 2 months in NA, for 2 months in Europe, for 2 months in NA, from January to May, I was at home only for 25 days.
Okay.
And the half of these days, I was playing on NA schedule, so all the nights.
Great.
So I couldn't see my family at all and stuff.
Yeah.
So like nothing happened.
You were like jet lagged constantly in Europe.
Yeah, and I couldn't see my wife, couldn't see my family, and a lot of internal problems on the team, on the servers. Like
You couldn't have known that. That's just unlucky, right?
yes, I think that's unlucky. And so at the end, I just did a burnout.
Yeah.
And this is why I stepped down from Liquid. You know, when you think about the end, you don't think about it's gonna end like this.
No.
You know, and so it's been really, really hard. But my wife always tell me something is actually we have been trying to get a baby like for 4 years before Nakama, okay, and we are having like a lot of problems, okay, and somehow, you know, so I've been like to a lot of tests, medicine and stuff. So during Vitality boot camps, I had to go to boot camp, to go to take the plane, to do the test, to come back to the boot camp. Like it was really like stressful as hell. It was really hard, especially when you want to have a baby and you're not able to get one.
It's almost worse, by the way, when you're like, as someone who's also gone through this process of trying and wanting, it's always like you want so much and then it's not happening and then you start to think like, what's all this wrong? And then it almost happens when you already given up or just not thinking about, yes, I want this.
And at the end of the day, my wife told me, yes, maybe Nakama was hard, but maybe without Nakama, you won't have like your beautiful daughter, because 2 months after Nakama, she went pregnant like naturally.
Yeah, beautiful.
So maybe
There we go.
Congrats.
So maybe because we will never know, but I guess maybe because like you know, all my body, my stress, everything I had, was just like gone.
Oh, dude, and also all that stress and everything can kill that ability to do what you need to do to make it better.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
Definitely.
Maybe without Nakama, I won't be a happy father of a second kid.
There you go. So there are positives in all the negatives. Sharks, thank you very much for joining us for all of this. Thank you for giving us more time than what we'd discussed. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. You are still a legend with a huge career. It's great to have some extra insight on this, some stories you may have only told to the French scene as well, over to this side. So it is at least a really eye-opening and fun way for me to look at this and enjoy all this.
It's always nice to bring back memories and to talk about Counter-Strike.
Is there any final words you want to say to your camera there, just for the fans? The
Maybe
people
even
who love
in
Sharks?
French.
No, in French. Oh, no, French is okay. They hear me every day on stage. My English community, my English fans. Well, for the young one, I hope like it will help you about give you more insight about my past, about the person I am also. I think it's nice to learn about the player, but it's also nicer to know more about like the person and the human behind it. So I hope it helped you. And for all people that believed me, support me all these years, full love and big thank you from the bottom of my heart. And no worries, guys. No matter if it's as a player or not, or streaming, or Zoe, or whatever, I will still stay around the CS scene, so you will still see my face again. Thank you.
Blade.
Sonic?
Yeah.
Sonic.
Still think it's Sonic. It might be Blade because he's been there for so long in Navi and done good stuff with different rosters, so it might be him. I mean, it could also be Sonic, but I think he did it with the best team of all time as well, which is a little easier probably to be as a coach, right? But he also did it good at Vitality, so that's also between these two, but I'll give the one to Blade.
Let's say Sonic.
Flashy. I would say still Sonic.
Sonic.
I would go Sonic as well.
Blade, maybe?
Coach of all time, damn, I don't know. I guess it's really hard to pinpoint like who the best coach is because a lot of players and teams don't really know exactly what a coach does within the inside of their team. So, I mean, you can only point at like players like, I guess, like Sonic pretty much, right? Or like Xtaz, I guess. So, either one of those, I guess.
Zhongking.
Sonic. I think he's the one who's achieved the most and has these records and stuff like that. But there's definitely other coaches that has a name as well.
Flashy.
Best coach of all time. Ooh, that's a tricky one. But I think I'll give it to Blade. I think he has done some incredible work.
Probably Blade.
In my opinion, it's probably Blade. I think he does a lot for his teams, and Navi's always been a solid team regardless of the roster. I think that has to do a lot with Blade's system.
Blade.
This TC.
That's done.
There's one coach that comes to my mind that it's Sonic.
But I always think that's an even harder question because you don't really know what the coach does. It's really hard to know from behind the scenes, but I guess result-wise it would be Sonic.
I would say Blade. Probably Sonic then.
Blade.
I can vote same Sonic because he won kind of 5 majors. But I think Blade is also kind of very close.
Blade and Sonic. Between Blade and Sonic, I don't know which one, but both of them are great coaches.
Did you have a nickname before this one that no one knows about?
Yeah, my nickname was like Nemi because, like Find Nemo, it's called in English. Because he had like a small and a large, what's it called in English? Fins, yeah, and I have like a small and a large ear. So that was my nickname when I was younger.
So I'm not sure exactly what it was before Vexite. I've had a few. In Minecraft, I went by Absorptions. Very cool. And then when I was a kid, it was Declan123 Rocks. Yeah, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It's a pretty tough name, so we'll go from there.
Yeah, actually I did. It's Speed. So, because I was a big fan of Speed Racer. So at first it was Speed Racer 99, and then I just changed it to Speed. And then I had this guy that I used to play with that his name was Coles, but it was a little bit cooler than mine because it was like lower cases and higher cases. But I just told his nickname, I'm sorry.
Was there a nickname before Lucky that you had that no one knows about?
I don't think so. I think the first one I had was Lucky when I was like 10 or 11 years old, and I've had it since, never changed.
No, I was called Magisk Boy at some point, but I think everyone knows about that. But no, I never I never had any other names than Magisk Boy and Magisk.
I had many actually, but let's say I had nickname, like first nickname was maybe Mr. Quest.
What's the story behind that?
I don't know, I just liked playing Minecraft and it was a lot of misters there back then, so I used it, you know.
What is the thing that you love the most about Counter-Strike?
I'd honestly say just in this game, specifically CS2, I love the new smokes. Like I think the new smokes had like a great aspect of the game, and it's definitely a nice change from CS:GO. Because I was looking at like old clips of CS:GO, and the smokes, it's like the new ones make them look like I don't know, just stupid.
It's winning. Like it's everything, you know. I don't. This is why we play Counter-Strike. It's to lift the trophies and be where it's fun to play. I think that's the beauty of the game, and that's where that's where everything good in life happens. You know, it's the best feeling.
The competition, playing against someone else, the tactic-wise fight, all these things, yeah.
The fact that you can lose and win every game you play, so like the adrenaline it's give you.
I guess traveling and winning sometimes.
Honestly, I would say the competitiveness side and the fact that I always love to like compete and get to the highest levels and stuff when I was playing football, for example, or any other sports. And that's what I find in Counter-Strike, and I would say that I'm getting back there, but there's still more that I want.
Emotion, the Counter-Strike emotion. Everyone, just play the game, you feel the feeling, do it.
I think it's just how like competitive it is. Of course, it's a competitive game, and just like you can do so many different things, like both strat-wise and like default-wise, and you have such a nice like team that you can grind with and find stuff with. I just think there's always possibilities to do something nice, and also doing like headshots and highlights in general is also just so cool. You know, I don't like the board games, they say, like because it gets a little boring pretty fast, I would say. You don't like use individual skill like you do in Counter-Strike. So that's probably my favorite about Counter-Strike.
The fact that every time you can like do better things and having new things, new meta always.
It's not really the one-dimensional. You can be good at a bunch of different stuff and still make it. Like, for example, I'm not really that good at mechanics and shooting, but I still made it to Tier 1 and to all the big tournaments for knowing the tactical side of the game. And you can also be the opposite of me and just, you know, shoot your way out of every problem and not know anything about tactics. So I think that's a good way.
One thing?
Yep.
Most?
Yep.
Counter-Striker? Passion!
The competitiveness, being able to be in a competitive environment, just that's something I really like.
I think Counter-Strike is very unpredictable, and that's what I love the most.
It might be default answer, but I'll say that it was a hobby, just playing as a child, and then it became a job.
Feeling of playing together. Like I usually always play with a stack of five people. So there's always going to be communication and always going to be, you know, a team trying to beat the other team. And that's for me the thing that why I always loved to play this game was that you are working together towards a goal, and it feels nice to play in a group and to have fun together.
Hello and welcome to Secret Handshakes. The challenge I'm about to set is you've got to come up with a handshake. The more steps, the better. The winners currently, or the leaders currently, is 11 steps. You don't have to do 11, but you would be a loser. So it's up to you.
All right. The classic, boom.
No, that's not classic.
This.
Yes.
No, but this is the cringe one, you know?
Ja, aber og så laver vi den der scooter. Og så run. Og så. That's many steps.
Alright, I'm thinking like
this, yeah.
This. Twice. Okay. We lock up on the third. And then we... No. Then we...
Okay.
That's not checking out. No, that's awkward.
So what are we doing?
We do this.
That's only 3, bro. 4, 5. No, I'm not doing the finger, bro. What is this?
I don't know, man. Yeah, and then we lock, and then...
Okay.
You know how to snap?
No, 3. 5. Okay. Down low. Wait. But this though? Yeah, this the same side. So sure. Up high. Okay, high. Down low. Low. To the city. To the titty. Okay.
Gel. Üçüncü değil ama.
That's it?
Yes.
Wow.
Maybe you make a little thing guns.
No, I'm not doing that. That's bad. Just like this. This is even worse. But yeah. 10.
That's it. Amazing.
Allez, c'est parti. Et là. We won.
Oh, you definitely won. 12 points, stats. We have a new winner.
have it, the last day of stage 2. And some of these teams behind us, Deco, well, they had good runs, some actually crazy good runs, because James now taken 4 rookies to stage 3 of the major.
Absolutely, and I mean, the way they won that game as well with the crazy clutches, it's kind of characteristic for James, but he's not the only one. Obviously, we have also Bait and Imperial there. Imperial, maybe unexpectedly, going through, winning game by game a little bit better, and then Bait, overall, very nice performance for them.
Yeah, Bait was one maybe other people expected in it, I would say, for Imperial. A lot of people had him 0-3. Well, we know what Zach said. He said, your pick'ems, and he actually did that to many people, including mine. But over here, these are the eliminated teams. These are the teams that struggled out yesterday. Our elimination wall is filling up, and it will be completely full for stage 2 at the end of today. And Fnatic, oh, they just got overrun by passion. They couldn't hold back on that momentum. I was not impressed. But Aurora is the biggest shock. They mentally broke again, Stico.
It was also one of the favorites to make it to the stage 3 and just couldn't handle the pressure, I guess. The game side wasn't really working well, and they were, unfortunately, at the end of the day, joined as well by Tailoo. Going back to, back to the old days where Asia was considered the underdog, they didn't perform that well here.
But they could have taken that game. They had Liquid on the ropes. It was a 12-8 lead, and then it came crashing down. In these moments that we've seen before, back in Hong Kong as well, just when they're on the edge of winning, they can't get it done. So hopefully for 2026, they can level up a bit more and go further. But today is all about elimination and qualification. 3 more games coming your way. You won't want to miss it.
Ready to fight. Let's go. That tick tock go. That click clack go. That tick tock go. That click clack go. Ready to fight. Yo. Ready to win. Ready to fight. Yo.
The final day of stage 2 is upon us in Budapest. 3 teams advanced yesterday, and the final 3 will be joining them today. And in honor of Bait advancing yesterday, we've attempted to build an analyst desk that MPL might indeed be happy with. I've got Alex Machine Richardson, Chad Sponge Birchall to roll back the years to 2019 major.
It's surprising Alex didn't take the throw there on the way in, so he was able to bite his
I had
tongue.
to resist the impulse. I'm happy to be here. This is cool. Now I can kind of put myself firmly in the shoes of Maui.
Freedom we have.
Yeah, you can move around everywhere.
Can I go this way?
Go on, give him a test.
Don't go too far, but it is unfortunate that Pimp got fired due to MPL's words.
Yeah, and we do take those, unhappiness very seriously of players.
He was sent home on the first plane. The first plane out of Budapest.
Yeah, no, we had to get rid of him. Yeah, it was a problem.
Might be back later on today. Maybe. We'll see.
Oh.
I don't know. Sorry, Jacob.
Spoiler.
Either way, shout out to our sponsors Blacklight Monster and xplay.gg for making the StarLadder Budapest major possible. Speaking of people that were definitely flown home yesterday, though, Chad, no coming back here to Budapest. 3 teams eliminated. What would you say was your most surprising elimination of yesterday?
I'm not allowed to talk about them.
What? Who can't you talk about?
The team that starts with A from Turkey.
Oh, yeah.
You
no,
know I'm
can't.
on a watch list.
No, you are.
I'm on a watch list.
Okay,
Alex.
can I do it for you?
You can do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, seeing how heartbroken Wicadia was, and that is just representative of the expectations they would have set for themselves, the community had set for them. They were everyone's prime target for the 3-0 coming into this stage. And I don't know whether it was that, them succumbing to expectations. You saw the meek interviews Madja was giving. I mean, this dude was not filling anyone with confidence. I don't know where it went. I don't know what led to this. I didn't get to catch too much of the game, typically simultaneous with the words, the commentary I was providing. But I'll tell you now, this is not what anyone expected from Aurora.
This is bang on. Alex and I were casting a game simultaneously, but when we peer out the window between maps and we're seeing the train collapse, and then now these shots on the camera that, I wasn't privy to yesterday, that reminds us what we're all here for, right? These players, they put their whole years into this. This is their life, and getting eliminated, not making it even to stage 3. In Austin, they didn't make it to the playoffs. I thought that was a tough result. Well, this time, not even being able to make it from stage 2 to stage 3, you can see how much it hurts them. And I genuinely, it was in jest, I genuinely think Aurora are a strong team. They clearly just have an issue with the P word, pressure, right? Just having a tough time when the stakes are high.
You want to talk about pressure, that Liquid Tailoo game. I was just rewatching some of the last bits on Inferno. An absolute catastrophe. I know, Chad, you're a G hater, right? Like
I'm not a G hater.
He hates G. He absolutely hates it.
How can you hate G?
He can't stop saying, replace G, replace G, Zaka's the GOAT. I hear it all the time.
I do like Zaka on the AWP. I think Zaka would be a better AWPer in Tailoo than that of...
okay, but was G the problem yesterday, or was it maybe somebody else?
It rhymes with a raka. I made that word up, but...
You play together, you win together, you lose together. All right, it's no... G's still smart. Oh, wait, that was taken before they lost, wasn't it? Okay.
Yeah, it was Attacker and Mercury that were together on the A site as they completely waved goodbye to their major hopes and dreams.
Did you see the nade? What did you make of the nade? Did you see that from the POV?
Again, cast into the simultaneous.
Okay.
We finished at about 1 a.m. I woke up for a 10 a.m. podcast, and now I'm here. So... What was the nade, Freya? We got the nade?
The nade, I don't think we have
Get the nade.
I'll explain the nade. Would you like an explanation?
Tell me about the nade.
Okay, Chad. They're in banana. Suddenly they start running. It's about 35 seconds. They're running back to A. 2 CTs on the A site. You've got Mercury's up on the box, Coldzera, right? 30 seconds. They're up mid. 25. They're rounding short corner. There's 2 of you on the A site. And guess what? Mercury's got a full belt of mutil. We've got a smoke. We've got a HE.
He doesn't block.
Attacker's got a HE. No, he just sits there for like 10 seconds until he hears them like running up short. Then pulls out his smoke, right-clicks it in the most awkward way possible. It's blooming as they swing short. Attacker throws a HE off of the box in front of Coldzera, nades both of them, and they both die and they plant with 5 seconds on the clock.
That sounds terrible.
And that was GG, yeah.
I'm glad I didn't witness that.
It was,
but it was not
horrible.
G's fault.
It wasn't G's
Listen
fault.
to that, Chad, okay?
I know you don't like to hear that. Liquid survived, though, I guess. Will they survive today?
Well, are they still North American? How are we branding Liquid?
I have no idea.
They are other on HLTV.
Okay.
They just have a, they just have a,
They're filling out forms. Other. Look, I think it would be a shame for Liquid to go home, but the same for Astralis, right? The fact that those 2 teams, both 0-2 within this stage, both 2-2. So why not see who's going to get through this one?
That's going to be a bit of a El Clasico going down if we were rolling it back to 2019, 2018, but 2 teams that are in very different moments in their passes.
Like, I'll tell you something. Liquid Astralis, I don't really care because both of them are in the same category for me. You know, it's like one or the other. Both of you are kind of like limping through this stage if you do qualify. But the NIP 3D Max one, it actually feels like both of these teams have impressed so far at the major and only one coming through. I feel like there's 2 different categories in those 2 BO3s.
Yeah, I think as we get to recap some of yesterday's matches here with the highlights, the Liquid conversation is, right, with a Liege coming in, does that fix the roles? And I think on paper it does. It gives them that aggressive piece. Nerds doesn't have to go in first anymore, and Shui gets to be part of that combo. But it's always a conversation of time. And the problem is, when you're an organization like Liquid, you don't get given time. It's the same with the Phases of the world, the Astralises of the world. If you're a top name in Counter-Strike, you're expected to perform. Now, they've only lost in the best of ones. Same to be said for Astralis. So there's an opportunity that today they can turn their fate around. I heard Ultimate in an interview. He seemed a bit more confident in the best of 3s. And I was going through the vetoes a little bit earlier. They're going to get Mirage if they like it. We're probably going to see Astralis pick in with a nuke. So it's a winnable series for both teams. All the games today, in my opinion, seem pretty goddamn 50-50.
Okay, gentlemen, you passed your first test. Well done. Talk about games you didn't watch yesterday. I'll ask you about the games you did actually cover on the V stream. What happened in the debate tonight?
Now this one I can do. Do you want round by round?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. What was it, the bait? You said the bait game?
Yeah, I'd like to know more about
Okay,
that.
so the bait game started off on Train, 3D Max's pick. Now, we obviously haven't seen them for some time. They've jumped in the server. They go on that Train. It's a map they played twice. They played Passion. They're coming up next. They're over there. And they won both of those games starting on the T side 13-3.
Right.
3D Max, Maka running out main with Mac 10, running over him. Everything looking sick. It was an awesome first map. But then you move into Ancient, a little bit of weakness for 3D Max. They lose Ancient bait. They fight through. They win their 3rd Ancient of the major for them so far. But this time in the most dominant fashion, only being a 13-9. But shout out to my boy MPL, not for the pimp interview, but for impact on that T side. He had multiple rounds late within the first half. Tech 9 coming out of A main, couple of rounds with multi-kills on the AK. Here's the Train highlights. So this one's going to be quick, everybody. This was just pure and utter domination, but we enjoyed it.
Oh, we had a lot of fun on this one. You can see some of those clutches as well. Exercise really impressing. This was a lovely round. That wall bang, rare to see it so cleanly connected. But yeah, just leaping around the site with their Mac 10, just farming up bait. And I thought that was like a tone setter. I thought that was like, okay, table set. We know how this is going to end. It might be, you know, a 13-11 loss for bait on the second map. But they really did show some resilience. And I know it's out of the server, but like a big tech pause, Freya, like we're talking 25 minutes at like 11-9. I don't have the scoreline off the top of my head.
That's on the 3rd map, right?
Yeah, no, on Ancient here. So it was like, you know, very close, huge delay, and suddenly I was like, okay, surely bait crumble. They didn't.
And this is because we're talking about a team that has the average age of 21. Like the in-game leader, Alex, is the highest at 24, and they're all pretty fresh faces. Obviously, we know Headtrick, we know MPL. The other three are really starting to make a name for themselves, and especially Kenzazor. Look at the scoreline on this third map. Bait ragdolled them, and Kenzazor had like 25 kills or something nuts. He was absolutely phenomenal in this third and deciding map, and Bait, they took it one step further than they did in Austin. They've now made it to stage 3, so props to the young Ukrainian lads.
Well-deserved victory for them. We'll be seeing them gracing the stage a little bit more in stage 3. Imperial was the other game that you guys
Oh yes, indeed,
covering,
another
right?
banger.
That's crazy that they made it to top 16.
Well, considering I think everybody had them as 0-3s after their performance within the first stage. Now, you take a look at the teams that they beat on their road, and people are going to go, oh, it's not the hardest run. But this is the thing. You don't pick who you play against. You just play. So for Vinny to be able to lead the team through, they also had some tense maps. So the 2 maps that they won were both 13 to 11s. We'll start off on Mirage. So we got M80 coming up shortly as well. And at this moment, before going into this, M80 were 13 in a row on Mirage. Right, so Imperial broke this, and it was actually a little bit of a mix-up in the early stages of M80 in the first half. They won the pistol, they converted against the Force, Try saved a scout, and then Try delivered 3 kills on that, and that's kind of where the half got unstuck.
Yeah, one other thing that we were given privy to, it was such a luxury, we got to hear all of the tech pauses, all of the tech timeouts we got to, we could hear in the room, and it was such a luxury. I don't know if they broadcasted, but hearing Def kind of trying to pull his boys back into that Mirage was super insightful, super interesting, and also we learned a little bit about where they might attribute their shortcomings on Mirage 2, saying they were trying things that they hadn't practiced, which is probably not what I'd be doing in such an important game.
Yeah, I think Sin took to Twitter kind of confessing his bad in that situation, but Train, I'd recommend people go watch that second half. It was back and forth for like a stretch of like 6-7 rounds. That was accidental, 8-9, where they were just battling back with the bottom of the barrel loss bonus, right? And then eventually M80 got broken late and Imperial the victors. So congratulations to them.
Does that give you some more faith for M80 coming into today's matchup? First game of the day going to be versus Paravision. Of course, recency bias plays into things. Yeah, more faith, less faith? I don't know.
I definitely think it's going to have been a bit of a wobble for them. I don't think it looked like they were reacting as if they felt like they'd lost. They knew they had tomorrow. But if I'm M80 and I had Imperial for a spot in stage 3, I'm kicking myself. That was like a golden opportunity, and the fact that now you end up having to play against essentially like your co-conspirator in the Americas RMR, right? These are the 2 highest rated teams in the Americas VRS. They're actually North American representatives, not from the South American region.
It's funny we say that, right? We have 10 players in the server, 5 from North America, right? Obviously, we've got Flares from South Africa, we've got a Norwegian, we've got a Ukrainian, and we've got 2 Germans. But in terms of confidence on either side, try this one on early. I want to throw this one out there. JT has never progressed through any stage of a major.
I'm sorry.
So he's never progressed through any stage. Now, he has started in the top 16, the legend stage, once upon a time, but he has never actually been able to get through to progress to the next stage. So he's been in the challenger stage a bunch of times. Stage 1 in Austin. He's been 2-2 twice. Once in Shanghai, they were playing the 2-2 game against Big, they lost. Once in Copenhagen, the 2-2 game against FaZe, they lost. So this is the 3rd time, and as the old adage goes, is the 3rd time the charm for JT and his boys to progress and to join the big boy table of the top 16.
What chances do you give them versus M80 then?
I think this, I think all of these games are relatively 50-50. For me, the big conversation begins with the veto, because another JT fun fact that I've been throwing out there is the sheer lack of Mirage that he has played. I've written down some numbers here. So the core of Passion, which is complexity, hallzerk, Grim, we're on M80. We can still talk about this because Mirage is about them. So yeah, Grim, hallzerk, JT, since 2022, they have only played Mirage 10 times. It's been their ban, right? They've changed that up now that they're in the Passion jersey and they're banning Ancient and they're playing Mirage. But since that time, in 2022, they played it 5 times. In 2023, they played it twice. In 2024, they played it no times. And this year, they played it 3. The last time they had won it before their game against MIBR was back in 2022, right? So I would put this map of Mirage, if picked by M80, which I think is almost a certainty, as a 1-up.
I mean, unless Imperial have really rocked their confidence there, I doubt it. I do doubt it. I expect Mirage will be showing up. You can see it here in the stats. But yeah, I mean, it's curious that they are potentially going to be seeing a very underplayed map as the first. A heavy advantage for M80 in the series.
Well, this is what happens when you change your veto.
Yeah.
Right? So
suspicions, I think they might be right for you guys. Any individuals that you want to look at from M80 and maybe expect a little bit more from today?
I've got some non-analytical analysis.
Go on.
I love that.
Right. North American players named after bodies of water. Legendary names. Lake, ocean. Right? Think about that. Already, you know, he's kind of maybe passing the buck. Maybe Lake will take over the mantle as a North American legendary name.
Now, Swish sounds like it could be a body of water in a different language. He's the player that I'd like to keep my eyes on. He's looked much sharper than the Swish I remember when M80 was struggling a little bit earlier in the year. So I think Swish has been looking sharp.
Do you want to hear from him?
Let's see what he has to say.
We've actually got a few words. Yeah, let's hear from him.
Standing here with Swisher from M80 before your game, I have to ask, you're in a position that you were not really in before this major so far, so if you lose, you're out. How does this change?
I mean, I'd say really it doesn't change too much. We're just kind of happy to be finally playing on stage. All our games earlier on in this stage were on B-Stream, so first stage match this time around, we're happy.
You're clearly the best German team in the world, but you're also in this best of three fighting for being the best American team in the world. Does this get a little bit personal?
I mean, for sure, a little bit. The last time I think we played them was back in Shanghai, RMR, so forever ago. So it's been a long time since we played them. We're ready to finally kind of just conquer, quote unquote, conquer them. We're ready.
All right, I'm always getting such a positive vibe from you and all of your teammates, really. So today, things might get a little bit serious on the server. Is this something that M80 is thriving in, or you are kind of worried that it might be too much for some players?
I mean, I feel like yesterday the spotlight kind of just affected us a little bit. There were so many rounds that we look at review and we just laugh and go, oh my God, how did we lose that? But going into this game, we feel like we get a little better, honestly, in front of a crowd. So we're looking forward to that today.
Speaking about crowd, these are both NA cores with some EU imports, and a lot of undecided fans will be watching this game, so why should they cheer for M80?
I mean, obviously we are, I'd say, the best NA team. I mean, we have NA core. They don't even have an NA core, so we're best NA team, super loud team, and I saw actually some fans wearing a Bad News Bear jersey. Bad News Bears jersey, crazy.
So that's a good throwback. Let's see how it goes on the server. Good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, technically, Swish is right. They do have the NA core,
right.
So that does make them the better team.
Yeah, well okay. I think it might make them the NA favorites. I did take a bit of a census on Twitter, and a lot of the people replying to the tweet were backing M80, right? They think that Passion, or at least the core of that team, they've had their chance. This is M80's time, only the second major for this organization. And last time round, they were auto-berthed into the second stage of Austin. This time round, they've gone from stage 1 into stage 2. And in the second outing for a bunch of these players, they would love to get to the big boy table. But here's the veto. So Mirage does come through. I think Inferno's interesting. I thought for sure it would be a punish into overpass. You can see M80 taking that in the second phase. The reason I say that, last 3 months, M80 is 0-4 on that map. So maybe there's something in Prac, or maybe that's not a map that Passion are too confident on. They won Inferno yesterday. They looked very good against Fnatic, so maybe some confidence there. And then finally Train. That's where it could get a little bit shaky, because I always think that JT and Train, it's a map that he seems to have been an early adopter of and liking. And you can see that Passion, they were the higher seed by the book holes, and they've opted to let M80 decide which map it's going to be, so they get the CT side start on the final map. So if we go the distance, see...
That's an if.
If.
Yes, that is a big if. Do you think that we will go to 3, and who do you think is going to be taking?
I have looked at the numbers, and I believe in voodoo. So far, the majority of the teams that have locked in for stage 3 were stage 1 teams. The stage 1 buff, right? 4 out of the 5, if my maths is correct. I can barely count.
They're warm. That's why.
Well, for sure, I agree with that. There's some concerning signs, like the game that we did of Passion versus MIBR. They got through by winning some clutches, right? There's been hallzerk's the guy as far as openings. Kvem and Grim are actually the lowest rated players for their team in opening kills on the T side. That is cause for concern. Mirage, I think, is a gimme for M80. I think the odds reflecting that here as well.
So M80 are the favorite.
And as we move forward throughout this, right? Remember the JD, I'm thinking about Scrubs.
Yeah.
To be coming back soon. JT not making it through a stage of the major. Well, M80 hadn't before either, but they've broken that here in Budapest. So maybe the vibe will carry them through.
Okay, the curse may or may not be broken. We will find out very shortly. But before we do dive into the game, it's time to find out what the teams think of one another.
Sometimes there are mood slips, and that's where we start playing bad and not communicating as good and as much as we should. So that's something we have to keep working out throughout all the tournaments we play. That has probably been one of our weaknesses for a little bit. But you know what's happening, so we know that we need to step up, and we're doing what we can to improve on that. People can try to help you and try to boost you up, but in the end, it's all about yourself and having to work on that and stay in the game.
There's even rounds where we didn't have a man advantage, but we had all the info to put the puzzles together. But even though we had good reads and we were in the right positions, we just fumbled under the pressure and we didn't hit the shots. When we just talked briefly outside, I remember some of the guys were like, yeah, on the B-rush round, we should have killed him. Oh yeah, in this round, we should have killed him. And if you don't hit your shots, you don't win the round.
I'm really happy we're done with the best of rounds. Especially we really struggled with the pistol rounds. The past few weeks, we won 4 pistol rounds and lost seriously 30 in a row. It's really bad. So being able to have at least one map to lose and still be able to be in the game feels good. Even though we lose one, we can still get the next one and win the series. Just getting the best of ones out of the way feels really good, and we are really motivated to keep going.
I think for us to succeed, we just really, and not only say it, but really play our game and just play the things we have and do, because we feel comfortable in them. We know what has to happen. If we just trust our protocols and all our rounds and all the stuff we have, we don't need anybody to be a hero. We just need to trust ourselves and our game, and then we will win.
Doesn't matter who we play. We just gotta show up and win. That's all that matters.
Be prepared. We're not gonna gift you the rounds we gifted Imperial. It's not gonna be easy for you guys.
Good luck.
Final day of play at stage 2. These are always the most heartbreaking, the most tension-filled games, knowing that you were a BO3 from progression of joining the best of the best in stage 3. We've got a battle of North American squads. M80 taking on Passion. Means that NA guaranteed 1 squad in stage 3. Let's see who can take it.
Yeah, will it be a literal core of 3 North Americans, or will it be a Passion who have a North American by play? JT, been in the region for some time. Passion had their time. Is it M80s looking to enter stage 3 for the first time at their second major? Get into that top 16. M80 on the T side of Mirage, a map they had a 13 win streak on until they ran into Imperial yesterday. Still more than confident to pick it into this series. They come storming into the T side.
Oh, Grim full blind out towards Spawn, but quick work made. Grim's goalies tear through M80. Grim plays it forward, he'll get out with 4, and he does more than enough for Passion in that pistol round.
Cracking shots for Grim, was very high on him coming into this event. He's not exactly delivered to his typical numbers. It's been his second best major of his career, but we know what Grim can do, and he's looked far more comfortable inside of this Passion team than in any other squad. Had great numbers in Rivals coming into this event as well. Grim shows up with a 4K in the pistol.
You definitely want him switched on, because one thing we kind of learned about this team at Rivals, one thing we've even seen here in the Major, especially for Major rookie Kvem, is that it feels like in these high-pressure scenarios, he doesn't yet have the reps in, right? He has struggled, despite being one of the best players for this squad outside of these really important moments. And so I think you suddenly look to the experienced players in this squad, namely a Grim, to try and fill that gap and output highly. It's a strong case made in the pistol round from Grim. But you want more of that.
M80 getting upset early in this game already. Of course, going to bring this buy-in off the plant. A couple of guns out the ramp. Got a window boost as well. Side turned. That's awkward. Late catches a free kill, but overcommitting here could be the problem. You need this rifle in the late round. Slax is using his well. Nick's with a crazy risk, but it pays off for 1. Is that enough? Swisher dinked 4v2, and the bomb's rotating out despite being spotted on the ramp. This has pulled Passion to the wrong position. This has given M80 their round. Big conversation today on best of 3s v best of 1s, right? We just had that hype intro, hearing hallzerk say he's very glad to get through the BO1s, feeling like you have room to move and wiggle in a BO3. They showed that yesterday, man. Dominant, clean 2-0 over Fnatic as well, down at 1-2. For M80, I think there's still something to prove here, right? This is a team that haven't, by their own regard, won a BO3, not a real one. Sure, they beat NRG in that previous stage, but when we heard from Lake talking on Talking Counter, even he wasn't too satisfied with that win. It felt kind of hollow. It felt like a free victory playing an NRG without a coach. Didn't really feel like that frag revenge. And so after falling yesterday in their BO3, in a game they were favored in over Imperial, an unlikely entry to the third stage, M80 do need to prove themselves today where it matters in those BO3s. And to do so in a domestic matchup makes it all the more spicy. Bringing the hype though, off of that 4-spy win, putting Passion back in the same position. M80 waiting for a reaction here. Not going to get it.
I mean, you even heard the squads kind of talking about before it how, you know, this is this one feels a little personal, right? The idea that you're battling against a fellow regional squad for this final spot. And I hope that from the BO3, from that freedom, we see a lot of, you know, these clutch attempts. Every series we've covered so far since you get to the BO3s does feel starkly different to the BO1s, where every mistake feels that much more punishing. Teams are trying to play it really, really safe. The moment we've gotten to the BO3s, the number of clutch attempts we've had. And so I think in a game like this, where everyone's aware what's on the line, you go home, if you don't play your heart out, I think you're going to have a lot of them coming through. This one looking to be kept clean by M80. Swisher and Slacks both get away with openings. It's Kvem trying to answer back, but good spacing for the trade secures this round for M80.
Grim's convinced hallzerk of the org. He's in play in this round, but maybe hallzerk just looks to save as his team get whittled away.
Bomb has been planted.
Even going for this is risking everything you have in that follow-up round. hallzerk converts 1 kill, but should not be a way that M80 led him into this round. They've tucked in passive positions, and even he knows escaping is unlikely here, so he wants to go down fighting. Just getting poked and prodded, but no commitment here from M80. Palace might be his only way out. And Hex is here to stop that. So he shall. M80 break the money of Passion. Talk about that domestic matchup. Well, it's only one team progressing, and Passion, this core, this X-Complexity squad have been there before. Remember the Copenhagen RMR? It was them v Liquid for that one final spot from NA. Complexity were able to win at the time. These are far higher stakes.
Nice! Fucking go, bro. Default. Nice! Let's fucking go, bro.
We know M80 get loud. Hello.
Little walkout and Swisher ready for it. Wanted the dome straight away, so chance to save an AK here for Passion. Nice little treat for one of their riflers in the next round. It should just still belong to M80. JT dead over towards B, and so round secure.
Bomb has been planted.
We're talking about Swisher, the tournament he's been having. He has looked really, really solid for M80, which I think is a huge sigh of relief, because even throughout their kind of rise, it was really when Hex joined this squad that it looked to propel M80 up through the rankings. I think he was a banging addition. Swisher did go quiet in a lot of these matches, taking some time to kind of warm up to the changes. Wasn't necessarily playing his best CS, but at this major, he has excelled. And that is a welcome boost. The side of Passion, they had that Rivals event out in Hong Kong just before this, made it into the playoffs there, but really did crumble under the pressure of the stage, which I think for someone like Kvem isn't that surprising, right? He was kind of taking his first steps into this environment. He's also a major debutant, right? First time he's made it to one. Next nearest, I guess, was back in the Drillers project.
Close.
But never made it to that one. Finally gets here with Passion UA. And so it wasn't really surprising for him, but I think it was for the rest of the gang, who have a bit more tenure, have a bit more experience, have been a while since they'd seen a stage of that size. Slacks in the feed to open.
Is kill feed lying? It says no scope.
Certainly, yeah, you wonder if he unscoped right at the end. That's crazy.
Can we replay that? I don't know. He looks scoped in. Be pretty crazy.
That's hallzerk dead early.
Oh, I mean, for hallzerk, if he sees that kill feed, he's pissed. How have you hit that? But I couldn't tell you.
Passion, it's going to be a test of resilience here, right? You kind of anticipated the Mirage opener. It's one that they've looked to add to their pool since they've linked up with Kvem inside of Passion UA. But you said this coming into the game. For M80, they had a huge streak on this map. It was kind of the strongest in their pool for a while. And
it still is.
As a result, you know, this one feels like a bit of a gimme.
Nice double for Kvem. Maybe this round's on. Double ramp setup.
JT and Grim here swinging out. Swisher with an important trade. A little split up from his teammate and only 30 seconds left to work with. Slack's nowhere nearby, and so the second player at ramp could steal the round away. Tap though, Swisher had a chance in that fight. Grim's still going to take him down a peg, and that leaves it just on the AWP for M80.
Yeah, Slacks leaves Swisher in a really awkward position there, and even though Swisher had the right read, it's not enough to get the kill. Grim can recommit, and with every second that ticks away, the likelihood that Slacks picks up this clutch lowers. Another fake as he pushes forward. Nick swings, and no shot for Slacks as the round comes in for Passion UA. Needed support there on that bomb site, needed cover on the plant. Was never going to happen. Okay, slow this one right down. I don't know.
I mean,
I still don't know.
You were right about it getting under hallzerk's skin. Certainly looked like he was shocked by that, but round still picked up.
You'll take it.
Fast play out through middle. Ooh. Spam does big damage from JT. Slacks with his AWP, gonna fire one back and get that late trade onto Passion's captain. But they're gonna try and spill in through the connector, right into Grim, up close. He'll make it personal. Second kill from Grim, and once more, it's only Slacks left standing for the M80 squad.
Having Grim and Kvem be locking down this connector is a very good sign. It's gonna be a position that M80 try and abuse a lot on this T side. Passion have their two-star riflers in position to deal with it. hallzerk holds down B, and the round ends easily here for Passion. Back to back, and putting the money under question here for M80. Passion, to me, still have a lot to prove right at this major, even though M80 are also in this game. They came off the back of a legit stage 1 run. You have to remember that for M80, right? They grinded that first few days. Look at the teams they beat in the BO1s. Bait and Parivision, two teams that were already progressed into stage 3. Those were super legit wins in BO1s for M80. Followed up to beat Astralis, beat Tailoo. So they've had a lot to take away from this major already. They want to put a bow on it. Passion, it's been uncertain so far. A measly MIBR and a Fnatic, albeit in a 2-0. Hoping the BO3s can take him through today, but this Mirage was always going to be difficult for Passion. Right now putting up a good defense. Should be taking the lead here. Betting partners with belief in M80 off of this run. some of these players on Passion, a little unproven. Kvem at his first major. If you look at Kvem's numbers as well, he averages a 1.18 on LAN. Right now, he is 0.3 behind that at this major. He has had a real trouble adjusting to this major so far. Saw him struggle on the stage in Hong Kong as well, so Kvem, eyes on him in this BO3.
Yeah.
He will respond.
Calm under pressure is kind of the aim of the game here for Passion, but thus far they've gotten off to a good opening. That's going to embolden you. It is this CT side on Mirage where they've often looked to do their best work. It's the T sides that have let them down. You remember that close game versus the Falcons on Mirage. Back in Hong Kong, able to win out on the half 7-5 CT side, only for it to close on up, and they end up losing it in regulation, stopping at 10. So you need as many rounds as you can get in this first half.
I certainly remember Nyx v Nico.
It's a fight that could be waiting for him in the future if they do well today.
Gotta get there. M80 bring their guns in. Waiting for this smoke break here, kind of a Zywoo play, but Passion won't throw that nade. There it does come through, but after the flash, so he's off the angle. No kill provided to the Slack's orb. He's been getting involved here in middle. 2-0 on opening duels. Lake the same. M80 have their opening power, no doubt about it. Can they close rounds?
Grim really likes this aggression out towards ramp, and they're going to have to be prepared for that. Pushed into the close cubby. Has hallzerk playing nearby on the orb to take first contact as well, so a trade setup. And as you go looking for hallzerk, it's only going to expose you to Grim. That's the strength of that double setup with both players finding success. Passion UA firmly in the driver's seat here. Catch for Slacks on the re-aggro, but a 2v5, 30 seconds left. One kill found. It's a drop in the bucket here. There's still so much more to do for M80, and they might just write this one off.
That was their chance. Passion all in on this bomb site as well. No, there's no way to rotate this late in the round, so M80 just saving their guns, giving their orb another go. They had their opening move, right? Passion just disrupted with good utility in middle, some high flashes, breaking the top mid smoke, confirming M80 aren't taking middle. So despite M80's experience on this map and Passion's recent lack of success, showing up well here on this CT side. But like you said, the question is off that T half for Passion. Even if they find a strong first half, what will they do with it? hallzerk getting everything he wants. Boost up on this B bomb site. He's going to miss the jump, so scope instead from Qikert. Slacks takes his AWP in Palace, looking for a pick on A, and he might find it. But smoked off. hallzerk. Ooh. No need to overcommit. Heard the Deagle fire off. This is all a bit of a fake right now, but Passion aren't panicking. 3 strong. Grim in a really powerful, committed position in this round. Feel like Slacks is going to get caught by Grim here. Kvem feeding him info.
Here's some tag in the molly. That's all the info you need, and now you just bait them into Grim. Will get shut down after the first. Really key trades for Swisher, and there's the Slack AWP to lend a helping hand. hallzerk trying to close in. That stops the blood, and hallzerk looking real clean with it. It's left to Swisher. Low on health, might have had those 2 key trades earlier on, but what can he even do here? hallzerk hounds him down.
hallzerk is one of the most hit or miss AWPers in the scene, I feel like. He's either going to carry you or he's going to be a liability.
I want him coming through fiery though, right? He lost his streak of major attendances, what with not being able to make it out to Austin and Complexity having to field a coach back then. Or a stand-in rather, they're junior playing. So that broke the streak. Finally back with the guys again, another major chance to progress. And we heard the Des talking about how JT's never managed that feat. You want hallzerk playing like he has a point to prove. So you're dead on, hit or miss. But when he's hitting, boy, does he hit hard.
Yeah, just constant repeats. Hard to tame. Definitely one of the more exciting AWPers to watch on a good day. Risk taker. hallzerk peeks the top of middle. Might catch a late mid take here. Oh, missed shot, but there's rifles by his side, so no problem here for Passion to put him down. Sin gets found, and now the B hits.
I mean, Nyx has a tall task in front of him. He's got all of M80 coming his way, and he's missed the timing on the first man out. Hex there, teed up for a trade. Lake on a lurk in the downtime, but this leaves just 2 players in the site itself.
They've got time.
Gonna try and commit to this plant. Lake had a moment of indecision there where he kind of debated going back in through lower. Hope that doesn't cost him in any real way on the timing. It's now he moves over.
Yeah, they're waiting for flank as well.
And with flanks on flanks, it's who arrives first. Lake plays in. Grim's signature AUG now has a chance to spring to life. But boy, will it. Burns in the molly after the fact. Hext versus Kvem. And Kvem's someone who's showing some nerves under pressure. Hext, meanwhile, is the clutch factor for M80. Calm, calculated, he'll deliver it. Round comes through, Hext provides.
Yeah, no info, no realization for Kvem. Not expecting him to be short with the default plant. They never saw Hext here. Able to get away with a round, 2 checks. Sees him off the bomb. And sick hold for Grim to turn around and double up in that round when Lake doesn't even need to play. But it's the molly after death. Perishes in it, tries to commit, goes the wrong way. Putting Kvem into a difficult clutch with no element of surprise. M80 break through.
Ooh. There's just absolutely no denying that T-sides have been problematic for Passion UA on Mirage. And so I think, you know, if you get out with an 8-4 half, that is a super solid chance. Even with a slightly limp T-side, you can still hope to get away with it. If you let M80 close the gap here, it can still leave you in a pretty compromised position. So Passion, no time to let up. That one clutch from Hext could change the nature of this game if they're able to pull through here and now.
Audacious fight being taken by Grim. Waiting for Swisher to step into his angle. Can't commit here forever. He hears him on ramp. Orb comes to cover. Got to pick the setup. There's the flank through the smoke. Grim's got to make a play. He'll catch Switch with nades. Can he hold on to Palace position as his teammates come in?
Kvem's boxed into a corner here. Util comes in to make life hard for him, but it's fallen a little shallow. Out with that swing, Lake will punish. Keeps this one even in a 3-on-3. Double flank on the cards for Passion.
Interesting.
Can try and get up to some trickery here. Grim's knowing about, so expect him to play first. Nyx is going to have the true element of surprise, but with M80 having taken CT, this flank is going to struggle to find any meaningful type of impact.
They know. No surprises here for Passion. Pace has to be the name of the game. Lake looking to pluck one out on the con side. JT moving in, and Lake lets him go. That's a smoke on JT's back. He needs to put it on the bomb right now. There it is.
Oh, Lake out of ammo. Doesn't get to complete that kill. Defuse being held. Spam will connect. Slacks bails them out. Only seconds between Passion and that defuse. If it wasn't for Slacks, maybe they're onto something there.
Yeah, really good control for M80. They get spawn and they just take it fully, and it's that information that makes the round so much easier. There's no surprises from the double flank. All positions known about. M80 with perfect post-bomb ones. And even though Passion put up decent kills and hold of their bomb site, Grim and Kvem both getting 1-for-1s. It's still M80 coming through with another T-side round, looking to even out the half. hallzerk making a play. Hero's journey down lower. Sin's been getting brutalized at the top of middle. But they look for the B hit, they look for Nyx. With only a FAMAS in this site and no support right now. No one even close.
Only gets the spot late as well. Nyx trying to hide out a car, fires off, and so they're aware of this. They're aware they've lost him in the smoke. That's important info for the next players coming in through the apartments.
Where
and
are
there's
they?
the clear. Slacks picks him up. Down to just 3 on this retake to end the half. hallzerk hoping he gets rewarded back here in the apartments. Slacks looks a little antsy. He's got Grim moving in to join him here for a double flank out of Passion. 2 players watching for this wrap round.
Ooh.
Good pickup for Grim, but there's Slacks to hound down the trade. hallzerk fires off. He's keeping the pressure on in the apartments, but they've heard Kvem back here in the market, and so options running out. hallzerk shut down. MAT go on, battling through a 3-round streak to level out on this T side. MAT leveling out on their map ping. And Passion giving away a couple of rounds down the tail end there. Move on to their strugglesome side, the T half of Mirage. Pissed around, weighted heavily here. Will give you a nice little leg up, a chance to breathe. Aggression from the get-go out of MAT as they try and figure out what's going on. It was Lake aggressive up in a top mid, gets the spot on one. That doesn't tell you a hell of a lot, but it has slowed the round down for Passion.
Yeah, MAT trying to complicate the round by getting spotted top mid. And they still hang on to this full control. 2 players fighting. Lake down lower. There's no safety in mid control here for Passion, but they look to come through together, trying to split this A bomb site. Geordie's down lower could be a bit of a threat. And now they have the warning. Lake can swing in.
Game started with a grim 4K on these dual Berettas. Lake's trying to do it right back to them. 3 kills deep. It's a clean, fast pistol round for M80. They secure it in seconds.
And Passion may have found first pistol, but they lost to the 4 straight away. So essentially looking at both conversions available for M80, both starts to halves, as you wouldn't expect a 4 spy here from Passion. If they do, it's going to be high risk, knowing how hard these T-side rounds are to come by. And so it's a Glock round with a scout here for Passion. Kvem forcing up. And he's had a couple of nice moments in this map, but he has been a problem piece for Passion in their games. Highest rated player coming into this major for Passion. Lowest rated at this major for his team.
Yeah, player who's kind of just taking these early steps into the upper echelons of CS, and even though, you know, you do sometimes get those breakthrough players who level up as the stakes get higher, they're few and far between. Kvem feeling like an example of someone who needs time to kind of warm up to it, but he has looked solid here in this opening map. So you hope he can keep that up. That would be a serious X factor for Passion UA.
Shouldn't be the round to do it in, though. Little tag to Swisher, but no need to overcommit to middle here for M80. They'll let Passion have all the room they want.
I mean, the fact you faced the scout early, you might think you're up against the 4 spy here.
But you know they just can't be much behind it, right? There's not a single Galil in this round. It's going to be Tech 9s at best, so M80 still play range. Swisher up in apps. Hex that B side. That's a nice kill. Sin, in-game leader, going for information, pays the price. There is a response. Keep numbers even and jump into the window gets denied. So
that's a stray bullet to find Kvem at the back. So that's how they lose the scout. hallzerk's been able to retrieve it.
Crisis averted here for M80. And it's a long road back now for Passion on these T-side gun rounds.
I think Lake, a very snowbally player, right? And he started this half super strong with the dual Berettas, gone on to play a key role in that last round. Well worth keeping an eye on him. Damage done. Things just keep going right for Lake.
NA, baby. Double window spam. Get out of here.
Oh, here he is. Even more impact than just look at it. Look at how he's playing right now. This is a guy riding the high of a strong start. No fear. And that becomes really hard to play against. You kind of have a set of expectations for how your opponent's going to play, the moves they're likely to make. Lake's looking to defy all of them, just surging forward on confidence. Even this, there's a smartness to it, right? Low on health, plays an off angle up through Palace, gets the early warning for his team. Lake, 3rd kill. Pressure still applied, and he's eventually dealt with, but boy, has he done his part in this round, leaving Passion in a 2-on-3.
3 kills from Lake is more than you can ask for on that low health, and Passion just have to throw themselves into this bomb site, but missed grenades slow down the play. Grim blinds himself. Slack's tucked in here. Spammable. But Passion have no reason to right now, creeping in. Behind the cover of the smoke, JT looks for a fight. Hex delivers. And Grim, it's just a matter of time before the peak comes in. 10 health, Sound gives it away, and M80 goes storming forward. 9 rounds on this CT side. Timeout call from TC. This is M80's game to lose right now. They're in full control. Passion have to prove something on this T side, and we said it was going to be a worry coming in. They were 7-5 up against the Falcons. Still fumbled that game. Rory Jackson behind M80, not his first major by any means. He's been in that seat. He's been on the stage. Major playoff player. Back in his home country as well. pistols out here for Passion, just trying to catch M80 off guard.
Yeah. Let's go, boys. Let's bring the energy. Don't give up here. Fucking, we can still win this. Let's go.
Storming out. Grim, that was his chance. Sin holds the line for a double kill, and it was all about creating enough distraction for this mid contingent, but with no kills, M80 can look everywhere. There's no surprises left in this round. A man boosted up. But what can Kvem hope to do as M80 coming together to clear this position? Step gives it away. It doesn't matter for Lake. He is having a phenomenal game right now.
Yeah, just the type of player that Lake is, it's very, very scary when he gets off to a good start.
He's got his mum in the crowd here. He's got something to prove.
Start cat. Listen.
Got a stage 3 to find himself in. M80, 3 steps away from their map pick.
Nice flip side call, boys. Default and CT.
I mean, this is what you were nervous about for Passion when they get onto these T sides. Hex just jump spot out towards the apartments, not running too much of a risk to open up this round. Lake pushing and prodding, just ever being a nuisance down there towards Connector. Don't think Nyx can believe that Hex re-attempted the jump peek there through the apartments, but he's confirmed they're not scaling, not yet anyhow.
Hear the jumps up here, so you don't want to be spamming it. I'm sure comes Kvem, but Passion need a pick. They need an entry right now.
Second player bought in over towards B. They can feel this hit building, and Lake's just connected one on the spam. That's how a lot of these rounds have ended for Kvem. Swisher can't hold the line. Nyx is broken through with a double. Something could be brewing here. As M80 try and scramble for a retake, Lake plays first, Lake plays early, and the rest of his team get cut down. Left to Slacks alone, 1v4. These openers from Nyx do a world of good for Passion.
You think that Molly was going to be enough? It pushed hallzerk off the plant. He just swings out, takes the fight to Lake and wins it. That was the way to uproot the round there for M80. But Nyx's entry's not in vain. As Passion pushed the boat out to find their first T-side round. That's in a 4v5 with Kvem. Spam through the smoke, unlucky. But they still pick it up.
I mean, that's how a lot of these mid-hits have gone for Kvem. Not ideal, considering we were saying he's having a good turn of form at the beginning of this series. This is a very quick way to get in your head a little bit, right? When every one of your rounds are ending to spam. They've picked up one there. But it's baby steps right now for Passion UA.
Yeah. Plenty of money here for M80 to keep the pressure on.
It didn't change.
Second towards the A side, just a set piece from Spawn, a JT specialty. Util comes in and M80 trapped on the other side of it. Forced back by the Util out towards Spawn. No one dead yet for the side of M80. And they've inflicted more damage the other way. So even though you get that bomb down, you've burnt a lot of util to get to this point, and you know because the plays come so early, M80 still have a lot left. Flash out towards the spawn. Sin plays it forward. Lake here backing him up. Will get cut down. An important double, triple from Kvem. And that's enough. Kvem's done it, finally not dead to these smoke spams out in mid. He gets to play around, and boy, do you feel the impact of it.
Yeah, they all come out through the same edge of the smoke, so it's just a target-rich environment. Kvem just sprays him down. Flash play was nice, but you just know that there's always an anti-player in that setup, so good to see Kvem, despite his inexperience, make the perfect move. trading out his teammate for 3 kills in the round and getting another one on the board for Passion. Refusing to go down without a fight.
Yeah, and you're kind of left with this feeling that there is a world where Kvem could very much be the key to everything for Passion at this major. If he's able to kind of overcome some of these nerves. There's a reason why we keep talking about the rating difference and just how he's looked at this major compared to how he often does for Passion. It's because this guy has a high ceiling. He just has a bit of a trouble bringing that into games of importance, games of significance when the pressure's at its highest. But if he can break through that, and if he can show his usual level in this game, that is a huge X factor for Passion. Kvem, another opener. Into Hex they go though. Getting charged at. Hex calm under pressure. Forced forward and Grim will find him.
Nice molly.
Still, he's done his part in the round. He's enabled M80 to remain competitive. 3v3. Slacks arrives over towards short, but dead in an instant. Clean shot for hallzerk. Goes both ways. JT keeps it even. All falls on a sin. The captain of M80 spotted out through the window. They know he's in the sight. Don't expect that bomb to go down anytime soon. This one is a brawl to the end of the round. And Grim there to close it out. Gap starting to close now in a very real way. And Kvem of key importance in both of these rounds for Passion.
Yeah, you wonder if that's a Kvem call or if JT's trying to set him up there. Great spawn towards B and just abuses it. Jumps out, chases down that B player. Really nice fight from hallzerk as well. Sees the AWP, doesn't take the fight from balcony when he's been spotted, drops off and finds a nice line to drop slacks, opening up room for Passion to take control of the site. Crazy death for slacks. He never even saw his opponent. And Passion are surviving, now thriving in this T side. Against all expectation, pulling it back from the brink of defeat. 3 rounds in a row, money gone for M80. And they just go back to what works. He's B splits again. Smoke comes down in con, but JT's got to be very careful here. Still stairs fight available. Swisher waited so long to make that play and under, and hallzerk was holding with the bomb. Bomb spotted. You think M80 better get their running boots on now. Hex needs help.
They're all making their way over. Slowly but surely, a stack is assembling over here at B. Passion get that opening though, and there's Kvem in the feed once more. Him and Nyx have just been the entry men on these B hits. So quickly, only Lake remaining, and Grim's about to change that, closes in.
I think it's important to remember with Kvem, right? It's still so early in his career. He was for some time stuck in contract jail, was finally freed. And even in this run for Passion, this year's been quite empty of events, right? They've not been playing top events. They've been kind of grinding in those qualifiers, trying to get VRS points, trying to re-enter the conversation. He's only played one big event in his whole career. It was Rivals. That was his first time at a big event against Tier 1 teams on LAN. First time on a stage. There are a lot of first Kvem for Kvem. Now it's his first major. So it's so early in his story. And even though the mechanics are there, it's earlier than most. You typically see, even for prospect players, to have a couple of big events locked in before they reach an event of this stature. Kvem has not had that time. He's just been playing small local LANs all year. If that, this is a Passion who took 42 days off from official matches coming into Rivals, looking to peak at the major.
Also think that's why getting in some of those like Mirage reps on the run-up, if they were going to bring it into their pool, a map that this Complexity core never played, it felt really important, and it gave them a good idea of what to attune, what to try and fix, and maybe that's why we're seeing one of the better looking T-sides yet out of this squad on the map.
This round is unraveling off the back of that pick. Everyone's here for Passion.
Lake. His roll has been slowed in these last few rounds. Went from hitting real hard at the top of the series, but he's dead again, out towards Connector. Nyx looking so solid and just being an aggressive space-taking piece in every one of these hits. Playing fearless Counter-Strike right now, and that's Passion up into the lead. This was supposed to be the gimme map for M80. This was meant to be as good as done on the veto, at least for map 1. You felt like you had a huge advantage in this head-to-head. And if this goes against them, you enter some truly terrifying waters for M80.
Passion's prep, their practice has paid off. Bringing in their insta-ban right at the end of the season. Swisher held his gun, he found Grim who dropped in, so 2 weapons held here for M80. Passion with unlimited money will not be ecoing in this game. But M80 can't say the same. They should buy, they should drop over 2 guns, but it's not going to be a perfect investment here for M80 by any means. So from full control of this game, 10-6 up to 5 rounds straight, Passion in the lead.
Something that's felt super sick as well is they've largely just kind of lent into these execs, right? That was always a good strength of JT, especially for a team that did have, as you say, that huge break before heading into their events on the run-up to the major. It means you're very well drilled. You have good execs. You have good util. It's always been a strength of JT, these calls from spawn. They went away from the mid-control. If you remember, that's how Kvem's rounds were beginning and ending, was just spam deaths to Lake. And it's had a bit of a double effect here for Passion. Not only have they got Kvem far more involved in this game, but look at how out of these rounds Lake has been. Someone who was so oppressive, just constantly harassing out towards middle.
Well, no one's held this bomb site, right? Sin's 7 and 16. He's the A anchor right now. He's not been given anything in all these A hits. Hex is doing his best, but he's been left alone in so many rounds. Swisher here to assist this time. This is all a bit of a ruse for Passion. 2 players putting pressure on. Good spam. Finds a headshot to JT. But it's no kill, and it's no knowledge for M80. Waiting in the silence for Passion to announce. hallzerk's provided an opening kill last round. Slacks looks to hold him now.
Looking for this A split. Grim gonna try and come in on a late lurk out towards lower, while the rest of Passion try and move in. There's an opener from the Slagsorb. Finally, a 5v4 for M80 in one of these holes.
Sin needs something.
Gotta go further, gotta go bigger. Lake swings out for 1. Sin can't hold on ramp side. Nix again, taking space away.
Low
and
health.
now Grim arrives on this lurk. He's confirmed there's no one out towards jungle. At this point, you should know where all of M80 are. Grouped up towards the spawn. Cover is in. Molly down, delays that peak, but it slacks Orb to cut through the silence. Nix dead as well, and it's going to fall to Grim in this round. 1v4 out from jungle side, no room to work with. M80 finally break this streak.
It's just reassuring, right? Slacks holding his own against the AWP, and M80 just full grouping for that retake, not offering anything up to Passion in the chaos. 4 players coming out from Sport, feels like a hard round to lose right there, and so they don't. Sin just has been a bit of a liability on this A bomb site right now. Got to be very thankful for his teammates. With continued A hits from JT. They bought him enough time. 11 apiece. Both in-game leaders, bottom of the server. As is tradition. Well-timed pauses in this game from both teams. Lakers 6-1 in opening duels right now. 8 multi-kill rounds. 100 ADR in round 23. That's DAR to you North Americans.
A lot of util. Oh, and there's no accounting for that. Hexed midair, a feel-good kill and an important one as well.
Revenge for the hallzerk no-scope.
Nix has been someone who's felt so involved in every one of these execs. A key reason as to why Passion have been winning them.
It's such a good read for M80, and they put Lake in the Joker position, boosted inside of the site.
You won't be expecting this. As many players, you might be ready to face inside of this B site, and I can assure you, Lake put up on the boost is not one of them.
And M80 know they've cleared out Palace. Slacks is seeing them over on the A side. He's just dodged the ult for hallzerk. He says, go into B, please. Passion might give them exactly what they want. This is a round teed up for Lake right now. Swisher scurrying over. Hex in a good position for at least one. Fear of short side, but unless Kvem saves them, I don't see how Passion win this round.
Swisher even getting here in time. Lobs in a smoke, they play right through it. If you can get a kill out of these B-side defenders, it makes Lake's position even more valuable. He'll fire off early, good for his kill. hallzerk and Kvem trying to battle back in, and Kvem secured that trade, 2v2. M80 thought they had them right where they wanted them, they had the right read, they had the gimmick of the boost in play, but now it falls to their imports. Slacks and Sin in this 2v2. Rap for Sin, given a freebie. And hallzerk, they're out there past him. Weird move, and now hallzerk's in with a real chance. He's got body frag of Sin, but he can't get his bearings. The captain comes through big for M80 when it matters most.
Sin is deadly after all, puts up map point for M80 in a cheeky little clutch. A requirement here for M80. They had all the info, they had all the reasons to win that round, and it still comes down to the wire. Lake feeling the pressure to take a fight after Hex's death. He had to reveal his position. And Slacks' mistake forgiven.
Let's fucking go!
A stressful game right now for Passion UA. They pulled it all the way back, but it's M80 with map point.
Got to channel that frustration into something positive here if you're Passion. They're looking for overtime. M80 want to snatch this one away and make it a painful loss for Passion UA. Now Sin is part way towards redeeming himself on the back of that clutch to give M80 map point, but he has been a problem in these A plays. He'll be the one guy ahead of any util that Passion lob in. He tries to play it early on the back of that flash. Take over towards middle. The bomb's here on the back of JT. Hope he's just here to set up Kvem, and then planning to get out of there. Oh God, Kvem had a golden opportunity, but everyone blind, and in the chaos, Swisher finds a way to cut through. Sin, good for one, makes it a double. Best A-hold yet from the captain, right on the back of that clutch, and this has all come crumbling down for Passion UA. M80 make it a painful loss, JT dead, and M80 redeem themselves on Mirage.
It comes down to a team flash, doesn't it? A perfect flash to blind the CT side, but Kvem takes it in the face as well, and so will all of Passion. Devastating loss, pulling it all the way back on the difficulty side, but M80 come through with clutches and come through with the close here on Mirage. 13 win streak may have been broken yesterday, but they're back to their winning ways.
that is embedded up top of the throne of this league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out that clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
Big way yesterday, but now we've got to see if you can keep that momentum going, and that's where I want to start, hallzerk, because obviously yesterday was phenomenal. You even won some pistols as well. You got rolling with it, but is there a way you know you can harness that and make sure you can do it again today?
I mean, yeah, everyone in the team felt how our energy was yesterday, so we just have to keep bringing the same energy to today in the game today.
Now for you right now, I'm seeing better consistency since when we looked to you, say, Black at Blast Bounty. You've been able to be there and be at your best as well. How have you managed to do that? What has changed?
Feeling more confident for every day that we play. Just getting used to, not used to, but like just playing more matches, just getting more matches in the system, and the more I play well, the more confident I'm going to get. So I just have to keep building on it, and that's how I stay in it.
Very good, very positive as well. Now, in 2025, you have not played against M80, and it is an Americas matchup as well, technically, right? What do you make of them and their level right now? And is there some, I know maybe not for you, but like, is there some national pride, some regional pride of like, this decides who the best team is in the Americas region?
I mean, M80 has been playing really well this year. I feel like they have improved a lot since last year as well. They've been doing well. So also for me personally, it's not like a big grudge match, but I mean in the team, the Americans, and like they want to win this. Of course, this is like a big match for them, and just being able to show that we are the best American team, it's gonna feel good for the whole team, and that's a confidence booster we can keep building on as well. So for me personally, it's just another match. I want to win. I want to win every game, but for other guys in the team, I know they want to beat these guys real bad.
Now, you've got to think of this as well. Both teams have some European imports, you being one of them. Now, we know the Americas and the American fans are going to be cheering for you guys. But what do you want to say to the European fans to say cheer for us over M80 today?
I mean, fuck. We got some good guys in our team. And, I mean, whoever supports us, we really appreciate it. And may the best team win.
May the best team win. Nice words at the end. Thank you very much. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
super competitive first map of Mirage, and understandably so, considering elimination does loom. Not a map we've often seen Passion UA playing, and sadly it did come down to those final few details, Alex, and maybe an unfortunate team flash as well in Connector.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it really did look like Passion had found this momentum necessary to take this the distance, maybe even continue the loss of Mirage for M80 after their shortcomings yesterday versus Imperial. But no, it does come across the line for M80. I feel like that's what we expected coming into this one, but perhaps not by the way in which it went down. I do think Passion are going to be miffed about the way they started both halves.
Yeah, I think for sure, right? You win the pistol in flying fashion with Grim on the dual Berettas, and then you lose the follow-up to the Force.
Yeah.
Right? It could have definitely got a lot worse from there. At that point, it was allowing M80 to get a couple of rounds under their belt within the early stages.
Important touch for Sin.
Yeah, late, right? Good impact, because otherwise he was towards the bottom of the scoreboard. Both in-game leaders having a tough time, but the calling of this is one of the more interesting factors, especially in the second half for me. And then, yeah, impact here late as well with the multi to close things down once they were able to get their hands on them. But look, Alex, I know we had this whole pimp situation go down yesterday, and you might be biting your tongue. So I brought you some disguises if you want to say something inflammatory. Gloves so you don't get your hands dirty, and sunglasses so they don't know it's you. So if you want to say anything crazy, they're available.
Okay, well, give me a minute.
Okay, if you can think of something, they're available, right?
Maybe even do it in a Danish accent as well, so it's extra.
Oh, I've got it actually, okay, yeah.
Okay, so something that I want to talk about right from the first half of play.
Go on.
In the 12 rounds in the first half, there was 11 times the opening kill was indicative of the outcome of the round, right?
Okay.
So if you got the opening kill, you converted that round. Now, that only didn't happen in one occasion, and that's actually round number 5. Now, something that was in the early stages, this round lost for M80, we're going to bring it up here in the 2D, opened up to 5 consecutive rounds that they dropped, right? Now, they weren't all, like, it wasn't their money wasn't broken, all those, they had quite a few rifle rounds, they saved some. But I thought that maybe the comms were a little bit stressed, because again, M80, right, some of these players, they've never progressed to the next stage, right? Well, they went from stage 1 to stage 2, but getting to the top 16, I thought maybe they're a little bit stressed early. So we've got a 2D here that we can bring up, and I'll talk about this round. Slacks is the one where he gets boosted, and it showed the nose scope, right? So
that was a weird one.
Then they come through con. Kvem goes down. Now, nameplate Counter-Strike is what I want you to keep in mind, right? JT's over towards ramp, and he actually gets this kill. He's the short player, right? He gets this frag, and then at this point, I'm worried about the comms. Is anybody saying A player not dead? Because Grim's alive. So what's going to happen after this one finishes? We're going to jump into the comms and have a listen and just see, were they rocked? Was the information? So let's listen to this.
Boom. Jungle, Oish. One more. A player alive. Come. Spacing. I don't see defaults. Tetris. Tetris live. Dead. A player alive. One A player. Which spot? I'm void. Kill my ramp, dude. No. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Maybe just come back deeper. Come to jungle. Go to jungle. Ramp. 50. Where's the other guy? I don't know. Spawn. Hurt.
So comms there wasn't chaotic. All the information was flowing as it should, right? And they said A player's still alive. Someone said careful, another one ramp, and I'm pretty sure I heard Swish say no, right? Because I guess he was expecting Grim to activate early, right? Now that did allow the levy to open for Passion. They went on a 5-round run from that one, including that round, and they were able to get a decent half. But if you're M80, 6-6 on the half, mate, T side, you are more than happy with that.
And I do want to, as he's on screen and as he's kind of at the tip of the tongue, give a shout out to Grim. Felt like he was the only one really putting in a shift, keeping them afloat on that CT side. Also, watching him, it's so funny because we've got all the player cams.
Oh, the tilt, mate, yeah.
Well, every time he's spraying, like, he is wincing. Like,
That's
like the Karrigan kind of like the face drama.
Okay.
Which is, it's super interesting to see how intense he is on those games. But he did deliver, and, you know, Kvem, the boys at the casting desk were talking about it. He hasn't necessarily kind of risen to the occasion, hasn't met his output over the last 3 months coming into this major. So, you know, it looked like we were going to get the real Kvem. He didn't necessarily find that impact.
I want to build upon something we touched upon in the pregame as well, was opening kills. That's driving force Lake and Slacks. They both contributed right now as well. They were able to continue to deliver 6-1 for Lake in that map, 3-0 for Slacks in that department. You touched upon it. It was Sin with that late clutch that was the difference maker. There was a tactical timeout taken from the dock, that's TC, at 9-6, where they went into an eco on the Passion side, right? It was just a partial buy, but then you going into the gun round. So that's what that timeout's about, G'ing them up and talking about that next gun round. From that point, they then won 5 straight rounds, and all of those rounds moved away from mid defaults. right? They were doing site executes, A execute, B execute, A play, and everything was quick. It was letting Kvem off the leash, jump into the sites, get the multi-kills, and then the rounds that they lost, this is after then Def took a tactical timeout round 22.
Rory Jackson.
Yeah, that's the boy. Some more British
boy.
representation up here. They took that timeout, and then from there, for some reason, Passion went back to the more mid-sprawly stuff where they got picked off. So the site hits were what was working. I guess they thought, we can't keep doing this to close out the game, but it did end up to cost them there in the end, and M80 just walk away with the win. So good stuff to them.
Okay, let's move on to talk about Inferno, Passion's pick in this series. We saw them playing Fnatic yesterday on this map, that's right.
Yeah.
What were your kind of takeaways from that being a pretty one-sided affair for Passion?
The key one is that they got to start CT side because it was Fnatic's map choice.
Yes.
So they won 11-1 on their CT half. Right now, they have to start on the T side. So M80 are about to put them through their paces with what JT and the boys have been cooking up. For M80 on the flip side of this, we have not seen them play Inferno at the major. So we're going into the black box right now. Right?
A new look.
Exactly. So they could have been working on something here throughout the time off, and the odds favoring M80 even more so now. I'll just set up the map in terms of the positions we're going to get out of M80 on the CT side. Swish and Sin will be holding B, Lake will be the rotator, Slacks obviously the AWPer, and Hex will be anchoring over towards Pit. For the map control on the T side coming out of Passion, it's going to be JT with a combination of Grim or hallzerk with him for banana control, Kvem working second mid / boiler, and then Nyx will be working apartment. So you guys can start to piece together some of those head-to-heads, but it's always about this banana control, right? Yes. It's the most key area on Inferno. It's a cliche, it's a trope, but just think about this. Toe-to-toe, Swish and Sin versus JT and then one of the others, right? How is this going to link up, and will opening frags be as indicative as it was in the first half of that first map?
Who do you think is going to get the better of banana then?
Well, I mean, my favorite prediction was M80, and I continue to do so. Even if it was a little wobbly on Mirage, I think Passion, they kind of needed to get that upset in order to convert into 2-0.
It's their frustrations the worrying part for me, right?
Yeah.
hallzerk and Grim, they really show when they get the tilt going. And whereas M80, after I was just able to hear in that comm section of a more stressful round, things still sounded like a pretty good atmosphere. I know that was early on within the map, but that's one of the things they mentioned after they lost to Aurora on stage 2. They said, oh, we had to worry about our attitude, our atmosphere, and they've bounced back since then, and I've been loving what I'm seeing. And let's do it for Lake's mum, shall we? Right? She's in the audience, the grandma's here.
Yeah.
I don't think they want to see their boy lose, so I'm going to stick with the M80 prediction.
I get it if you're Grim though, the frustrations.
Oh,
like
yeah.
you've been in this situation so many times, and the fact that you've had so much impact rather on that first map, I'd be feeling a little bit frustrated too.
Who's a Pirate's favorite Counter-Strike team? Our matey.
You were really waiting to
It's a good one.
say that one.
Thank you very much. I'm here all week.
Would you like to throw to game? Would you like to roll
can
back
I?
the
For old time's sake, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out. Will we see that third map, Passion UA on the ropes, and Harry and Hugo to guide you through?
In the blue corner, M80, in the red corner, Passion UA, and in both sides, me and Harry to bring you this second map of this series, M80 stealing away at Mirage by the end of the day, and Passion look for some revenge here. Slow T-side pistol, Lake Julie's. We had Julie dominated pistol rounds back on Mirage. Looks to do it again.
Instant clash ready to happen out here in the apartments. It's Hex called in a question. Kvem finds an opening, and that's drawn a significant rotate out of M80. You wonder if that spot from Lake changes things. They'll recommit to the B site hold with Lake spotting the bomb down there in bottom mid. Grim's still good for his opening, but they weren't ready for Slacks. There's a third piece over here towards this B site. This has started to get really weird, but with entries coming in on both sides of the map, it leaves Slacks alone, and Bomb gets away from him now. Passion looking to recover in this wild-looking pistol.
I was scared for a moment. It felt like they weren't committing to anything and therefore had nothing, but that deep long control for Nyx catches Lake, who was doing a good job of defending his site until he gets caught off guard. Info. Oh, that's awkward. Slacks catches a free kill, and with these post-plant positions, you'd think there's no chance. Just don't give him one. Slacks looking in. Tap on the bomb again. But nothing to find here as Passion put a pistol down.
Terrorists win.
It's a good start. You breathe a little easier now if you're Passion UA. time we've seen this M80 squad on Inferno at the Major. So I haven't been getting in a ton of reps here. A few times we have seen them face off against kind of familiar looking opposition. It's often a map that's come up pretty one-sidedly against them.
Yeah, while we know Passion could certainly play CT side after that map v Fnatic, we still don't know what their T side has in store, so that's also a problem for M80. How can they predict? How can they read? Have they prepared? Passion pushing forward on long side, looking to wrap this side. Should be easy now. Save those guns, boys. Passion convert. So you'd like to think for Passion, a map to reassure themselves here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think already if you're Passion, you should be coming into this with a pretty good deal of confidence. The idea that you bought Mirage so close, sure, you can be frustrated by it, but I think also the fact that you had M80 on the ropes on their home map is, if anything, a positive sign, considering the fact that they were only celebrating their first win on Mirage the other day. They've also now been able to grind out these conversions, and so with only a handful of really anything saved for the side of M80, you should be off to a nice clean 3-0 start before those guns make an appearance.
Absolutely. Decent enough exits on the way out. Nades down Banana to make things interesting, but may as well time them here. Second one is nice, 100 damage. But capitalization is the name of the game. And turning post-flash, he could have just kept spraying, but instead turns away, disengages, and gives a couple of kills over. Lake will get found through the smoke, and Kvem doesn't need to overcommit. Grouping with his team against these dry pistols could be the way in.
This could be weird. Hex gonna try and catch this timing, and he'll find it. hallzerk dead on the push out through mid. So much for that clean, easy 3-0 start. Now you've got to earn it. Feels like it never should have got this close, but Swisher with a miss on Kvem out towards Banana, and they're leaving the bomb. They're hunting Kvem in at bottom. This means they could get trapped right now. Footsteps were heard as well, so it's not like Kvem's flying blind here. Nyx has them boxed in with Kvem coming back. And there's the turnaround to finish the job.
Huge mistake from M80. I don't know if they were just trying to fight that Banana player while they had him alone, but leaving the bomb entirely, and Nyx right behind them in apps. Caught off guard by the lurk. It's a wasted opportunity for M80. And again, further reassurance and passion that they can trust in their players in late rounds, because it's not a team that are known for their clutches, but able to put that one together. Here we go for M80.
Something else that's kind of interesting for M80, they actually have a slight CT favor on this map, despite of Inferno often being T-sided.
So pressure's on.
So you really want to try and get off to a good start.
Now's your time. Slacks with the AWP, short side and double B. hallzerk using his to open up this site. Great nade again. Leg shot for hallzerk. Everybody pulls back out of Banana. Peeling back to this A site instead. Bomb up alt mid. Slacks trying to force an engagement. He's going to get it eventually. Lacking the flashbangs. Only one left on hallzerk. Nyx unable to use his in boiler. Slacks just gets a dry fight. Nice shot. Oh, the pressure's on, and M80 buckle. Trying to force the fights. Passion put the first gun round in their favor. And M80, a couple of wrongly placed stacks here in this map already. Can't say they've not had chances. But in this one, they lose their AWP as well. Gonna get shuffled out. Gonna be more fun to watch Kvem here, I think. Just some simple, straight-up duels, no overthinking. Go where JT tells you.
I think as well, like, you know, Pash just have a lot more reps on this map. It's always one that they've kind of looked to play, even thinking back to the old, you know, complexity core at the heart of this roster. They've had a lot more experience versus top-tier competition playing this map. For M80, this is the 5th time in the last 6 months that they will have played it versus a top 30 squad. The 11th for Passion / that old complexity lineup. So do just have a lot more reps here on Inferno, a lot more ideas. And I think unlike Mirage, which kind of just down to how the map is designed, right, how it plays, there's kind of more opportunities for a team that's a little less familiar to break through. Inferno is one of the most punishing maps in the pool, without a doubt.
Yes.
And so any type of inexperience will get used against you to devastating effect. If you're a little off, if you give away 1 kill, that could literally make the world of difference. This is, you know, one of the most prominent kind of 2-kill round win maps that Counter-Strike has to offer.
Even if you look aside from kills, all right? Miss a nade, throw a nade in the wrong place, you can cost your team everything. A match yesterday between Tailoo and Liquid was a great example. Everything has to be assertive. Everything has to be by design here. M80, some misutility, down banana, they're gonna flush away. Give Passion this space. Flash announces it. M80 fighting. Sin changes his mind, gets back behind the coffin, spam down low already. Passion just pushing in.
Yeah, you're just going to see that as a bit of a reason to go, right? You know, you've displaced one of these defenders. They try and play it through. Swisher, now the only hope for M80. Ooh. Buying a lot of time here. Will eventually get dealt with, but he's done his part in the round. 3 kills from this B-site hold. This is M80's best chance yet. Bomb might go down for Passion, but the next fight coming out over here towards the coffins really does decide everything. Kvem on the line, lines up 1, can't find the double. Now you're left looking on at hallzerk. Strong position for this AWP, but he can't afford to miss, and with that shot, not quite finding the mark, M80 get on the board.
Yeah, Hex playing very late there. Tag not going to do it for hallzerk. And Kvem committed, but a good trade in place for M80. Trade's the name of the game in this round. Swisher does a great job of finding this second kill with the pistol. Bought a lot of time at the back of the site. Seeing Kvem get away with nice mechanical moments, but that's when the team play comes to matter for M80, trading their way back into the round. First of this CT side. They get an AWP from it as well. Can't afford to be a one and done here if they want to put up any resistance in this map. So Lake starts strong. Arch player with the entry. And so from that, Passion know it's a triple B. So you immediately see M80 start to rotate. Not wanting to get jumped on this weekend day bomb site. Slacks holds on to the apps, but Spotted gives it up.
Especially because you almost want Passion to commit here. So don't risk that AWP early. They maintain the stack for now, and Slacks fires off for one more. They feel the pace of the round is slowed, and they hear Util out towards Banana. So they dismantle this 4-man lead. Bring Swisher back around. Really, it feels like Passion are just kind of playing for that next point of contact. That's an awkward kill to have given up. They weren't expecting Nyx to run through that Molotov. He catches Slacks out in the open.
Nothing to lose, I guess. No one in the bomb site. This can often be a problem.
I mean, Boost is meant to be the remedy to that, right?
But there's no smoke, so this is actually perfect for M80.
Contact play in. Boost still going to catch its kill. Swisher deals with the captain once more. Back-to-back rounds. He's been able to find that fight. Now, they have lost track of Nyx because he's split the defense, but time is very, very low, and he won't get here in time to play into this round. Flashes to try and slow their roll, and it will stop the peak, allowing a plant. Passion lose hallzerk in the site. Now it's just a matter of finding Nyx, and they've spotted him on this rotate. Thinking he had the timing, he'll get sandwiched just seconds away from his play.
It felt unlikely, but he had the element of surprise. Walking behind two players would have been very interesting to see him get into coffins there. M80 very fortunate there's no smoke to stop them, able to just concede, and while a plant is allowed, they keep it clean here on this CT side. Back-to-back rounds. Very important round here for M80, and even enough to force a timeout from TC. They've got near nothing to work with.
I will do James smoke then.
Great chance of getting the CT side going.
Explosive is brewing. No banana control.
Reeling the pistols in this round in what will be a little just set piece pop. And you start to feel in a far better position. Even better if you can keep it clean. It does come with its challenges. You don't doubt the passion calls from Spawn. They try and close in on this orb.
Whoa,
but Grim,
what?
All right, that's a lovely play with the P2. 3v3, Hex down low. Trapped in the pit right now. Next swing could cost him dearly. Really needs a kill from this, and he will provide it at least. Closing in on him, only good for that one. Suddenly you're in a commanding spot if you're Passion. Grim's provided as much. Plant found, he's low on health. And so hallzerk might be responsible for a lot in this post-plant. Tries to chance it on the cross into the pit. And just gets caught with a wide swing out from the long side. Wanted a stronger post-plant, but ends up giving his life away.
Very optimistic there to get into that position. M80 were waiting for a mistake, and they get it. You feel like, even with low health on Grim, you're in the favored spot. 2v2 post-plant, time to wrap back to the apps, but hallzerk a high-risk play. And it costs him. Grim getting very stressed in this series, seeing it on his face. That's 3 retakes in a row for M80. Quad B, what a start for M80. 4 players just dropping util, but hey, just make it a triple B now. hallzerk picks Slacks at the top of Banana.
Really nice pathing, really nice routing for hallzerk, just charging in, pre-aim on the angle, fires off before he even sees Slacks, and so that one very much on rails for Passion UA.
Breaks it
on
open.
this smoke, but nothing provided from it. They don't quite get the spot on these players in at Banana.
full rotate as a result. They just leave one player here. Swisher can't afford to go down, and they actually jump at the opportunity of catching him. Flashback up for JT, keeping pressure on this B bomb site. M80 is split 2-2. Passion taking space back on A.
Kvem lucky to still be alive. Sin didn't react, and so he was allowed to escape over on long, but he still keeps pressure on. Kvem wrapping through the spawn, gonna get rid of Lake, and suddenly this one's already away from M80.
Yeah, there's a fight going on for Kvem, putting up distraction, but double entry from Passion on the lane. That's all it took. Winning out the round as they realized M80 had a bit heavy B stack. Maybe it's the realization, hey, we've picked the AWPer. There's probably 3 here. And so Passion again, speed up off the nameplates. Banger shot for JT, and that's AWP removed.
It's a really nice way to stem the bleeding.
They can still buy it, right? M80 on in a huge worry right now. 3 really nice retake rounds with multiple players surviving, but it's still the step in the right direction here for Passion to get back to this T side. One more of those, and M80 out of cash. Water timeout's getting burned early in this game as well.
Terrorists win. Nice, Johnny!
And what is not only a stressful game, but a game that both teams know they can win. A very close affair, a domestic derby. A lot to prove between these two NA squads. Both thinking they're the best in the biz.
Oh, that's a really rough miss, but it goes both ways. Slack's allowed to get out of there. In spite of that missed shot, Grim unable to punish. Which is, you know, I would say rare for Grim. Usually great in those types of spots. You give him a chance, give him kind of 2 chances really with the missed shot, and then also having him just hung out towards shore. But we've been seeing a bit of frustration set in for Grim. Let's see if that damage proves to be enough. They're looking to follow through on this A play after all.
Interesting timing, no announcement.
Playing at contact, it's a confident move. Gives them the element of surprise. They get to play on their timing. Molly forces a player out from the pit, but it's Hex to provide in this crossfire. Lake here alongside him, and they put on a great showing from this pit position. Hex just the gift that keeps on giving, continuing to buy time and taking all that attention away. I am loving the mileage that Hex is giving them.
Yeah, it's a real shame that, you know, it's a contact play. Didn't exactly catch them off guard entirely, but it's a molly that lets them down massively. Lands in pit, but lands too deep, so Lake's able to, or Hex able to peek in front of it and keep the pressure on from back pit. Couple of kills from Hex. And Slack through the smoke as well, so M80 respond, keep their money alive in this game, and more importantly, break passions to try and win out this half. Said their best side was their CT side, they're looking to prove that now. Lead up for grabs. Dangerous setup against pistols. If one player falls, both should. So Slacks needs this opening shot.
Yeah, you can't afford to miss this. If you do, the whole setup's in jeopardy. You give an AWP over the round, could get called into question, and oh my god, it's not about Slacks. Backstab from Grim. Nix chases him down. Wrong time for the double lap setup. We're looking at Lake. He's gonna go huge. Only good for the double. Pistols break in for Passion. It's Glocks, it's Deagles, and they're on their way to a winner.
Insane clear, walking out mid into Boiler. M80 get burned. Can they really consider this? Everything on the line.
You don't want to give this away just because of what you were up against heading into the round, but you're not up against that anymore. There's an AWP in the post plant. JT holding on to this short push. Rifles picked up for the rest of them. And with Swisher dead, Grim has clawed away back into the lead for Passion.
I gotta say, I think that was a failure no matter what happens, right? Sure, the Deagle is sick coming out from Boiler, but even if Slacks hits that shot, there are 2 more players coming in. His teammate can't turn around. He has to watch 2 other positions. That was dead from the get-go. That was doomed from spawn. anti-eco setup.
Yeah, I mean,
risk.
Talk about the lack of reps for M80 on this map, how any mistake can get punished. It just feels like the wrong time to pull out this type of a setup. And sure, that is a pretty haunting round to give away. If this comes down to the wire now, that's the one you're going to think about. That's the round you're going to think about, as this half could very much get away from M80 all of a sudden.
It's unfortunate M80 get met with 5 pistols in apps in that round, but you got to hedge your bets. That's the best time for Passion to do a push like that. Walking out mid, absolutely mad. Grim delivers Passion, the most important entry of all, to win this eco round. M80, the only thing that's keeping them going is the fact that their rounds are clean and they're picking up retakes as well, so they're getting a bit more money. They're able to continue buying, haven't been broken here despite these on and off rounds for Passion, but this is where it can get brutal. This round could lead to an 8-4 half from the Passion UA squad. Flash into middle, orb fires off. No punish from Kvem, you'll note. Could have caught those players leaving. Passion still in their default. Taking the mid control. Banana is theirs as well. A lot of map control available for Passion.
Crossing past Lake on long, leaving it to a smoke push, even though they're aware this gap exists. Are you ready for a second player? Kvem still floating around and Slacks can't watch it anymore. Lake picks up the angle, and M80 trying to battle through here. Now they know about Slacks down in the pit. They're going to clear him out. 2 quick shots for hallzerk on this AWP.
Gonna cross this time.
Set up in this post plant. Both players down in the pit. It's a strong crossfire to run for Swisher and Sin. This is an uphill battle in this 2v2.
Like the smoke, but it'll take some time, and it will also funnel them into the orb. hallzerk, 1 shot, sets his team up for the round win.
Awkward time to miss after 2 blinders. Only 1 shot left in this AWP, and it comes up short. Thank goodness. JT is there to hold the line.
Come on!
That's a Passion in with a winning half and a chance now to sweeten the deal.
Looking like a really good T-side here. Could have been M80 leaving with the half win, but an anti-eco, a harrowing one, and Passion UA have seized it. Broken money in this last round of the half. 1 rifle to speak of for M80.
After all these A plays, they're going to try and end it out towards this B side. That double kill from Grim puts him on a fast track to an 8-4 half. Nick's even waiting in reserve as a lurk. He'll be able to hear these rotates down through middle. He hears M80 if they make a single step. And as he creeps back in through lower footsteps from the last man in, Slacks gives up the aim of the game. Backstab now available for Nix. No hope in this retake. And so Passion UA go on to finish strong, looking to make this a 3-map series after all. impossible task ahead of M80 now as Passion level up down the tail end of that first half of play, embarking on that streak that starts with that eco fall apart setup in the apartments. Has that put M80 on the fast track to ruin here on Passion's map pick? Certainly could have done. M80 left relying on a pistol round. If they don't win this, the game gets away from them very, very quickly, and it's an aggressive start from Passion. Early kill for Grim, and this push down from Kvem. He hears these players making a mad dash into the apartments. Now they're going to be ahead of the A-site crew, who are only just moving into position now. It's the backstab from Nyx that stands to complicate things, and you haven't seen anyone cross into the site yet, so Passion try and keep the pressure high, keep the pressure on. Bomb plant found, no, gets denied last second. And with Slacks out of the action, he's got a 1v3 to embark upon here. Strong setup for Passion as they've retaken positions in A. Should be a dead man. First kill comes through, a swing and a miss from Nyx. Down in the pit, JT's now been spotted, and Slacks, can he put this one together? Looking for the ace clutch in what was a 1v4.
Time on his side. Bomb, anything but. Passion can't give him the 1v1. They must make him commit.
Back turned, and JT just swings on a feeling. Every bone in your body's telling you they're feeling nervous. They're waiting for you to step into the crossfire, but JT throws that one through a loop.
I gotta say as well, Nyx has just had such an impactful game, right? His numbers are, you know, top of the board, but not by a long shot. However, the impact of his frags in all the impact rounds as well. The pistol on the T side, getting that long wrap going and backstabbing late, stopping the eco win early in the half, holding his nerve really well in this elimination match, and a double in that pistol on the flank as well. Highly responsible for both pistol wins in this game. And Passion push forward into a home map of Train. That's our decider. So M80 really feeling the burn right now. They need something.
I think the thing that's impressive as well about just the impact that Nyx has been finding is, you know, still a relatively fresh face to the top levels of Counter-Strike, a playing career that's only lasted a couple of years thus far. Played his first major with Complexity out in Austin. That was where they had the stand-in. That was where they were fielding junior over hallzerk, so it was kind of, you know, doomed from the offset. It's not like he's a super experienced voice in this team, but he's finding a lot of impact right now for Passion.
Bit of a mess here, but Grim cleans it up. Mop and bucket down middle. Flawless anti-eco, so Passion. It's just a brisk walk to that third map of Train where everything changes here for M80. Once favorites plunged into comfort ground for Passion. And another map that we have not seen M80 frequent this season. Even less so than Inferno. It was that or Overpass, right? We know Passion really lean into these highly tactical maps. M80 picked the lesser of two evils, but evil still it is. Aside from a couple of retakes in that first half, yet to give us a reason to believe here on Inferno, it has been a one-sided affair from start to finish.
From the front like this as well gives JT a lot of freedom for how he wants to construct these CT defenses, right? Starting with an instant gamble in this first rifle round, 4 players out towards A.
Got rounds to play with, man.
It's a lot of freedom. It's freedom that M80 do not have. This might be really their only proper chance at bringing this game back, so you take it low and slow, not wanting to throw it away on the rush. They catch a good timing out in the top mid. Both players anti, both players back turned. hallzerk has complicated matters with that double. JT still a threat and in position, but that flash catching him last second. He's up. M80 for a must-win rifle round. It's left to Grim in the 1-on-3. Bomb spotted, but from bottom mid, Lake should have him on the cross. Kind of a rough round for Passion to give away like that, right? Two players turned from flashes on the porch side, neither one watching for that push out in the middle, and they give the kills away.
Yeah, nice double entry from Hex though. Something here. He's doing great in the CT side in his role when called upon. Grim gets nutmegged by the flash. M80 looking for a near flawless comeback here on the T side now. Game is in their hands, but Kvem, as I said, rounds to play with, making risks. Have they seen him? I don't think they know. He's got timing. Hex has just missed this. Oh my goodness, Kvem. He hears them in second. And Hex gonna find out the hard way. That's such a cheeky move. Can even escape as well. He's gonna try and give it a go. Swisher can't stop him. Kvem just having fun now, flexing his muscles down middle. They found banana spam as well, so this is a 5v2. And M80's T side. They hit their head on it. A one-man fake for Slacks as Sin tries to walk into A. While there's timing available, this is a 1v5 from the captain of M80. This is Passion looking for 11 rounds.
Has to make noise to get out of the apartments, and now they know. Doesn't even have the element of surprise anymore. Kvem eyes on Nyx with a flank through the apartments. There's no hope for Sin. Even dealing with that first player, they've just got the drop on him. Instant trade available. And so Passion move towards the finish line on Inferno.
Really reassuring game from Passion. Just clean, clinical. There was some stress, some fluster moments for Grim. Those awkward post plants, and Passion couldn't finish. But on a roll now on the CT side, breaking the money of M80.
I mean, versus a top 30 squad, M80 have never got more than 6 T-side rounds, so they would have to have their best T-side ever with this version of the squad. That's what's being demanded, and you've got to start with this kind of broken buy, and you start a man down. Lake falls to the nades, aggression out towards Banana.
Passion really have just been playing from the front in the CT side. The 4-man stack in the first buy into the alt mid push. Now JT just swinging down Banana. Confident plays here out of Passion to finish the game. And it does just feel like a matter of time right now. M80 not been here on Inferno. Going nowhere fast. JT blocking that B-bomb site. So M80 just have to sit in it. One final ditched execute. Grim's flash primed.
hallzerk already rotating over. He's got a supported flash for this hit as well. That just streams in over the top and makes life really comfortable for Grim in that hold. All the pieces falling beautifully in a place for Passion. They really bought the heat on map 1. A full 24-round game, just shut out in the final couple by M80, but a very different story at the turn of Passion's map pick. This has been dominant, and they've now got many chances to close. None of them meant to be as easy as this one. M80 left with nothing into what might just be their final round of play on this map. This should all be over.
Yeah. It's nice to watch a dominant game from Passion, a team that is streaky. We've seen crumble in high pressure scenarios. We'll know higher pressure than your major life on the line. In a game you barely lost. Passion respond. confidently.
And again, with this aggression down Banana, look at what it's enabled. Once more, this four-man lean makes an appearance out towards the A site. Grim just can't afford to die. He's deep down Banana, tucked into this cubby, and I think he's just going to hang around there. It's left just to this play out in towards A, into the stack. Grim hears them coming his way, holds on for the first. You see him deep at Banana. You might even anticipate this stack, but it's the only plan they've got. It's all they've got left, and JT rips it away from them. Dominant stuff out of Passion UA, bringing the heat in this series. That is a runaway inferno. There was never a moment that M80 were even in the picture. They've got to hope now for the bounce back on trade.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
matches? Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
FaZe Clan, and I'm about to do the pick'ems for stage 2 of the major here in Budapest. So let's start with 3 O's. I'm gonna have to go with FaZe Clan once more time. It's pretty obvious I do it. For the other team, I'll go with Team Liquid. I think these guys have the potential to be a great team. Also, they got 3 Polish players, Qikert, Ultimate, and Jonathan. So Polska Górą. For O3, I'm a little bit in between, but I'll go with MIBR and Tailoo. It's a really tough choice, but you have to pick one or 2. And then for advanced teams, I think Navi should qualify. They are a great team. Aurora, I'm a big fan, always been. 3D Max, you can never underestimate these guys. They play crazy CS. Astralis, the legends of the game. Ari Vision, they've struggled a little bit here, but I trust in JamYoung and Dustin. I think Fnatic is gonna go through. They've been stepping up, they got some solid guys on the lineup. Really happy to see them back.
Let me put, for example, Navi in 3-0. I think if we will win 2 best of 1s, we have a good chance to win any of these teams in best of 3. And also I will put Aurora to 3-0. Last LAN they won. Now I think they're in the process when they are ready to succeed overall as a team. I will put Imperial 2-0-3. They don't have a stable lineup or system, let's say. This is how I see it. We played some scrims with them. I saw some of their matches. Passion UA in 0-3. For me, pretty raw lineup, despite the fact that they're playing a lot of lands. I will put M80 2-3-1. Kind of dark horse, let's say. Maybe let's trust 3D Max. Pretty stable lineup, playing for a long time together. Played a lot of tournaments this year. Let's put Liquid to go through. Elige, I like his stability, the player on his role, and he can be a game changer for this lineup. FlyQuest, another team that surprised everyone. I will put Astralis. I hope they have really good mindset for this tournament, and if they play the best, they can succeed. I will put Bait. It's a final moment for them at this tournament. They need to show up. So this is my pick'ems.
Okay, for my 3-0 advance, I'm going to do Tailoo. They've had some up and downs, but I think this team will surprise at this tournament for some reason. I'm going to go with Astralis. I think they have a chance. They've been playing pretty good lately, and it seems like ever since they got Hooksy, they're just a much better team. My eliminated 0-3, Imperial Esports. They had a really rough stage 1, weren't that convincing to me. I think FaZe have a good chance of going 0-3 if they played how they did in stage 1. And I think the rest advances is pretty easy for me. I think it's going to be Liquid, I think it's going to be 3D Max, I think it's going to be Na'Vi, Aurora, M80 is going to be Paravision, just because Jane, he has a lot of experience. Like, he has a young team. I think they've got over the nerves of the first stage, and they're just going to look a better team from now on. Yeah, so that's all my picks.
Perfect.
Cool.
Thank you so much for joining us. I know you want to go join your team. Just tell us real quick, you're heading into Train, 3rd map. What is your feeling about that? You lost it yesterday against Imperial, I think. So how is the game plan looking?
Yeah, Train's going to be a redemption game, I think, for us, because I feel like we should have won that yesterday. Very comfortable map for us. We played it at the event already, so yeah, we're excited going into Train.
All right, I'll let you get back to your team, and good luck later.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Yeah, me certainly hoping for a redemption as we do move into a 3rd, but that was a commanding response from Passion UA, exactly what the doctor ordered, even with them starting on the T side this time, Alex. That was some great adaptations, and then CT side, just complete lockdown.
Well, yeah, Chad said we hadn't seen it before from M80, at least in this tournament, and the first
Maybe
look
we've
of
seen why.
Inferno, I think I've seen enough. Yeah, no, that wasn't necessarily particularly convincing. I kind of feel like a fool for thinking this might be a 2-0 after such a close Mirage coming into into that black box that was M80's Inferno. However, you know, it does feel, as we'll run through these highlights, that there were opportunities for them to claw their way back into this one. But I will say that it looked like their CT side setups, it lacked that kind of nuance that you see through a team that are comfortable on it. There was a lot of times they're just getting caught out by Absolurks, losing those initial picks that I felt like it wasn't polished in the same way it has been on other maps.
Yeah, Nick's made a couple of good plays there, right, with those Absolurks you're talking about, but I think if you're losing both pistols, you're not setting yourself up for success there, so that
Slack's,
is...
I thought that Slack's 1v5 ace clutch, whatever it was going to be, sorry, not 1v5, but an ace clutch would have been rather impressive on that T-pistol, but not to be.
Yeah, so look, as we take a look at Inferno, the scoreline obviously commanding and showing that this is a strong map within Passion's map pool, backing up now the Fnatic result, and maybe not the same for M80, but Counter-Strike's a game of chances, right? And when you get them, you need to convert them, right? You work hard to manufacture these opportunities. I know we've just come off the back of a highlight package there, but I'll start leading us into this early because I want to go through all of these and also give us some time to talk about Train. So if we are able to just think about round number 3, they lose the pistol, they go for a force, they hold on to a couple of bits and pieces, but they have good ideas, right? This is the thing. You're talking about lack of polish, but they didn't lack ideas. And into round 3, they have this like trap top banana, they catch 2 players. It's swish and late, they get 2 frags. And then from there, it kind of sends into a bit of a spiral for Passion, who have to put the round back together. Kvem's in banana, Nyx is still lurking. I think the third piece was hallzerk, I think. Now, I wanted to listen in because they had, sure, only pistols, but it's a round that they could have won. Now, they've rotated back, and we're going to jump in and listen to the comments because we sit here and go, man, they just threw that 3v4 or that 4v2 situation. But we're about to see what happened in the communication as to why they made the choices they did. So let's give it a listen.
Go smoke.
Take on. I go.
I'm dead. Nice.
Hold,
stay alive. We fight mid, Good.
Yeah, I can
play, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Still banana
That's
one.
the B player. I'm on flash, guys.
Halls. I'm coming with you.
You said he was outside?
Yeah, give speed. Just wait a little bit. I'm with you, Brett.
I jiggle motor right now.
Ready?
Yeah. Wait, don't peek.
I can't. Go there. Oh. That was our round, boys. All good.
So trying to do a little bit too much with the bomb down, right?
Yeah.
Trying to fight the banana player and maybe get lost in the sauce. But it's obviously intense in the moments. And right there, it's like, well, vindicated. Okay, at least you were talking. It's not like you weren't chatting. You know, they swing mid, let's play together, and then it just falls apart. And so early in the game, you're not too frustrated. Now, they were able to get to a point where it felt, okay, this is the match, right? It was like 4-4 or 4-5, something along those lines. I wanted to dive into round number 9, which is like, I've had a couple of rounds over on that A star. I'm like, okay, Hex is doing his job.
Yes.
Pit anchor, it's not a glamorous position, but it's a spot where if you get a multi or a couple of kills and you can stay alive, that's a key point. We can start running this one out because round number 9 is a good example of this from Hex, of him being annoying, and also the devil being in the detail of Counter-Strike. Now, we all like Molotovs and we all dislike incendiaries.
Correct.
Well, we're about to see why. So we can whack this one up on the telly when we do get a moment. But this is just this should be 9, so we should be able to play this one. Shouldn't be any comms if I've done my homework back there correctly. We'll see. Let's see. Well, let's get it playing.
Let's see.
Okay, so double pit setup right now, and it's hard to notice in this one, right? But we'll grab it in the context cam in a second. I'm talking about mollies and incendiaries. So this is Hex doing a good job surviving, but he's afforded that because poor hallzerk has an incendiary. Look at this. If it was a molly, it would have spread. He gets to stay alive in this buffer, be such a nuisance, and this could have been a nice round for Passion UA to be able to pick up, but no, Hex does a good job there, and it's unfortunate that he had a bloody incendiary.
And that was the round where, you know, the following round, I was like, okay, if you get past the Tech 9s,
it felt like we had a game at that point, didn't it?
Exactly. It really did look like we're going to get a competitive scoreline. I don't know why we're playing an aggressive app setup against a partial investment. Like,
that's a good question.
Like, why are we doing that? Like, that's like a once a round, once a half, with an AWP and a rifle, up against guns. You know their money's funny because they just won one, then you won one back, right, Chad? That's normally your thing, but economy, I'm just saying, you know their money's low. Why are we playing up close against Tech 9s?
Yeah, maybe they misread the situation, but the other factor I was talking about opportunities, right? So they didn't quite win that eco, though they had a good opportunity. They manufactured this opportunity by a couple of nice rifle rounds. So yeah, because from this point, round 10 you're talking about, they only won one more round for the rest of the game. So this is where the game got away from them. So we get another little comms look in, and we get to hear how this sounded from the Passion UA side of the server.
Okay.
Tell us if you're gonna go. Give him a second, guys. Waiting. I'm going up for it.
Probably balcony up.
Yeah, ready.
Start playing.
Ready?
Yeah.
Dead apps one.
Oh,
Swing.
one side. Side.
Wait, go there.
Turret.
Nice.
2v3, you guys
I smoke.
I'm playing in apps.
I just don't get that one, especially like that boiler flank. What a horrible gap that is. Like your back turned, he's just walked up mid, come through boiler, shot you in the back of the head. That's a yikes from me.
The first part of that comm though, because I haven't listened to these, is them identifying like mid clear, the fact of being able to walk up. They were talking about the setup. That's what they're saying, probably balcony AWP.
Right.
Okay.
Right? Because you wouldn't be expecting them to be in such an aggressive stance like Alex is pointing out. So that one really cost them 80 there, but not the reason they lost the map, but definitely a reason that they couldn't be having a stronger first half of play.
Okay, so Train will decide who survives here in Budapest. Do you want to just start like high level of what we've kind of seen from these two teams and where our expectations lie?
We did see them get thrown passion, that is, around the server by 3D Max.
Yeah.
That was a stomp. They got 3 CT rounds versus the French squad. So
3 rounds in total.
Well, in total, but especially on the CT side, you expect to start strong on that. It was the opposite. So I don't know if that's going to maybe tarnish my expectations, but if it's anything like that, 3D Max are a good trained team.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They get to start CT side this time round, right? Because in the veto, they allowed the choice to come for M80 to pick the map. So M80 said, let's play Train. Passion said, cool, we'll take CT. So their CT setup will have Nyx holding B. Obviously, hallzerk here, there, and everywhere with the AWP. Kvem will get the Ivy duties as the rifler, but if he gets a good spawn, he'll play close pop with either Grim or JT. So Grim and JT are going to be the aggressive too, and that is what you're going to have to deal with if you're M80.
Who's going to take it then? Who survives?
I'm
Who goes to
flip-flopping.
stage 3?
I flip-flopped. I'm on the passion train. JT's going to do it. First time at a major, JT is going to progress.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to stay where I am. I'm going to stay firmly stanced. I may have got Inferno wrong, but I reckon Train's going M80's way.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. It is time to decide who survives here in Budapest. It all comes down to Train.
Only guarantee NA squad in this next stage. Passion versus M80 rages on to map 3. We arrive at Train. CT start for Passion. Seen them play it once already. Des were just talking about that. Got thrown around by 3D Max. M80 made a couple of appearances here for them as well. Had a bit more time to stretch their legs on Train with a win over Tailoo. Close loss to Imperial, so should be a far more competitive map than the one that we just got.
Yeah, at least for Passion, despite that 3D Max game, this is a map that they like to play, right? They've leaned into the trains and the overpasses. These are maps they've been grinding on their little, land run coming into the end of the season. M80, the most important game yet, looking to prove themselves in a BO3, yet to see that here in Budapest. And it's up against familiar foe. Passion pushed up in this pistol. It's a classic. Julie's on the ramp, and M80 may have known it's coming, but they can do nothing about it. Bomb evading, waiting to recommit. M80 3v5 in this pistol.
Passion don't overplay their hand after getting out with 2 quick kills. They fall back into the sights. The pressure's not on them, it's on M80. Still have util here for Swisher and Sin to try and cook something up. But they know wherever they go, they're going to struggle to field much of an advantage. Fake down through the ramp. Slack's going back over towards Pop, keeps an option open. They're trying to make this look like a double fake. It feels really limp with Slack's dead straight away. More aggression from Nyx, and it's aggression that will get punished. Gives you a route in for a plant. That won't be bad for M80, but can they make it any sweeter than that? See the players rotating in. They know that this net is starting to close around them, and it's closing quickly. One back for Sim, but the end of the line as Kvem offers up a multi in the pistol round.
I think it's really exciting to see Passion start on the CT side after getting absolutely blitzed out of it by 3D Max, getting 3 rounds on the favored half. They have a chance to redeem themselves here in this event and do it against the other North American hopefuls.
Nice!
Frustrating pistol here for M80, but just happy to get the bomb plant and give some headway into this second round. Guns come out. They're coming off the back hot of a loss on Inferno, and a dominant one of that. So M80 just looking for that taste of victory yet again. They spotted up Ivy, 3 players trying to scale. Molly buys time and Swisher tries to get tucked in. Double pop take to clear the B side, but look at the resources used here by Passion. 3 players. Grim's going to clear it out. He can hold this position down, and Hex's whole round is delayed as a result, but he may be joined by his teammates, grouping back in spawn. As long as Passion don't over-rotate after having this position, they can re-smoke. It's going to buy even more time. Time that M80 have to wait for. Ooh, going to give this to Slacks. Nick's got to be careful. Third smoke.
They just go through. They play right in a Grim. A chance at a double, but can't quite convert on it. He's done a lot of damage at least. Suffering up Hexed as well, bringing him down low. All in all, M80 glad that they were able to get through these smoke blocks and leave it even, but there's very little time left. They really didn't have a choice but to play on through.
Kvem in a power position.
Tucked in close, and if anything, you feel like you almost don't have time to be too clinical with the clears. Quick trade back, Swisher opens up a lifeline. It's the hallzerk Org waiting back in connector, looking to seal their fate. 8 seconds left, and Slacks a dead man walking. Passion get out ahead.
Yeah, Kvem maybe feeling the pressure there, just takes the first shot while he has it. It's a really deep corner. It's one that's often undercleared, so could have gone for a multi. hallzerk makes up for it. Big Org round. Expecting to see Grim on it here on the Ivy side. But hallzerk has brought it into this series once already. Definitely making use of it. So full eco now for M80. Feeling like they might be getting swept up in the pressure. Blistering through the BO1s. But falling in a game they were supposed to win yesterday to Imperial in a 3-map 13-11 loss on train. Can't afford to have it happen again. Passion looking for their first progression in a major with this lineup.
Timing found here. And this could get really weird now.
Can late get bomb B.
Eyes off Ivy only for a second.
So open.
And because Kvem went and retook that angle, they're not even aware they've missed this timing. That's a free kill on Nyx. B-site opened up. Kvem rotating in could alleviate a lot of this pressure now as he clears up the 2 flanking players. Left on a lake, starts this round with a beautiful double kill on this Deagle over towards Pop Dog, but his job is not done yet. 40 seconds left to work with, has the defense split and looking over their shoulder with this earlier gap out towards Ivy. As soon as this bomb's planted, though, that element of surprise disappears, and you won't have long to get comfortable. Both players nearby and able to close in. High pressure spot for Lake. Will he read this reposition out of Kvem? I think it's probably the last thing you're expecting, so that kill comes for free. Kvem, very important round as he contains that flank out from Ivy.
Yeah, M80 getting ahead of themselves in some of these moments, right? Get a really nice flank timing, and sure, the rotate is really quick for Kvem, but Slacks just goes straight in to fight connector. No armor, favored fight for Kvem. Didn't get to use that gun for good and take space inside of B. 4 frags from the young Ukrainian at his first major. Passion, all the better for it.
We talk about M80, we say snowbally for a number of these players, but here in a 3-map series now, it becomes a test of your composure, right? Your willpower, your ability to remain focused under tremendous pressure. Because you're going to need it, especially with a T-side start on train, right? You're expecting a pretty rough half here. It is the hardest side to play on. It's the hardest side to get going in. You won't have that snowbally effect till the second half. So You've just got to stay in this. You want to try and test Passion a little bit early on in this first half. You want them to feel some stress. Right now, they're projecting an aura of kind of quiet confidence on the side of Passion UA. This is a team that isn't immune to those pitfalls of stressful situations. I've been saying that about Kvem, but it very much applies to the rest of them. Even thinking back to when they finally returned to the big stage out at Blast Rivals, it was an utter crumbling from this team. So they're not immune to it, but you can't let them go from strength to strength. Right now, they're looking very dialed in.
Yeah, and they have experience. Sure, it's, as Chad said, no progression for JT in majors, despite starting deep and early in previous ones. But still, they've been here before. They played these high importance matchups. M80, got to learn on the fly. Sim with the trade, Grim gets out. Passion pushing the boat. And how deep can M80 dig? Announcing this B push down the ramp. JT, I feel like he's heard this. Can he go back to deal with it? I don't know if he has now. He's scoping on upper. They're in the bomb site. This could get weird. There's no way they clear this, right? Slack's coming in late. They are right below JT. He doesn't have a clue, but bomb dropped. Hext in deep, catches Nyx by surprise. Slack's trying to join his teammate. They need this kill, and they need it now. 25 seconds.
Oh, JT getting tricky with it. He's eluded Hext on this big push. A better minimum brings him down. Doesn't give up his life. The captain wrestles back control over B, and for Slacks, the dead man walking. Passion trying to show the world that we've missed a bit of a trick. They love these orgs.
Definitely feel like you're seeing the stress here for M80. They're getting into decent positions. They're getting into advantages. Getting into bomb sites. But Passion not making it easy for them in the late round.
You even kind of heard that, right, in the comms just there. The tiny bit you pick up from Slacks. Go A, go B, go A. Feels like they're overcomplicating. They're overcorrecting in these rounds.
And when the team starts breaking apart from within, disagreeing with their leader, that's when it can all come crumbling down here at the final hour for M80. A clean run through stage one. Dialed in for the major. But these last two BO3s are all anyone will remember. Yeah, to break in. This time they get the space, hand it over. Full B execute coming in on pistols.
Oh, and it's a solid read from Passion. They were heavy over here towards this B site, waiting in anticipation for the hit. They get given exactly what they were hoping. And now things start to get really awkward. It's a good time for the timeout. You feel like JT is reading you like a book right now. You've overcomplicated some of the rounds. You've had some swings and misses at crucial chances, and that was something the desk were even highlighting at the end of Inferno, right? CS can kind of come down to a series of these little opportunities that do build up as the game goes on. Every one is very, very important. You had that chance to break through in the low econ round.
It's not live.
You had that massive flank out from Ivy. You overcook a little in your next rifle round. And so they want Def to try and weigh in just to maybe set out a game plan, iron out some of these problems. Feel like they have something committed from the get-go, a shared idea as to how the round's going to play out. Sounds like that's exactly what Def is doing. He's describing a damn near play-by-play over the round.
I heard a retake main from TC as well, so looking to take space back. Both teams making moves in this follow-up gun round. And as each one ticks up for Passion, M80 need the next more and more. Orb out for Slacks. hallzerk with no gun. I hesitate, as I don't think it's live yet again. Good to see Kvem finding early impact in this map, right? Him and JT top of the server with 8 kills each. We talked about Kvem and a big statistical drop-off, a 1.18 on LAN in his career coming into this major, his first, and he's 0.3 below expectation. That is a huge drop-off from the standout player of Passion. the one remaining from the former Ukrainian squad, put in with his complexity mix. He dropped off this major. If he can stand tall in the third map to get them through to the next stage, that would make up for everything. Main take comes in, Passion see the space is empty, but M80 put nades in as well. Trade of utility, Passion stay active. You can just see the comfort on this map, constantly making moves, taking space back, go for the B clear again, nobody's home. JT, got to be careful on Ivy, as that's where M80 have laid their hat. But Passion know it. It's got to be considered as all of B is shut down.
I mean, it's JT and TC, right? Two player and coach who have been together for a very, very long time, have good synergy, and this is them in their element, calling an active game right now between the two of them.
JT's just farming 10-1.
Having these very active moves to open up rounds, constantly trying to disrupt and outposition M80, and they've done it again here with a double opener out towards Ivy. Whatever M80 have planned falls astray. Once more into the stack, Passion just remaining one step ahead. They are very active at the start of these rounds. They're constantly looking for info, and then they adjust in the mid-round. And so often it feels like you're just going into the stack. You're going into 4+ players wherever you've tried to end up if you're M80.
And even when you're not, that was their best chance. They had 3v1 at Ivy. JT's able to get 2 clinical headshots back out of position, let the AWP take the line and find Slacks. hallzerk's getting hyped. Even though M80 go towards the gap, Passion put up the wall. Triple nade in main, they say no pace change. Passion, this is their game right now, taking full control of it. M80, the cookie crumbling in front of our very eyes. Can Pistols push forward?
I mean, these rounds can sometimes be a good way to try and build back in, right? You play a little looser, play like you have nothing to lose. Up until now, you've felt a little bit stunned as to how this game has started, but you're not supposed to win this round. So in a way, you get a surge of confidence to play it looser. They battle into a 3-on-3. If M80 can just stake their claim to but one round, that could very quickly change the nature of this game. This is one of their best chances yet. Can't catch Nyx back here in Connector. He just plays for his life. They're going to lend some time to hallzerk, who's embarking on a very big flank. Now, it will take time to come through, especially if he intends to move quietly, and after a while, M80 might get suspicious. Where is this retake? They've taken away the Z control, but Nyx was prepared to give up this space. He's going to play into this a little bit later. Must-win fight for Hex, who's low on health. He still connects it. That's a huge pickup. And this flank for hallzerk doesn't find a thing. Caught out in the open. M80 get their breakthrough.
Yeah,
they've got to start building. It can't just be a one and done.
Has to be the start of something. Huge 3-kill round for Hex. Too slow for Passion to get together. All split in this retake. M80 on pistols, make it into this game. It's not too late. Orbless for Slacks, maybe another high pace here for M80. Trying to get out main. Got to get through Grim. Puts himself in the pocket.
Here so early and so quietly. It's a hard feat to achieve them both, but sneaking in while all the util's down, they've got no idea. Sim walks to his death.
What?
That's really awkward for Nyx. He barreled down through the ramp. He had a top ramp smoke down, thought it would give him more security, and Hex taking space away. Denies that rotate out through Z, buys time for the bomb to come in. Slacks is also on a wrap round, flanking these players over at Z. If his team can just buy him a few more seconds, this flank gets more and more potent, more and more deadly. They play it together, little looser, little more confident since that pistol round win. And there's M80 with back-to-back rounds.
Hex is the savior right now. That chase off of Slacks' contact, knowing they turn their back. He jumps on it, forcing the trade, and good space taken here by M80 in that B-bomb side. It's awkward for Nyx, who doesn't expect the disrespect through the smoke, but it's all M80 can do at this point. And they use their util really well in that post-bomb, blocking as long as they could for Slacks' flank.
I think it shows something promising here for M80, that they kind of drew the right conclusions from that eco round win, right? That they were playing a little too nervous, playing a little too scared. All teams always talk to no end about playing their game. And the moment, you know, A faking into a B fake, into an A fake, into the B commit. You're no longer, you know, you're in your head at that point. You're overcomplicating
So
it.
much has to go right.
Yeah.
If one thing gets uplifted, if one player in their position dies, if a bit of util doesn't land, the whole round can crumble. So keep it basic, play your trades.
And so they drew the right conclusions from that eco round. They keep it far more simple. They disrespect the smoke over towards B. And you could see that Nyx was not at all prepared for the game to change in this way. He thought, you know, what with the beating they've been dealing them up until now, there's no world that they come barreling through that smoke. Even a tech timeout here can feel a little awkward. For Passion means you've just been sat there largely in silence, realizing that you've given a lifeline across to M80.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind even a attack after this because the money's a bit skew. If it's a decision that has to be made here by Passion, they might lean on the side of caution on CT side of Train and just take a half buy, try and make an aggressive play. But yeah, while you can buy an AWP, you can't buy 5 rifles. So pick your poison here. Kvem considering it. But there is the tack from TC. Much needed at this point as M80 look like they're ready to break into this game. Don't be scared, says TC. And to be honest, it hasn't looked like Passion are scared, right? Some of the moves they've made in the CT side, the B clearing, pop pushing as 2 players, Grim in main. They've been getting stuck into this match.
Push for Grim all the way through pop, right in their face. Gets out with his one, more aggression over towards the halls, nets more success for Passion. You're seeing a lot of players dedicated towards this take though, and so the reaction for M80, pick up the pace.
Oh, Sin, man.
No clear for Sin, that's given a gun to Kvem, and he's not the guy you want to arm right now at 11 and 5. Kvem trying to be the difference maker, caught in the molly, forced to swing and fed to Swisher.
Sin just walks through so many smokes, he's risking it all. Slacks gets caught on rotation back in. Didn't realize both have already put themselves in the bomb site. Swisher needs to clutch.
The swing. Spots him. Knows what's going on, but as he closes in here, they can double peek him, swing together, strength in numbers, and there's that trade back from Nyx. That is a rough round for M80 to give away, losing out to the low econ on Passion.
Just feels so unnecessary for Sin to just walk through the smoke like that, right? He's done it a few times in the series and just given away easy man advantages to Passion. That's a 3v3. When you walk through a smoke, you give your opponent a gun on eco. You are literally rolling the dice. Kills that M80 can't afford. Giving Passion an eco win and back to the main take. It's been the bread and butter for Passion on this CT side. They have owned this position. They have more util to waste time of M80 in this spawn.
Oh, but look at this little dastardly pairing, man. Lake and Hext, it's your round opener, your round closer working in tandem.
Do it together.
The bookends of M80 make their move out towards this B site, and the bomb's moving around to join them. Hext actually leading the charge, trying to take the space away. Already dropping in, he's got JT on alert. Rotates arrive for Passion. They're going to be ahead of this util that M80 try and throw in. hallzerk breaks the silence, but there's Lake with the reply. This one's up in the air. First kill to try and propel you in is weighted very, very heavily here, and Nyx is going to provide it. Offers up the goods. Lake claims one straight back, and at this point, Kvem still just lost to the hands of time on this wrap round. Passion need to try and give him a couple of seconds. He'll make his play out now, and Sin never took his eyes off the prize. M80, signs of life still on this T side.
As Sin making up for it again, it's like Mirage once more. Big double kill in the post plant. And Hex, I thought that round was going to let them down because he didn't realize he'd been spotted dropping back behind oil. M80 still commit into the B site. But Hex having all that space means Passion can't scale back in. just taking range fights. The AKs pick them off one by one, and M80 a shot at redemption here, looking for a 5-round half.
You've shaken off the early game nerves. M80 suddenly feeling like a very different team, and this is now, these next 2 rounds really are, you know, game defining. If you can finish strong, get out with 5, you are very happy considering how this game started. This is what you play for, this is what it's all about. Sin bested on the spam, are they ready for JT? Yes they are, Lake on a tear, 2 kills deep, and looking for even more. Take the pace out of it for a moment. You know, you've got Passion jittery. You've lost to these low econ rounds before, and it's a mistake you do not want to repeat. They do their diligence. Molly to force Grim wide. Lake on a mission. Nick's boxed into this corner, can't go further, and M80 on their way to a strong T-side finish.
They do it together. That's all they ever needed. Lake's triple kill, and everyone trades off it. Good comms, calm and collected here. M80 as they search for a recovery, winning 4 out of the last 5 rounds here at the tail end of the half. Passion started looking unstoppable. Got to rely once again on a low econ round here in number 12. Oh, okay, they've gone past him for once. Grim doesn't know. He's gone all the way, and Sin should have this information. He heard him step, so do they turn around on this B side?
Kind of an awkward one to contain. Swisher didn't feel like he was in a position to stop that, but still the info should be relayed across.
Oh no!
Lake. How is Grim ready for that? As far as he's concerned, he's got the drop on M80. That play makes it apparent that that's not the case, but this crunch into the upper halls is coming. Hext holds on with a double. Slacks might just have to leave it a chance on that no scope through the smoke. And Kvem, backstab won't matter, they leave. They've got M80 on their way to a 5-round T-half after the disastrous opener on train. They've gone on to recover. And Passion were hoping for a nice, easy game, an opponent that was ready to roll over and die, but that couldn't be further from the truth. That 1 eco round win, propelling M80 back into this 3rd and final map, fighting still for that last shot at stage 3.
M80 looked like a dud in this third map, but they pull the pin and explode onto the T side, offer something complex to Passion UA. It's 6 straight for the Passion squad, slowing down by the end of the half, and M80 offer them a test here in this final map, in this final spot for stage 3.
Will this be a tale of the team that refused to die? Or can Passion finally put M80 to rest? Fast play out in towards this A site from Passion, and Swisher sends them packing. 2 quick kills to flip the script in this pistol round, and now it's on rails. JT a dead man. M80 continue to build on that first half momentum they picked up right down the stretch. In with the pistol round win now. This is about to get tied up.
Yeah, it could have been Passion's chance to just forget about that first half and the late game recovery, but the momentum moves on for M80 with 4 rounds in a row. 6 out of the last 7 rounds here for M80. Full eco for Passion. They know what they're up against. They want their gun rounds here on train. T-side we barely have seen played after they got walloped by the French of 3D Max. Passion probe this B-bomb site with a couple of Glocks. Nothing to lose in going through the smoke here. In a round like this, Hex has eyes on. Wait out the util, let it burn here for M80. Waiting for their final man. Swisher moving in. Not needed, simple stuff here. Anti-eco goes swimmingly for M80. Passion have got to break this mold.
I'll hold for you, Mike. I'll hold for you, Mike. You can play the block.
M80 trying to get themselves organized. Don't want to give away this momentum in this first round. Passion UA get to don guns again. And with an aggressive stance, out towards Ivy, out towards the yard, there is but one B-site player. Hexed here alone, calling for rotates as he spammed down low to open up this round. Swisher joins the party, but are they prepared for the full assault out of Passion? 1 from Swisher. Hexed can't afford to go down with nothing. He's cleared out straight away. His slacks with a kill that adds a bit of intrigue to the round again. Leaves a 3-on-3 open. You're weighing up now. Is this a round you want to give a go? 3 players in position, but the next fight really matters. And with Lake knocked out, 2 versus 3 now for M80. Slacks gives up his position, and JT gonna deal with him on that push. Passion pull out the guns, and they come in with a decisive first looking gun round, and exec into that B site. It's enough to maintain this lead. They might let M80 gain ground, but they have yet to give that over.
Oh, they hear him coming. JT, no problem. Takes all the guns with him. Passion break the streak of 5. A solid execute. CT still trying to get in position. 2 caught just on the side of the train.
Grim, crazy rooting in this round as he just barrels out ahead of the main util, and instantly pressure put on to this A site. It was really only a 1-man army to open this up, but with him still gaining this much ground, it looks like the rest of Passion coming to join him. Slacks has let them bypass him in this smoke. Swisher actually has a man on screen and going to come through with the kill. Did they hear Slacks get tagged? No. Now he plays his timing, out with one more kill. And it's just smoke pushes after smoke pushes, trades on trades. It falls to Swisher. Had a great major under his belt, but this 1v2 means everything. Here's JT going for that plant. Kvem tucked in up close. Swisher tries to play it forward, out into the open, dink down range and finished off by the captain. Topping the charts right now for Passion, it is JT.
And that's just the Grim taking so much space in this round. He has just been the setter of pace in this third map. The amount of main takes on the CT side here in the first gun, runs in, sits behind E-Box, causes so much chaos, forcing M80 to respond, pushing towards him, dunking nades, shooting their teammates, anything they can to flush Grim out. That lets his team flood around him. Passion driving the chaos. They put an integral round on the board, put an M80 on pistols. This is going to be 10-7, however you slice it. AKs tear through these armorless players. Swisher hunting a kill. Oh no. Kill you felt would have been a save. Would have been an extra AK in this next round.
I mean, look, momentum really matters here, right? Passion are in a super powerful position, providing they can keep the pressure on, keep streaking rounds together, don't allow M80 to get comfortable. If they come through with any type of a clean round win and become hard to dislodge, that's where this CT side can really prop up the scoreline for M80. And so right now, I'm loving the kind of aggressive tone that they're setting, the fact that they are playing like a team possessed. They want to win this game. They want it over and done with, and they're pressing every little advantage that has to keep up here for Passion. They're on to double digits. The finish line, the cross into stage 3 is within view.
Chat brought it up on the desk, but this is a core, a complexity core that have never progressed in a major. They've gone straight from RMR to Challengers or to Legends, stage 1 of Austin. They have never progressed past their starting point. They've been 2-2 twice. This is third time's the charm written all over it. 3 rounds from making a case into stage 3 with the best teams in the world. Passion surging forward towards that goal. Years in the making.
That is a really, really rough way to go a man down in your return of the rifles.
Spammed in the molly.
Lake falls at the hands of the util and some spam damage, but you can't chalk a kill like this just up to bad luck. It's a rough way to go. And it could have devastating implications. A 5v4 for Passion.
Slacks can't hold everything.
Just one man after all. And dead at the first turn. B site cracked wide open. Bomb moving in and success all across the field here. For Passion
no.
UA.
Such a clean call here for JT. They know that early frag, especially on Ivy side, means M80 just can't afford to play 2B. They have to draw rotate. They have to play a heavy outside site. And they just walk out upper. Even if Slacks gets a kill, the space is guaranteed to Passion. They push the issue straight into that B bomb site, breaking the economy while they do.
Yeah, it's such a massive win. I mean, you've really put yourself on the fast track to success here. And I think, you know, this is a tempo of Counter-Strike where JT feels more than comfortable. He's someone with fantastic, you know, round starters, ways to get things going. Feels a lot of comfort playing at this up tempo. It's if this game were to ever start slowing down, I think then you start to get a bit nervous for Passion. But because they've been in full control throughout and all the pressure's on M80, they're the ones dictating the pace, and what a pace it is. All of these rounds coming at you quick, coming at you fast. You don't have time to collect yourself. This game Well, it felt like you were battling back into it for M80, and that comeback in the first half was impressive. This second half has flown by, and so is your chance to get to stage 3 at the Major. You're now hinging on an overtime comeback. You've got to be flawless from here on out. Versus an in-form, a hungry Passion UA. With their captain not just calling rings around you, but backing it up individually. JT very much a fragging IGL. Haven't really had to see that in this series, but come the turn of map 3, he has been omnipresent.
He started this game so solid as well. Was 10-1 in the opening few rounds, even when other players were quiet. And M80 found a streak of 7 out of 8 to break up the two halves, but Passion are back on a streak of their own. 5 straight, 1 more for stage 3. 6 majors coming. And finally, this X-Complexity core in a new organization with a new young star look to progress all the way. And Kvem, we talked about his numbers, we talked about his drop-off here in this major from what we've been seeing all year round or all season round. Well, he's definitely impressed come the tail end of this series. Had some big moments on Mirage, was reliable on Inferno, and played great here in the third as well. Passion, step by step, walking towards that finish line.
Look at how nervous M80 are as well. The map's a little bit too quiet. It's not one of these crazy pacey rounds. They've lent into a B stack, and that's right as JT and co move out over here towards Ivy. Awkward sequence of kills leaves this one even in a 3-on-3. But out of position right now are M80, and there's really no way to fix that outside of a huge individual performance from Lake. His teammates are slowly trying to close in, but if they do, they might play into the trap. JT springing out for 1, Lake getting whittled down, and M80, they fight valiantly to claw this one back, but it isn't enough. Their time in Budapest now resting solely on the shoulders of Slacks. Passion UA. Bomb has been planted. For this team's core, for the first time, looking to progress at the Major. And JT might just be the one to take him to the promised lands. That stage 3 lies in wait. Slacks backstab denied. It wasn't through adding complexity, it was simplicity, it was pace, it was confidence, it was passion. That's what sees them through to stage 3.
M80, devastating loss. A solid run at this major for the North American hopefuls. 3-0 in the first stage, taking down teams already progressed into that top 16. But it's when they hit the BO3s. Losses to Imperial, lost to Passion UA, beat by their own countrymen. And Passion UA, grit and determination, a grind of online to local lands, coming into the end of the season with a statement made. Many doubted them here at this major, but they've gone all the way, top 16 of the major for these plucky underdogs. A core that has tried for so long, and with new pieces in this mix, Passion UA progress, Passion with more to do in that final stage.
Passion UA getting the reverse sweep, advancing to the next stage. I'm here joined by hallzerk again. Man, what a game. Can you give us a little bit of thoughts on it? What happened here?
I mean, we played really well. I feel like even on Mirage we played well, and we just kept going after having a close loss on Mirage. We kept having a good mental, and just kept playing well and keep doing the good micros and just speaking together, and it went well, and I'm really happy.
about this last map, Trainer specifically, you started really well, then it started kind of downhill and they kept called up, but then you finished pretty strong. Was this because of, let's say, preparation or the in-game leading by JT, or is this something that individuals just shine in key moments?
I think it's all of us stepping up at good moments and just making sure our mental is good and nobody falling down and getting low energy. Even though we're getting come back down a little bit, we still have a good mental and just keep going and just keep pressing the gas.
Speaking about mental, as soon as you won, you stood up and you did a team huddle. Can you share a little bit what was said in that huddle?
That's some secret stuff.
All right, let's keep it secret. But how was your morning? Because before we met in the interview before the game, looking at your shoes, you found your other shoe, but you just clearly did not have anything prepared for the morning. What's up with the routine?
I was in a hurry. I had to go to the toilet before we left, and when I took my shoes back on, I did 2 different shoes somehow. But thankfully, I got a girlfriend here that came with a shoe delivery, so now I got both correct shoes on.
Oh, so you got a girlfriend here and everything is cheering for you here in the arena as well. Anything you want to say to the guys back home cheering for you or directly here?
Thank you guys, it means a lot, and yeah, keep cheering for us and hopefully we will keep going and hopefully make the playoff.
Everyone give it up. Here's Passion UA, stage 3. Good luck, hallzerk.
Incredible form from Passion UA, cementing themselves as a spot in the top 16. JT, he breaks the curse.
Yeah,
today.
third time's the charm in the 2-2 games. So there you go. But I didn't know behind every good Norwegian AWPer was a girlfriend ready to bring you your correct shoes. So,
yeah, but also, I don't know, he played pretty well. Maybe he has to put the wrong shoe on every morning from now on.
It's going to be the hallzerk protocol.
Perhaps the hallzerk protocol.
Yeah, look, JT, massive shift from him. Not only just in the fragging department, I love the calling, right? In terms of the prep, you can see certain details like double nades down in towards Hell there with the molly as well to take out Lake in a key round, and just really direct smothering in-game leading, right? You're walking out high rank with 2, but you're ahead of the U2 that you're throwing in, and I just love some of the pieces that we saw getting pulled out. That was more similar to the tail end of Mirage, right? When I was talking about that patch, they won 5 in a row. Direct, sight executes, in your face, not allowing to play chessboard Counter-Strike, right? It's a bit more shove all in. Our boys are going to roll all over you, and that's exactly what unfolded here. So congratulations to Passion UA.
Who would you give the MVP to for this match if you had to give it to an individual player?
I mean, I think Nick stood out to me just because, you know, he is a bit more of an unknown name. Big pressure game, securing yourself a spot in stage 3. I think, you know, maybe he wasn't playing a massive part in map 3, but he's a reason that they got there. Big performance on Inferno.
100%. With winners, sadly, though, does come losers. This is the end of the line for MAT here in Budapest.
MAT's run does end here at the Budapest Major, and Sin, I know it's going to be a devastating loss to take, especially at the Major, especially being so close. So can you just tell me what thoughts are going through your head right now?
I mean, we're out. We had our chances both yesterday and today, I think. And yeah, it was pretty painful, to be honest, today, because we got kind of demolished on the last 2 maps.
What was the difference there between the first map and the next 2, right? Because obviously it was very close when it played out Mirage, but you won it. That should maybe give you some confidence. And then coming into the next 2, it wasn't the same fire we'd seen from you even in the previous series across this whole major.
I think that we fought until the very last second in every round on Mirage. And I think on the next 2 maps, maybe it was heroics that players tried to do, or in general, when we were playing as a team, we tried. I think we had a few heroes, a few overpeaks, and just left the rest of the team in a bad spot. And it was hard to claw back the rounds, to be honest. Yeah.
Now let's try and focus on some things to be proud of in this, right? You went 3-0 in this opening stage. You fought hard across this to try and make it through to stage 3. So what are you proud of? What can you take away from this?
Of course, the hot showing in the first stage. I think good wins also on the second stage. Just, I think the last game and this game both were sting because of our opponents, but also we had the 2-1 game. We were so close, and yeah, just stings because we can't play good CS. Just I think in the moments where maybe the individuals aren't stepping us up as much, we have to step up more as a team and communicate more and try to grind the rounds out in that way rather than individual skill.
Now, some other positives, we look at the whole year, right? You managed to get to the arena in London, which was a big one for you guys. You lifted the trophy in Atlanta as well. So what experience, what do you think you guys need to come in even more improved going into 2026?
Yeah, it's been the first season, the half of the season with Hex also, right? So I think we just got to improve our backbone, our floor, I think we have very high highs on our strong maps for sure. But yeah, it's just about grinding out the map pool, getting stronger, getting more comfortable, and also like finding different sides maybe, because I think enemies also kind of had a bit more prep with us and we got kind of like punished.
And lastly, anything you want to say to all the fans out there? You got family and people supporting in the crowd as well.
I knew Mason's family's here, so shout out to them, they're here, and also all the fans that support us, both here on stage, and the internet, on live streams and watch parties everywhere. We're trying our best for the American scene, right, and also for the German scene. Just proud to represent our country, and yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you very much. And last thing to do, if you can take that down for me.
Yeah, the cruel reality just sadly is sinking in for M80 right now. It's got to sting extra hard when, as Sin said, you're in that 2-1 scenario. You have multiple opportunities to close out, and then it just kind of collapses like this.
Yeah, I feel like the Imperial one is the one that they really feel like they had a chance since the bang on. Like these last 2 maps, they were having to work back into the games, right? But against the Imperial, first map, they definitely could have won of Mirage of that series, and they just kind of dropped the ball there. Then they were really strong on Dust 2 of their map choice, and then Train was back and forth down the stretch. That one, right, is where the real key details come into play. So
I
tough for
completely
M80.
agree. I can imagine that like this one, when you kind of felt helpless, you know, much more often. I think there was a lot more hope in that Imperial game. And so, you know, finding themselves kind of, you know, peaking too soon, having a strong stage, and then just feeling like they've kind of fell off the face of the earth. He says, you know, Lake's mother's here, and, you know, that's lovely. It's obviously not great to be able to witness that. At least they can explore Budapest together. Pretty city.
Silver linings already. You know, I think in terms of that game right there, with just how quick the moments would fall apart, like they hit a site and it's like, round's over, right? You're trying to rotate back in, you're trying to retake. Shout out to Hex. I think he kept hope alive within that first half. The Tech 9 round, he got a multi-kill within that, had a couple of more moments there, and just that, because they only got 2 opening kills on that T side, which is obviously tough to do on Train at the best of times. Still managing to break their money late, get 5 in that half, but then, yeah, pistol, conversion, and that was that. Really.
And that's the thing with Hex, right? I know it was a conversation we were having way back at Plus London, I believe it was, when they made it into that arena. Okay, it's early days for Hex coming into this team. I do like the progression that we've seen from him, but yeah, it's just not enough. I mean, Sin citing those individual mistakes, you kind of agree that was a big factor?
In terms of, you know, he's talking a lot about the individuals, right, and going for these peaks, and in the moment, you want to be able to trust your instincts, but this is where experience come in, and the core over there on Passion UA, almost called the Complexity, definitely has a lot more experience together.
Passion
and a lot
NA.
more, yeah, there you go, in these type of matchups. So Nix, it's only his 2nd major, right? He played in Austin with the team, and then Kvem, it's his 1st, right? Yeah. So for them to be able to progress, especially for the core of this team, that's going to be a feel-good moment. Now it's about, right, how deep does the rabbit hole go, right? Is their map pool deeper than M80s? Because that's something I think got exposed today. We hadn't seen their Inferno throughout, and they got ragdolled, and shows some weaknesses in other points of this, right? But a match of Counter-Strike, you know, we're talking 2 pistols, a clutch, it goes against you, it can fall apart, and especially with the pace that Passion played at. So props to them today. They came to play, and JT, man on the screen right now, he was massive.
You know, we talk about, you know, captains and having that output. I don't think JT's name is often thrown into that ring. No. You know, everyone starts bringing out your big Uzeras, and I think that actually JT truly is a very safe pair of hands. He will get his. It's rare that we see those like unforced errors. It's very common you'll see a JT clutch in the mix. However, I do share Chad's skepticism for how much we're going to see from Passion UA moving into that 3rd stage. It's such a leap. It's certainly going to be, I mean, a busy couple of days of prep.
I think, fortunately, right, the fact that you're going to be one of the lowest seeded teams out of this because you've come through in the 2-2 game, so you're a 3-2 team, you're going to go up against the bottom run of stage 3. Right, that's what we're talking, right?
So that's like the pains of the world.
Right?
It's doable.
Yeah,
Okay.
but there's something available,
A best
right?
of 1 is doable, maybe. A best of 3, maybe.
But like, just enough to mess up your pick'ems.
Yeah, I think it's going to really depend on the team they play and how the map pools kind of link up. Obviously, they're getting rid of Ancient. If they're going up against a really strong Mirage team, they won't be playing that in the best of 1s. So that's where the best of 3 conversation comes in. But it's something where I think overall they look relatively proficient, even with some of those classic tilt factors out of your likes of hallzerk and Grim. They kept it together. hallzerk had good things to say about the mental, and they took care of business. So congratulations to Passion. Next
Gentlemen,
stage awaits.
Thank you so much for joining me after on the desk.
Thank you for having
great
us.
to roll
We won't
back
be
for
back,
years.
though.
No? Is it
We did it
something I said?
No, we enjoyed our time, but we're one and done.
Okay, well, we'll get you back in the commentary booth very shortly indeed, but we're still going to be going a little bit down a historic road here because we do have Astralis taking on Liquid in our next series of Survival. It's going down after this break.
Way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been breaking the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage. The pinnacle of Counter-Strike.
The StarLadder Budapest Major is what every player dreams of. To overcome fear, doubt, rivals,
titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends.
but maybe not like this.
Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage, granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing. Too small. That's more like it. Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you, mother cluckers.
We're rolling back the years for our second survival series, as it's Astralis facing Team Liquid, getting warmed up in the cold outside. But there have been many classics between these two squads over the years, including the quarterfinals of the StarLadder Berlin Major over 6 years ago. Now, only 4 players from that original matchup remain standing, and half of them will be sent packing today. 2 gentlemen that aren't going anywhere, though. I've got Devilwalk and Ted to be guiding me through this one. This is a very exciting one, not least because of the historic context between these two squads, but the fact that they're both in this situation right now is pretty wild.
Yeah, and the fact that both of them started 0-2 as well, right? It kind of comes back to the conversation that a lot of these teams that are starting the major in stage 2 need a little bit of time to get warmed up, need a little bit of time to start actually getting things done and winning some games. But as you pointed out, there's a lot of history between Liquid and Astralis. The fact that Liquid as an organization has never missed out on the top 16 of a major, the fact that the Astralis has only did that once, and it was Liquid that eliminated them out of the challenger stage of Antwerp. Yeah. The storylines are just writing themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, you got Liquid with a coach, home country, home arena, I guess, home audience. A lot of excitement from there. I thought he was great yesterday. I mean, both these teams kind of walked the line of elimination yesterday. Probably should have been eliminated if you ask most people. Yeah. You know, you looked at Liquid, who obviously made that comeback on Inferno against Tailoo. It was like a 15-second kind of pull back from that B site, and it looked like very narrowly got that through. And on the other side, Astralis played Aurora. 7-1 down on their CT side of train against Aurora. That is a humongous comeback for them to pick up 11 rounds in the row and then close it out. So
one of the many reasons why is indeed our monster matchup today. Now, just diving into the Liquid game yesterday versus Tailoo Devilwalk, what would you put down as, like, you know, the final moments, the little details that made the difference for Liquid to close out a game where arguably Tailoo should have taken it?
I think Flashy was a big part of it. I think that he took great pauses. I think they are second at this tournament with win rate after pauses. So I could actually hear him actually tune in a little bit. You heard a little bit of that pause.
Can you share with us anything?
He actually just told them to not rotate over to B, stay settled, make sure that don't you know, move too fast, and that A hit actually came. They ended up winning that round, and obviously a lot of close rounds on top of that. But I think the words that he said, you know, just no panic, just keep calm, wait for them, they're gonna come.
Yeah, and this is one of the best qualities I feel like that Flashy has as a coach, right? A lot of people tend to forget this. He was the assistant to Blade on Na'Vi, right? So even if he needs a little bit of time to get up to speed with, you know, the mental stuff and how you should be coaching big players, big names such as NAF, such as Elige, from an in-game point of view, tactical offering of solutions is actually one of the things that you should favor him to be able to do quite well.
What have you made of Elige and his integration into Liquid thus far?
I feel like it's been a really interesting topic, right? Obviously, when Elige joins the team, there's no in between. You either play the game that Elige wants to play, or you don't really play Counter-Strike at all. But I feel like they have been able to come up with some interesting compromises, right? For example, you're looking at the T sides of Liquid. Elige is not anymore the guy that is just initiating 30-35% of the openings, which is what I feel like we're all used to seeing, right? It's actually Shui opening up a lot of the space, being like a soldier, creating space for everyone else playing on refrag. And Nerds has been taking a lot more initiative. So suddenly we find ourselves in a situation where we actually see Elige being the third guy in, the guy playing on a refrag, the guy playing in the mid rounds, and this is a change that I feel like might be a little bit uncomfortable on the T sides for him. CT side wise, he's been perfect though.
Yeah, this man on your screen right now, Nerds, I think he's an expert at kind of entering in those execute-based styles. He comes obviously from that snappy school in ENS, which had a lot of those things, right?
Yeah.
And I just think that his aim, his play style, the way he actually, you know, scales into bomb sites with that snappy aim is very, very, very good, and it's dangerous to face.
On the other side of the server then, what stood out to you the most about Astralis thus far, Ted?
One of the things that I feel like we haven't really touched upon for Astralis, the main difference between their role to here and Liquid's role to here is the fact that Liquid got absolutely destroyed in the BO1s. Astralis actually played some pretty competitive games, right? 10 rounds against NAP, 11 rounds against M80, and most of the time, even in the 2-0 against FlyQuest and the 2-1 over Aurora, their T sides have been excellent. The space that Husi is able to open up, but the fact as well since the start of this tournament that Iabi's been very proactive on some of those lurks. He's actually the one player on this team that's initiated in the highest amount of opening kills on T sides for Astralis, which for someone that is usually quite a lurky type player, it just tells you how much more depth the side of Astralis has nowadays.
Oh, 100%. Devilwalk, you had some suspicions about the veto. They were mostly correct, right?
I think it was 100% correct,
Yeah,
but
there we go.
obviously I didn't say it here on the desk yet. But Nuke, obviously a great pick for Astralis. They're very comfortable on it. I'm kind of like intrigued by the way that this is going to play out, because we see a Liquid, they favor a lot of that A bomb site. They play a lot of that kind of wrapping yard area so they can get up to heaven. And a lot more simpler kind of pops into the A bomb site. On the other side of Astralis, complete difference. They favor that B site area. They want to put the smoke wall in yard. They want to go down into secret and pop ramp with some inner execute fakes. So I think we're gonna get to see, you know, one half is gonna be very upper, one half very on the lower side.
We're seeing stars, I guess. Is it that clear cut? I feel like this is quite a 50-50 game, right?
I agree with you. I think it is 50-50, but I think that, you know, there's a little bit more stability to the Astralis, and, you know, I think there's more to kind of catch up. You look at someone like Device, he can have a, you know, a big step up in performance with Huxi, Magisk, and Stair kind of leading the way so far, but it's not an easy prediction to make. I think that it's very 50-50. It's going to be a third map.
Yeah, and it's by no means going to be an easy game for either side of the equation. So it's time to find out what Astralis and Liquid think of each other heading into the series.
We were in a rough situation, let's be honest. That was the worst case scenario for the first day. We had the chances to win both of the games. You know, we ended up losing. It's the micro details that's kind of changed, like, the most important rounds.
The difference between the first day that we had with the best of one to the best of three, I feel like we were not even playing as a team, not even close on the first day. The first best of three that we had, we were shaky, but we showed that we can play fine CS, I guess. Against the game against Tailoo, for me it was super. I was full stress until now. We didn't give up until the last seconds. For us, this is what was the game changer.
We tried our best to just reset from it and just focus on one game at a time. And that was the mindset we had, that we just have to free up, loosen the shoulders a little bit, and then start playing the CS we know. Because one thing is going out of a major, but doing it not playing your CS, that's the worst feeling. You know, for at least for now, it's been working.
But now we feel like kind of safe, and we can play much freely.
Winning the game, you feel relieved, but then as soon as you get back to the hotel, you start feeling the pressure again, in the sense that tomorrow is another game with everything on the line.
I think Astralis are a decent team. They have good players, they have experienced players.
I think I see it as a game where we have a chance to do one of those comebacks. being down 0-2 and having a chance to go 3-2, that's obviously, you know, a very nice thing.
After I think 6 major, they have not been a participant, and I feel like they are super hungry.
CS nowadays is so close. I feel like we can beat the best team in the world.
I feel like they have everything to go to the match during the tournament. And for us, we need to respect them and give everything that we can.
It's about who has the best day on the given day, and yeah, I think it's gonna be close games.
I don't remember when was the last time I lost to you. I will win tomorrow as well.
Welcome back to the StarLadder Budapest Major 2025. We're in stage 2, and this is the last chance for Astralis and Team Liquid. A 2-2 game, 2 legendary organizations that have had historic battles over the years. Jason, let's get a little bit of insight as to how we're looking at this one. From Astralis, they're tweeting out we had an iconic moment happen last time we faced Liquid in the StarLadder Major. We all remember that game all those years ago.
Absolutely, with the infamous Vertigo veto surprise from the Astralis side of things to catch Liquid off guard when they were at the peak of their powers, fresh off winning the ESL Grand Slam as well. Astralis has put a stop to a couple of their runs at the Majors over the years, but one of the more important ones at the moment is Liquid. Back in the day at the Antwerp Major in the Challenger stage, beat Astralis to eliminate them from that Antwerp Major, and that was the last match Astralis would play at a Major for 1,297 days until their Stage 2 campaign kicked off here in Budapest against NIP. Now they fight for survival. Usually we watch this team back in the day fighting for trophies. Today, it's just to live on to the next stage of the Major.
Well, Astralis going to be on the T side of Nuke, Team Liquid on the CT side. And let's get into the last chance for both Team Liquid and Astralis. We got 3 players setting up outside of Squeaky Door, and Elige could be moving ever closer with the Jewel Berettas. Started his year with FaZe, ends it with Team Liquid, and doesn't want it to end here in stage 2. It moves in towards the hut. Here comes the push out towards the doors. It's Shuei taking first contact, but Hooksy taking the first kill.
Yeah, and it was a very sparse defense. There's the flank from NAF. Dooley's in action. He's going to mess in. He wants to create some chaos, and everyone from Liquid fights. Exactly what Flashy had mentioned, be in their face and be aggressive.
Yeah, you hear that game plan coming into this. Now Yavi left in the 1v3 clutch down inside the bomb site. Here in steps, running him down, and eventually ultimate to take him away. Team Liquid have the pistol round victory.
Yeah, opening kill for Hooksy is nice onto Elige, but it's not the main strength of that defense. It was very sparse in that upper bomb site. A lot of it playing retake. Elige was going to combine with NAF on that lobby crunch, and then they'd address the situation. NAF's got to do a little bit on his own, but it's Shuei from Heaven, who's just a complete nuisance throughout the round. Never lets them settle into the bomb site, and Liquid start with the round on the board.
Not much of a force here from Astralis, not getting close to a bot plant there, and gonna have Device on the scout. He'll try and soften them up for the Glocks. You know, we heard Nerds talking about ahead of this interview, you know, saying that the Astralis CCs, they're a strong team. You could get a sense that the historical context of the 2 orgs doesn't mean anything to him personally. Only a couple of players on the server with that historical context still stands, Jason, but it is the younger players that make this game more exciting these days.
I'll tell you what, though, having been part of the Liquid organization, I mean, you know, you might not have been part of that history making, but you feel it, you sense it when you're in the organization that this is a match that's going to mean a lot to the people around you. Deep nade outside, plenty of bodies here for Astralis, and Liquid starting to close in. The noose is starting to tighten. There's the shot from Ultimate. Elige pops up from Qikert for a nice double.
Active double kills here from Elige. NAF able to come back in as well. An easy shutdown until Magisk arrives with that picked up M4. So let's see how much more damage you can do with it. Trying to force as many rebuys as possible, but Ultimate comes in from Heaven to clean up. We're going to get into Astralis' first buy round now.
Yeah, and their map pick of Nuke as well. Interesting. I mean, they've mentioned it. It's been very vocal. It's been very obvious. They've liked to pick it. They have a lot of confidence on the map. But here in this stage, they've had a couple games of struggle on it. Lost the opening match to NIP on this map, Nuke 13-10. They lost to Aurora just yesterday in a series they would go on to win 13-11. So despite the confidence in it, there's a couple reasons to be a little bit tentative about this new pick if you're an Astralis fan, because the results haven't been there with wins throughout this stage on the map.
There's been points of this season, the second half of the year, where Astralis' T-sides have looked dire on Nuke. Can't afford to have that situation pan out here as Team Liquid take a 2-0 lead. We've got Hooksy having to play with a MAC-10. Everybody at least having a rifle around him. Initial smokes thrown outside, no one playing with them for Astralis. It's going to be a focus towards the inner bomb site.
Yeah, all a little bit of a fake to try and get the defenders to stick around outside as long as humanly possible. Elish has that information though. Here comes the execute into the upper bomb site.
Astralis' first attempt to try and break through A. It's going to be Magisk with the opener. Nerds and Ultimate though taking kills here for Team Liquid. And the rotations have arrived. It's a strong response from Team Liquid, getting in the face of Astralis and denying any access to that upper site.
Just like the pistol round, Team Liquid not really emphasizing defending both of the choke points in the upper bomb site, just handling one and letting the reinforcements come at a great timing for everyone to fight together. And they've handled it so very well. Early game plan for Astralis is entirely shut down. And now Team Liquid, priority is saving these weapons, keeping as many players alive, building a little bit of cash, and they're going to be given a reprieve because Astralis is going to back off. Two of the players inside the server that would remember the history of this rivalry, or at least the dominant side of this rivalry. Yeah. Device and Magisk here in round 3, nothing to do. Longtime members of Astralis. Device winning 4 majors with the organization, Magisk winning 3 of his own with the organization, and plenty of wins over Team Liquid during those runs. They're going to back off and save the weapons, so Liquid go up 3-0 to open up this best of 3 series.
Counter-terrorists win. Yeah, well, the years haven't necessarily been kind to Device's form as an individual player. We've seen him really struggle recently, and I think that conversation can almost be the parallel between the two offers today. You know, Ultimate has been a player that has got his fair share of criticism over recent months, and this season in particular, and obviously Device has been very up and down, missing some important games from them recently as well.
Tell you what though, I mean, yeah, both offers kind of having up and down, struggling inconsistency for Device though. Against Liquid, he's always been an incredible performer, so what a poetic time it would be if he found some of that old form back in the open. His ultimate 1 kill for him taken down. Device traded off by Stare, but the access to wrap around outside is available to Hooksy.
Yeah, we got NAF winning in the ramp room, and Hooksy is spotted towards lockers. You can see NAF very aware of the possibility that Yabby might like to swing out on a timing, so he gets back to that and holds down Yabby.
Really cool idea from Hooksy and Yabby though to try and juggle that aggression to get yourself a free kill. Stare, another trade, but not enough to actually turn the round and make it possible. 1 versus 3, and he's low on health.
And he'll go down nice and easy to the hand of NAF. Over towards the ramp room. Team Liquid, a great start here on Nuke. Astralis starting to worry a little bit that their T side is off to a very slow start. Looking to buy again, and you imagine if this one goes against them, they'll be taking a timeout.
Well, you mentioned it as well. You know, the history, there's a stretch of this year back at ESL Pro League Season 22 where they struggled to put any rounds on the board on the T side of Nuke. That seems to have recovered and obviously had some very strong games and even in losses during this stage. But man, that kind of memory will come back at you really quick if Team Liquid starts burying Astralis here.
We got that ultimate op. Having a look outside, playing in the back of the garage. It's going to be smoked out. The cross has been deployed. And Ultimate looking to disrupt that smoke cover, not detecting anybody on the other side of it. In the meantime, Nerds has arrived towards Qikert. Second wave of utility for Astralis.
Yeah, the second wall, but the movement behind it is very, very slow. In fact, Magisk and Stare gonna step on the other side. Oh, Nerds wants to know what's coming.
Yeah, this is a great play forward. Ultimate's gonna take that first fight and win it on Stare outside. Now Nerds can activate off the back of the distraction. Now Magisk has done very well to cross back into the smokes. This position is going to catch Nerds off guard, and he knows where that Ulper is as well, so Magisk can still have impact. Now Yabby's turn, but Elish wins such an important jewel despite being on low health at the back of the bomb site. And if Hooksy was to commit, then you did also have the help of the player in the rafters, so this round falls flat again for Astralis. We're looking at 5 in a row here for Team Liquid.
I think Flashy's going to be super pleased with how a round like this plays out. This will put a big smile on his face. One of the things he mentioned is just the fact they've made the mistake of being too passive to start things out. That's how they got buried in this 0-2 hole, playing not to lose. Well, now he's got Nerds being proactive outside. He's got Elish even with low HP, taking an aggressive fight in towards the upper bomb site. So Team Liquid is doing exactly what he wants from a philosophical standpoint, which is maintain confidence and aggression and don't let Astralis get comfortable at any point.
Yeah, you're really disrupting their game plan here on the T side, and not allowing Astralis into any of these rounds. There hasn't been one that looks competitive, Jason.
No, not at all quite yet. And it's, I mean, that's kind of the Death's touched on it. This is almost a coin toss of a matchup because you don't know exactly what level these two teams are going to come up with. On the Astralis side of things, they've been very vocal as well over there, mentioning, you know, we need, I think Stair gave an interview where he just said, you know, we sometimes have bad games and I don't even really know what's wrong. Just everything goes horribly wrong. And he's saying we need to raise the lowest level that we play at because it's way too low. They need to lift the floor, not raise the ceiling. But at the moment, that's not happening with a 0-5 start.
All right, even imagine a world in which Team Liquid take Nuke, right? But the same for Astralis that is kind of a positive is the fact that Team Liquid's map pick, they can't feel fully comfortable on it because it's Mirage, and we've seen Team Liquid really struggle on that.
Yeah, I think the difference is going to be, I mean, you know, Liquid struggled on it from an eye test-wise. They still have some good results. They can stay confident, and they also have this whole idea of, like, you know, the first day was a day off, like a bad day. Astralis is going to say the same thing, but I think, too, this series is going to change. Your confidence is going to change based off this series as well, based off how this first map goes. Not so much about recent memory, just Team Liquid saying, okay, well, if we dominate them on the first map, coming into the second one, they're going to be supremely confident.
Well, they've certainly dominated them in the first 5 rounds of play. Let's see if Astralis can find any success in a round like this. We're talking about Tech 9s, Deagle, P250. Once again, those smokes being thrown outside. Haven't necessarily seen a whole lot of movement behind those smokes, Jason, throughout the early calls here.
Great understanding of the situation, though, if you're Liquid against the Tech 9, starting 2 upper in case of a rush. Now Ultimate's in the right place. He grabs 2. An easy kill for NAF, and Ultimate's racking him up.
Yeah, 12-1 start here for Ultimate. He is showing up early on in an important game here for Team Liquid. It's going to give him some confidence into an all-important game here in Budapest.
It's going to be a devastating loss this series for one of these two teams. Both of them have been struggling to find their form, struggling to find a long-term solution coming out of the online COVID era of Counter-Strike. Neither of them have rebounded whatsoever, and a lot of scrutiny placed on a couple of the important pieces of these teams to say, do we need to have an upgrade here? Do we need to talk about a shift here? And this series, it feels like, can dictate a lot of what the future is going to look like for these rosters.
Well, Astralis, they've got the AWP out here for Device. Ultimate's going to be playing towards the back of the garage again. He's looking incredible. It's a great start from Stair, fighting forward to take down Aleksib, and now finally we do see some more movement behind those outside smokes.
Yeah, a little bit less tactical from Astralis, a little bit more muscle involved in this one, and unfortunately nobody shifted downstairs yet from Team Liquid. They're crunching in towards Lobby. Good shot from Device.
Yeah, finally Astralis getting a foothold. More than that, really. They're climbing to the top at the moment. Astralis with a 4v2. Shui can pull this back, though. An important kill for Yabi to go the way of the Danes. It's just down to NAF, and he's a long way off finding any impact here.
Yeah, because of that lobby push, he's just way too far out of the action. So when this bomb gets planted, Astralis is going to be putting their first round on the board here on this opening map of the series. And NAF might just choose to look for some exit kills and take weapons away. They've got a lot of money built up. If Astralis slow play this and for whatever reason give him over 1 easy kill before getting the bomb planted, then it opens right back up, and it's a possible clutch.
Well, they're taking their time to put that bomb down, making sure he's not around here, and Hooksy eventually planting in the Astralis plant spot. Bomb has been planted. NAF nowhere near the action here. Best option just to hold on to that M4 or find a better weapon around.
Yeah, Ultimate's AWP dropped around here somewhere, so looking for that really quick, I would imagine, or just going to make sure he's not getting pushed before picking it up. So 1-6 now for the Astralis side of things. And we'll see if they can build any momentum off the top of that. It's been a little bit of a tricky opening to this half for them. Team Liquid has just felt 1 or 2 steps ahead. Ultimate's been in the right place at the right time a number of rounds. That upper defense has been giving them a different look than Astralis is probably expecting. But hard mode now for Hooksy. You get the first on the board, but now your job truly begins, which is grinding away this economy that Team Liquid has been able to build up. You need that reprieve on T-side nuke of going up against the occasional low buy, going up against the occasional buy without an AWP. They don't have that luxury until they can put together a string of at least 3 rounds.
With Stereo open things up with some speed behind those outside smokes in the previous round. It's the only thing that's worked for Astralis, or perhaps an idea for Liquid that they might go forward again. Alicia's decided to go ahead and get aggressive to try and disrupt that possibility.
There's the smokes up. Stair is here on his own. I can't imagine he's going to be super aggressive, but going to start working his way forward.
Yeah.
And Aleksib catches him.
You can hear Aleksib in the comms just before this round saying he thinks they're going to try and get lower again. So he decides to use his spawn and get aggressive and catch off Stair before he can find impact.
Yeah, smart from Elige. That's how Stair got the opening kill in the previous round, just unbridled aggression.
Now here comes Ultimate to try and plug the gap and ends up getting flashed twice, then a Molotov, and he still goes for the aggressive option, helping out his teammate as well, keeping the pressure off of NAF inside of the ramp room. That has forced Astralis to reconsider their options, and now hookzy making space, taking control towards main. Elige is long gone. He's all the way towards CT vent, and NAF is pushed through ramp, sensing there's a gap, sensing there's an opportunity to get in behind. A device is down. Elige catches hookzy looking the wrong way, and Astralis fall to just Yabby trying to do everything. It's a quick double. And there's 45 seconds left. He's got the bomb in his possession. Yabby with a small chance at winning this round.
Yeah, bomb plant is really all you can hope for here. Get it down, see what happens after that. But going to be so difficult because now he's locked in as well. Should be an easy cleanup. Ultimate gets back behind cover. It's Nerds to clean off Yabby. And Liquid back to their winning ways. Now a 6-round lead. Plant's going to help, but I mean, just the wins at this point because Team Liquid just have the money for the rest of this half, it feels. And they're not making a whole lot of mistakes so far. It's been Astralis constantly walking into their traps. That's a lovely play from Ultimate to sell NAF's position as well. Everything goes perfectly.
Yeah, Team Liquid bringing the intensity early on and suffocating Astralis' T side of Nuke.
I mean, remember, both of these teams have kind of mentioned, you know, the form that they've shown in the majority of Stage 2 isn't what they're capable of. It's not anywhere close to their peak. So you come into this match in Elimination Series, and you have to show what that peak can be, and it's only Liquid who's providing it.
Well, the offer of Liquid doing a great job, so Device tries to move outside and get some impact of his own. He gets that opening kill, Yabby to follow up, and Astralis into a 5v3.
And they'll wait. First time they've had an advantage of this quality, but that opens up the possibility to even things out. Ultimate takes out Device, now just one player the difference.
Oh, Ultimate is really not missing much at the moment. He's drawn this back to a 3v3, and Shuei, look at that. Here's the steps of Yabby, peeks on out from behind the big box, and Ultimate is just slicing them up. Astralis can get nowhere. They can't get past this AWPer.
Yeah, no panic whatsoever from Team Liquid. They know there's going to be a pause in the action. They know they're saying Astralis, okay, they're up 2 players. They're going to wait for some kind of a reaction. Ultimate's got the AWP, likeliest to find us a kill. He does even better. One more on top of it. Little bit lackadaisical from Stair up on the roof.
Yeah, he's having some great impact across those 3 positions, towards the back of the garage, moving behind Credit Card and over towards Hell. He's doing some great work right now for Ultimate.
You had a slow start into losing a 5-on-3 advantage, and Astralis is in a terrifyingly bad place right now.
Yeah, they're trying to accelerate things down into the ramp room. They're going to test now. Oh, it's not so accurate on the first bullet, so he gets taken down. Elige is quick to respond, and he keeps it clean. A double kill as Yabby and Device, both victims of the Elige AK. They have got one player down the vent, and that is hookzy. But there's really nothing they can do at this point, Astralis, unless hookzy is able to pull off something special.
If he finds Nerds, although the door closed behind Nerds is a smart play, because now he's got the warning system, and now he's stepped into safety of Dark Spot.
They blow open the door, Nerds is alerted to that, turns back, catches hookzy, and real sharp shooting from everyone on Team Liquid today.
I mean, fair play. It does look like a completely different squad than what we saw on day 1 going 0-2. Nerds looks sharp. Elige as well is really dynamic, moving around the map. There's no stress in this CT side. Ultimate is landing some lovely shots with the AWP. Nothing too complex. Just hitting the ones he needs to. And Astralis just have no firepower to contend with any of it, apparently.
No, none at all. The only 2 openers that are working was Stair charging outside behind the smokes, catching them off, and then Device bringing the AWP out there. And even that Device round where they get the opening, Team Liquid still win it. So I think Flash is going to be very happy. We just seen in the sort of communication tab at the start of the game, he was talking about getting in their face, being disruptive, being aggressive. It's got to feel good as the coach, and everybody's listening, and is so effective in doing so.
Got to be a good feeling as the coach, not only that, but also playing in your home country as well. Kind of a hometown event for Flashy, and obviously wanted to put a good foot out there and not make it to stage 3 and continue battling for a chance on the stage of the playoffs as well. 8 rounds the difference. Team Liquid showing a dominant form to start Nuke.
There's NAF moving up through the ramp room. Some aggression. The pressure's still on here for Team Liquid. Just throwing it at Astralis. It's ultimate aggressive with the AWP. He's been outside pretty much all the time, and this time pushing down through ramp with a rifle support of NAF. Shuei trying to get through this main smoke. It's Magisk gone. Everybody falling. Astralis can't catch a break. They are just not even here in this matchup. It is pure domination from Team Liquid.
This is like the third or fourth time I feel like we've seen Astralis hit this upper bomb site and kind of an execute like this with utility. And I think all the time they're feeling like they should be running into the defense. And Liquid's just kind of never where they expect them to be. You know, Shuei's kind of an upper defender playing in towards mini. Ultimate, the aggression towards lobby is the first one. Nobody's home out squeak door whatsoever. It's a player coming up vent. Liquid's just kind of, this defense is so shadowy. They're like ghosts in the upper bomb site, and Astralis can't find it.
Yeah, this definitely feels more like the Astralis T-sides we got to see back at EPL earlier in this season. Well, Qikert again. This is the one round they have picked up here in the half, which was Stair just running outside on that first spawn. This time he's dead without a kill. Magisk at least hunting down ultimate, taking him away. It's a 19-3 scoreline he'll finish this half with, and I think he's going to be exceptionally happy with that. We've got Magisk trying to move up, taking more fights. Another headshot goes his way. Elish to trade it.
Yeah, and Elish brought very low, but will you clear Nerds? No, you won't. That's the bomb as well. Elish grabbed one more in the meantime while that went down. So Yabi's just like, well, I got nothing to do with the MAC-10. One kill is his. 11 HP in a 1v2 clutch in the final round of the opening half.
Yeah, remember that bomb is all the way at Qikert as well. So Yabi a long way off getting involved in this round with such low health. Nerds is holding that vent drop. Well, he's not putting himself in harm's way. So it's on Yabi to step up and make the play. Just clearing so many angles along the way here as Elish is right behind him.
I think that timing was just actually insane that Elish doesn't see him outside.
Eventually detects him. And on this day of survival, it is Team Liquid that are stepping up versus Astralis. A single round posted by the Danes. A game we were all excited for today. We anticipated a close one. Team Liquid versus Astralis is anything but. Team Liquid have shown up to the server. Astralis do not show us anything on that T side. Smothered by the defense of Liquid and the step-up performance of Ultimate.
It's the dangerous thing of feeling like you come into a game and you haven't played, you know, the level that you expect to be able to, the level you're capable of throughout a stage as well. You come in, you have a rough start, and it can so easily just feel like you're regressing back to the default, which is a poor performance. And that's what Astralis has to dig themselves out of right now. Pissed around, obviously critical. Elish going to be leading the way outside. 4 members of Liquid, actually 5 members of Liquid. Screw it, Nerds drops onto the roof. They're all out here ready to party.
Look at the brawl. They've been winning every fight, so might as well. It's Device in garage. Hooksy playing out towards the AC, and Device eventually getting the opening kill here. Flips back, realizes how much ground they've lost. Nerds doing damage with the Glock, bringing them low, but can't finish them off. So 2 kills early here for Astralis, make it 3 thanks to Device again. Putting his name in the kill feed. They've got Elige and NAF looking to close this one out. The 2 legacy Liquid players. Okay, Elige, that's sharpshooting indeed. And it all comes down to NAF at the back of the bomb site. 3 players coming at him. Device is low, but Magisk got the shot. And Astralis win the pistol, at least surviving a little bit longer.
It feels a little mean to say Elige needed that 3rd kill, but Elige needed that 3rd kill if they were going to turn that round in their favor. Heroic effort and beautiful shooting, but a nice trap set up outside for Astralis. They actually called the exact pistol round to counter what Liquid's doing. Looking for a duel outside with that P250, looking to cross over towards Qikert, push Nerds towards heaven. Astralis had 3 players ready to counter everything Liquid wanted to do. Good kills early on, and an easy close of the round. This 5-on-3 doesn't go against them.
Oh, straight away, not wasting any time. Get the best weapons possible out. Device has an AWP coming into the 2nd round of the 2nd half.
Yeah, you might as well. With the scoreline this big, even if you're to lose it, it's not like you're risking a whole lot at the moment, being down by 9 rounds. Well, investment from Liquid as well. Elige gonna drop down. Good run, good kill.
Okay, the dive down into the side. Magisk cleaning up though, but Elige is still firing forward, and Yabi waits at the back of the bomb site, desperately hoping Ster can arrive at heaven. And Ster has arrived. When Shuei has cut down Device, that's the AWP gone, and now it is Yabi having to move out for the back of the site, finally getting aggressive on Elige. But this is very worrying for Astralis. All of a sudden a 2v2 here. Ultimate checking up towards heaven. And the stairway to heaven's gone all the way to the rafters instead. Now, Ultimate makes his way down.
Shuei's got the op. He can actually cut off rotations to vent. Does he want to hold this?
Well, does he get the angle? He does, and he reacts. Yabi's gone, so it's Ster alone all the way up at the rafters, and this is a devastating way to lose the round for Astralis.
With Device's own op.
Yeah, exactly. It cost them, and so Ster running his way down into the B bomb site, giving it a good go, but Ultimate's now detected him, and he wins it with the Deagle. That'll be the death sentence. That is the final blow. And Team Liquid will be marching into the 2nd map with Nuke surely picked up.
Start to finish, this map has just been a statement from Team Liquid. This is the one that they were talking about from the boot camp. It was all a meme for a while after Elige said, well, we had a great boot camp. Everything was going great. Everyone's on the same page. You see the devastating losses on day 1 and you just kind of laugh at the hilarity of the situation. But now we're starting to see what this Liquid can look like when the boot camp comes to the major. And this is a lovely first map in a must-win series.
They're going to be riding a high if they can close it out right now, not allowing Astralis to even build up a few rounds here. It's going to feel like Astralis didn't play their map pick. Mirage is up next. And we've been talking about the woes of Liquid at times, and it hasn't looked great. It's been full of problems for them, but you're going to be going into that map feeling so confident, and everybody's looking so sharp today.
That's the thing that changed. That's the thing that I'm seeing inside the server as well. Nerds and Elige, I don't know if I've seen them this sharp since they're in these Liquid jerseys, or the return into the Liquid jersey for Elige.
Yeah, Magisk, decent kill here. Elige is gone, but Nerds is going to trade it. Yeah, be coming up through Qikert.
A lot of pressure here. Astralis wants to fight outside.
Looking to bring the Jewel to try and survive a little bit longer here on Nuke.
They still haven't seen Hooksy in Garage as well.
What can he really do about this with a 5-7 all the way back? Because Team Liquid have secretly made their way forward. And now descend lower and lower into the waiting arms of Yabi and Ster. Shuei break them apart, sees the legs. Yabi doing work, and Ster's Deagle chimes in. So more impact being felt here by Astralis at least, but pulled back by Ultimate, who is now 22-4, and it's down to Nerds and Ultimate to close out against Device and Hooksy.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one though. Very low on HP is Ultimate, and Device is close up to the door. He wants his op back. He's coming for it.
Well, low HP. He's finished off Ultimate. So bomb plant denied. It's on to Nerds, but he's got flanked, and that will be the kill from Hooksy that keeps this map going.
All right, just barely surviving is Astralis. Nice stack down in Qikert. Liquid wander right into it. Yeah, Ultimate is having a good game, and he's been under tons of scrutiny in this Liquid jersey. The blistering pace he set, the expectations from the first couple of months in the team, hasn't been able to match them, hasn't been able to get comfortable. But this is a lovely map from him, dominant, and he had those 2 critical kills against Tailoo last night to save the day and get Liquid to this point as well.
Nice.
Nothing to get excited for if you're Astralis. At the moment, they're just trying to play themselves back into this series.
Well, Liquid throwing everything they've got to try and close it here and now. They've got Deagles, Tech 9, P250, Galil. That rifle in the hands of Elige. We watched him do some work with it already in this half, in that second round.
Yeah, last time the second round low buy was a quick jump off of the mini roof from Elige in towards mini to split into the upper bomb site. Tech 9's coming in through hut. So what does Liquid want to change up? What do they want to do this time? I think Hooksie's been spotted. Yeah, jump from Shuhei. He's going to force that player back. So doesn't want Hooksie pushing up and getting information. Oh, there's still tons of it for the Astralis defense with no Liquid presence outside. Late smoke wall set up. Limited utility for Liquid, so they're going to have to use these resources. Device will see nothing over the top of the smoke. 3 Liquid players filter past. There's one. Just a glimpse around the edge.
He spotted them, at least alerting Hooksie to the threat. Although Hooksie taking damage on board is down to 14 HP and hasn't taken a kill of his own. Magisk running in, getting caught. Another kill, this time for Team Liquid, picked up.
They still don't know when Hooksie is alive.
Yeah, Hooksie's still the problem, still the threat. NAF is waiting inside of the smoke in main. 20 seconds on the clock. That's the bomb in main. That is the only way the Team Liquid can pick this up, and look at the timing. Shuei's around the back. He's got the info on the main player, and he's low, but bomb is now down with 10 seconds on the clock. They've gotta run back to main to get it, or take the kill on Stair, and he's running down in hell.
No time.
They can't. They have to wait on a kill, and Stair's going up. He's going into the fight, and just enough done by Astralis to keep it going. But when Stair flies up that ladder, you get worried for a second.
Yeah, that was actually pretty close, but he's trying to time it as well. That's a tense situation to be in, and Astralis, again, these rounds they're surviving in, just barely coming out on top. Haven't yet been able to show they can put a stop to Team Liquid, because these are the weaker buys. And Liquid's going to be pleased with that kind of performance. Again, you're keeping the money low. The AWP not recovered as well. Astralis don't have a whole lot to be pumped for quite yet. 8 rounds back. And a timeout from Team Liquid as Flashy just wants to have a conversation, get involved, keep everyone settled, and remind them they've still got plenty of Counter-Strike to be played, plenty more chances to close this out. Flashy in his first major as the coach of Team Liquid, coming over from Na'Vi as the analyst underneath Blade. I know that was a big selling point for him to come into this Liquid team, is the time he spent under the tutelage of Blade, who's considered to be one of the greatest coaches we've ever had in Counter-Strike, especially as a tactician. So Liquid hoping to get a lot of results with Flashy at the helm of the squad.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite a step up for him, and of course going from being an assistant coach
We're
to
going
the
to win
lead
this one,
coach.
guys. They're going to panic a lot.
Short and sweet from Shui. They are going to panic at some point.
Maybe
if
not
Liquid
this
keep
round.
applying it, that's the thing, is will Liquid drop off? Does Liquid take their foot off the gas? Does something happen? Is there a round that gets close where Astralis can change the nature of this game?
Well, they handled the early pressure in this round. They've got the first 2 kills here for Astralis, and once you don't get the opening in a round like this for Team Liquid, it's very hard to see a world in which they're able to rein it back in. Stair has received a lot of compliments for his play towards the ramp room, has often been the rock for Astralis' CT side. They come at him in this round. He nearly messes up there in that fight, but stays alive and gets the pick.
He's had a lot of positive things said about him since he kind of joined this roster. Came in as kind of the everyman who got moved around at different roles, different positions, just to see if some of the Astralis could get any of their quote-unquote stars to be able to be activated in them. And Stair just kept performing so well in all of them. They're like, we might as well just give you what you want to begin with. It happened about 6 months ago, and Stair has taken that opportunity and seized it and capitalized upon it. He's one of the strongest members of this Astralis team. The rock that they've been able to rely upon when no one else has been able to step up. Shake of the head from Ultimate, but still got a smile on his face. It's 12-5. Liquid back with a bye.
Yeah, they've been waiting for this. Just throwing whatever they can together until the loss bonus kicks in as well, and you're able to get the full buy back out. You have a missing rifle in the hands of Ultimate, who has to play with a Deagle, but Team Liquid move quite swiftly outside behind the smoke, so you can see Nerds looking to be very aggressive and confident, looking for fights on top of main. He dives down and gets over towards Unbreakable. He passes by. Stair should be cleared here, and Nerds unable to get the kill, so Stair doing some work again here for Astralis.
Yeah, he was going to be trapped regardless. That looked like it was going to be a 1-for-1. Now it's Devices off instead of Ultimates that's able to pick off Elige crossing over as the smoke fades. And Liquid's offense in the early going in the early gun round looks just as haggard as Astralis' was in the first half, as Hooksy's going to pick out ultimate as well. And no success. Nothing to talk about across the map for Team Liquid.
We were referencing EPL and the T-side problems. I also recall really strong CT sides from Astralis.
True. They were able to get things done on the CT side, and that's obviously, I mean, just by nature of being able to barely survive 2 rounds early, kept themselves alive to see if they can power this up.
Still a long way off, but Astralis dream of an overtime. 6 rounds in a row, still left to pick up. Team Liquid having to take the hit, go down to Tech 9s in this round. Let's see if Astralis can be perfect.
Shuhei needs to make sure the words that he mentioned earlier aren't going to come back to haunt Team Liquid. He mentioned, we're going to win this, Astralis is going to panic. Well, the same thing can happen if Astralis keep going on this run, then you start getting the panic going into the Liquid side of things, and all of a sudden that condition that Shuhei wanted to work for them works against them.
Stair holding down the ramp room, just enough bullets to get that second kill, and Device coming on over to help him out. So down to just 2 players, Shuhei and Aleksib, and they haven't really broken a hole in this defense that they can flood through. It's very well handled by Stair. 12 kills to his name now. He's really starting to rack them up.
Gonna be 12-7, 5-round deficit. And I guess now's kind of an appropriate time to mention Liquid as an organization has been part of some of the most devastating losses and comebacks in Major history. This is a trend that has continued throughout the organization. No matter what the roster is, it just always seems to be there.
Surely this can't be another one.
Usually it happens in the playoffs, but, you know.
Hey, this is pretty much the playoffs for them.
It feels like it could be a playoff match, essentially. Here we are, round 20. Opening up with Aleksib outside. Utility being spent. Everyone else from his team sticking around towards the inner bomb site, so Aleksib looks like he'll be the lone man, the sole player outside for Liquid.
On the outside, smokes fade for Team Liquid. Aleksib already up at the red box. And the second wave of utility now coming in. It's a more standard wall. Aleksib aware that they're going to try and break it and look for the pick, and doesn't put himself in harm's way.
Yes, Shuei's out here with the bomb as well, which is kind of a light pairing, a bomb with one other player. I think he's just going to activate Aleksib towards Mini. Again, they've wanted to attack into Hooksy. That's the 3rd time they've attacked into him for the opening play.
Oh, Yabi misses his lines. Device also. And now you're hoping that they don't check Magisk. Shuei's taking Hooksy down. He'll back away. They've still got 45 seconds here, Team Liquid. Where did they want to go with this one as Nerd starts to search through the trophy room all the way down into towards ramp?
Yeah, Shuei's going to have to be really careful rotating back in through lobby. That door being broken open. If Device has a deep angle with the op, might be able to pick off Shuei, but he's worried about outside, so he can't take it. Trying to inch into it just a little bit more.
It's the time here for Team Liquid. There's only 25 seconds left in this round. You may be in a 4v3, but you've got a lot of ground to get towards that lower bomb site.
Nerds and Ultimate are walking so far ahead of them, they're going to actually clear things out, and then that's going to enable the bomb to sprint into the site and get there in time. Here's the play. Astralis shifting down now. They're getting a sense of what's coming, but they're going to have to retake this bomb site.
There's the plant coming in. Nerds to protect the double doors, making sure no one's swinging to the 9. No one's going to be a hero. Device has gone down, and this should be it. Team Liquid looking to close out Nuke. It's Magisk and stepping up to the plate here in the double doors, but there's a crossfire of death right in front of him, and it's Ultimate with 24 kills. That is what he'll end this map on. Fantastic first half performance from Team Liquid. They don't allow Astralis enough room to come back into this game whatsoever. Domination from Team Liquid on map 1. Astralis' map pick has gone the wrong way on this day of survival. We're looking at Mirage up next, and Team Liquid, they're surely riding a high.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Astralis finally beating Aurora yesterday. Now they're one game away from making it through to stage 3. Device, I want to start things with you because you've won it all, you've done it all, you've had a legendary career. But like for you personally, how motivated are you to keep going, to go chance to lift trophies, to do well? Because we haven't seen you at a major since 2021.
It's been a long time. We've been putting in a lot of work before this major, and starting off 0-2 is always a really bad feeling. So I'm just happy that we are back at this 2-2 stage where we are one game away from stage 3, as you said. And yeah, just focusing on today. I'm really, of course, really motivated. This is the major. It's always incredibly nice to play group stage with crowd as well. Yes. So loving that and really excited for later.
Now, yesterday was a crazy game in the sense that you lost Nuke. It was getting to maybe looking like really bad situation on train, but you guys managed to have it even in the crucial moments. So who is the voice now who is maybe the most influential outside of Huxi to bring you back into these games and to keep you guys believing?
I mean, Huxi is the biggest part of it. I don't think that it has to be shared between the rest of us, maybe, but yeah, on the T side yesterday it was Huxi with a lot of good calls. The prep is Huxi and ruggah. Mostly. So yeah, just kudos to them for yesterday. It was 7-1 down on CT train. I tried it before actually. When we won the first major, we were also down a lot against VP on train as well. So yeah, it doesn't feel good, but yeah, it was an amazing game to play.
It was an amazing game and it got you that win. But with everything you're going through, considering this major so far, how is the emotional state of the team?
Pretty good. I mean, we talked about it, like going 0-2 and playing best of 3s is not the worst thing for us. I think the worst feeling is going 1-1 and then going to the second day, losing one best of 1, and then you're just backs against the wall. Obviously, I'm not a big fan of playing best of 1s at a major, but everyone is not a fan of that. It's a good feeling right now. I think we have a really good chance. We just have to follow our game plan and hit our shots and believe, then I think we'll have a good chance today.
And to have a good chance today, you've got to be able to take down Liquid. What do you see as something that you can punish that they're doing right now in your favor when you've looked at them, when you've got the game plan ready? Because they don't seem to be at their strongest. They almost faltered to Tailoo.
I mean, yeah, as you said, I think Tailoo should probably close that Inferno. I don't want to go too much into details. I think that Liquid are a scary team when they're playing well individually. They require that. That's how the game is in CS2 as well, so it's pretty much as every other team. I think that maybe team chemistry-wise, they don't look like they're playing for each other all of the time. It's not something you abuse a lot, but yeah, I don't think their mental is the strongest. Maybe it will be a good thing for us if we get the lead. But yeah, I think they are a really strong team as well. They can beat us, and it's just about being there individually, being ready to play, and constantly being one step ahead.
Well, let's hope you're on this game, man. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Flashy, I'm gonna make it quick because I know you have to go to your team. Please just tell me, I heard that you were talking a lot with your team during the halftime. You got a dominant first half. What did you say to them, if you can break it down for the second part of the half?
Well, it's a new T that we had to play, so I reminded them that the game is not over, and to make sure that we are focusing on each round like it was the beginning of the game.
Okay, and one more question. You're from here, right? So do you have anyone from your family or friends today?
Yeah, I have all my family here and all my friends, so I'm really happy to see them.
That's great. That's great. I hope they can give you some energy. I wish you best of luck for the second map.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Truly no holding back. Liquid and Astralis completely consumed by the swell. A terrifying first half leaves Astralis all but lost moving into the second. A cosmetic comeback is sadly all the Danes would post, and yeah, Liquid off to an incredible start in what is a series, spelling survival and potentially just one map now from stage 3.
As Device said it, Liquid is the team that plays the best when the individuals are in tune. Well, guess what? They were all in tune on Nuke. Ultimate, arguably posting his best map so far as a Liquid player in a very important, significant game. He was everywhere around the map, shutting down Astralis time and time again. Elish being let off the hook, rotating down towards the lower bomb side, up and towards outside. Nurse as well filling in the gap and towards out many times to free up Elish for that space, and everybody else just doing exactly what they had to. Devilwalk, I'm not really sure how we break this one down, bar just saying Team Liquid were just the far better team in that first half, and they just absolutely crushed Astralis.
Absolutely. I think also I'm a little bit confused about what was the game plan for Astralis. I mean, I've seen them really favor that lower bomb site, and they never really got into the groove. It felt like they didn't have enough end rounds or players left alive when they wanted to do an end round. Felt like they're constantly getting picked off by Ultimate in a position that it normally is on Yard as well. So I don't know if something went wrong in the prep. They got surprised. Maybe they expected Elish to be a little bit more prevalent on that Yard side.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing really worked for that Astralis.
Should we take a look at the one moment that did work for Astralis on that T side? Why are we bringing this into the conversation?
I feel like we're bringing the one round that Astralis were able to win on that T side, just to emphasize on what the game plan should have been for Astralis from the get-go, what we expected, and then later on speak about how Liquid were stopping all of that. So Liquid already have a 6-0 start. This is the first time we actually see Astralis abuse those outside smokes and actually send a full buy down Qikert. One of the things that we were bringing up in the pre-show, Devilwalk, that they do so well. Opening kill goes their way. Ultimate is able to fire back with one. Magisk activated, able to get another one, and from that point on, the moment that they cross down B, they cut off the rotations, Device is able to punish Ultimate. This was the only round that actually, well, went the way that it probably should have gone for Astralis to begin with on that T-side Devilwalk, and that's a very shrewd question that you're asking. What was the game plan for Astralis? Because we expected to see more of this. We expected to see more presence in towards outside, but then the change from Liquid, the fact that Elish was a lot more freed up, Nurse was oftentimes the guy to go in for that initial contact outside, Ultimate was oftentimes there and ready to punish. Maybe that just threw them off?
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, they had a good game plan, Liquid. I mean, we can take a look at round 10 as well to kind of see this. This actually, you know, where Elish, he's posted a lot more as the kind of security for the inner pops. Instead of being close to that Yard area, he usually, you know, stands around main, around, you know, being that versatile player towards outer Yard. But you see here, he's up in heaven, he's that third man, ready to go in there. He also has that rotation towards ramp, very quick, and it's very pacey when you have a rifler in that rotation spot instead of the AWP. He gets 2 kills, and he doesn't really get into that threat area where, as an AWPer, you can go, you get 1 pick, and then Tech9 kind of overruns you in that under heaven area. So I think this was a shrewd kind of switch up from Liquid, where it kind of secured them you know, especially with Ultimate being so dominant in Yard, they didn't really have any other avenue to kind of get into that B bomb site, which they favor. That was Ramp, and Elish was there to help NAF shut it down.
Yeah, and talking about Ultimate, he had a great performance. And the fact that he had that performance, obviously it's a bit of a follow-up from yesterday's final map that Liquid played against Tailoo. He had a pop-off performance on Inferno in that 16-14 win. He was probably one of the reasons they were able to get it over the line. It is great seeing him go through that moment of kind of reinventing himself throughout this tournament, right? Because he had a very slow start to begin with at the Major, but the last couple of maps have been great from Ultimate. He's been electric, he's been at the right place and the right time every single time, able to secure his teammates and also open up frags, right? He was, what, 4-0 in opening fights on that CT side, and oftentimes whenever Astralis tried to abuse that ramp area, throw some outside smokes, go back in there, Ultimate was already there. He was not 1, not 2, maybe 3 steps ahead of Astralis at all times, and he was barely missing any shots. I mean, he wasn't.
I mean, Ultimate versus Device in this first map. Any comparison to be drawn to Devil Walk, or should we just move swiftly on?
I think we move on. I don't think there's too much positive to say on the other side. There was a weak map from Astralis, something I didn't expect. I expected this to go to Astralis side, the next one Mirage to go to Liquid, but yeah, didn't pan out that way.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about this Mirage. Liquid's pick coming into things. You 100% confident in this Liquid pick?
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident, but that's because Liquid have played some pretty worse for Mirages throughout the last couple of days, right? We've seen a lot of side executes, we've seen a lot of moments when it kind of feels like they just rely on Elish to get a multi-frag to make something work. So it's not like we haven't seen them run out of ideas, but I feel like that nuke AWP stats, that head-to-head between Ultimate and Device, it is very difficult to imagine that Device will be able to just pick himself up and make the difference going into the second map. But this is one of the things that he'll have to do, right? Yesterday, when Astralis played Mirage against Aurora, you saw a lot of proactiveness, a lot of pushes in towards the ramp from Yabi, oftentimes supported as well. Hooksy going in towards Thunder. And I feel like this is something that Liquid definitely had a look on, and they will definitely be ready for that aggression, those attempts from Astralis to be a little bit disruptive in the way that the teams are setting up their executes.
Okay, so Astralis starting CT side of things when we're looking at this Mirage. What do you expect the setups to be here from the Danes?
Well, they do actually struggle, especially on their CT sides. They don't really have that much conversion rate on either A or the B bomb site on this map. The thing that I'm kind of want to look at especially is on the second half. When Astralis moved to the T side, Jabi in that B site area, they play a lot of 4-1. And I think that Liquid can actually be very disruptive against this Astralis T side. Just because they play that 4-1, they often leave the B holes area kind of empty, and they don't really play underground that much in their mid takes. So I think that, you know, someone like Elish pushing underground, or maybe even, you know, having an AWP pushing B apps or another rifle and kind of guiding him into that area. If you get that information early against an Astralis, you can pretty much read where their T-side hits is going to be.
Odds still favoring Astralis, even though we are moving on to Liquid's map pick, and they did indeed win the first map. Tell me a little bit about how you expect Hooksy to be calling in this one then, when we kind of look at his record and what you expect him to show on this Mirage.
I feel like there's two avenues that you can take. First, try and go into the default and just hope that some of the individuals will wake up, right? Because towards the end of the CT side on Nuke, it kind of felt like we were seeing some glimpses of good plays out of Stair. Magisk was pretty solid throughout this entire map. But if you want to play default and if you want to give freedom to Device, for example, with the AWP, you will need him to hit some important shots. And the second avenue that you could take is the one that they actually took yesterday against Aurora, right? Where they group up, they try and go for those mid-round pushes, early round pushes as well, where Hooksy himself was taking a lot of the initiative. Try and be a little bit disruptive and don't let Liquid feel like they are in control. Because yesterday they did that against Aurora, and thankfully they just had Stair to bail them out with an ace. But I'm not really sure if you can count on that every day of the week.
I'm probably not looking at Astralis to play that many defaults. I think they do a lot of early callings, a lot of early hits, and they have a game plan that they want to kind of go into straight away. So I'm expecting a lot of executes from Astralis, especially on the B side. That's where, again, they found most success. So I want you know, Liquid to put their foot there, be aggressive, shut down Jabi on the B holes area, and force them to make mid-round calls, and make it a scrappier game for Liquid.
Are you expecting this to be the end of the line for Astralis then, Devil Walk? Is this where it ends?
I think so, yes. If I could change my pick, I would right now.
What about you, Teddy? You smelling the 2-0?
I feel like there still is a small percentage somewhere inside of myself that actually believes that Astralis can pick this one up, right? Just because they were in a similar position yesterday against Aurora. This one is arguably a little bit worse because they're about to play their opponent's map pick. Liquid should be closing this one out, but I feel like at this point we've learned that we can never write Astralis off.
Feels like a quick quickly as Astralis arrive at the major, they may be departing. It's all going down on Mirage.
Well, Astralis used his greatness at majors, and they haven't really been here in recent years, Jason. It could be their last map here in Budapest. We'll see if they can fight against Team Liquid on Mirage.
All right, ruggah getting the boys geared up for a battle, for a fight to get back into this series. Yeah, it's been a long time. Device was telling me he's getting the same jitters as he had at his first major when he returned to here in Budapest. He's going to have to shove those to the side and have quite a performance here on Mirage.
Oh, Hooksy shoves back into the B bomb side. His teammate waiting here with Magisk. He's going to take that first kill with this pistol. Nerds and Ultimate though, rounding up kills for Team Liquid. They come blasting through this B bomb site. Stare, oh, good denial of the bomb plant. That keeps Astralis going for just a little bit longer. His Device coming in to try and help him. And Stare once again, what is that? That is so brilliant from Stare with 3 inside of the site. His ultimate all of a sudden left. And Stare has saved him in this pistol round. That is incredible work on B.
Sneaky play. He slipped out behind the pillar in the midst of all the chaos. No one from Liquid had any idea. And just at that point, no one can land a shot. Everyone's shocked at the scenario. And Stare's able to put them all down.
Dude, that is wild. The bomb plan, he's being pressured with the player in front of him. Clean shooting from Stare here, recovering a couple of missed shots early, but then the final couple of bullets, damn clean.
Just bullet management as well as he's running low. What an incredible sequence for Stare. That's the kind of heroics they needed on Nuke and never got. You get to start the map that way right now if you're Astralis. Now, you did win a pistol round on Nuke and lost the ensuing second round. That cannot happen again.
There's a good kill from Stare again, following up on the rifle this time, and Raw pinned in behind Tetris. He's hungry for these kills. He's going to go ahead and get another one. Just cleaning up. One player left in the ramp. That's Ultimate with just the clock here. Astralis a 2-0 lead, all thanks to Stare.
Yeah, 7 kills in the opening 2 rounds, so Stare's looking to have a hot hand throughout this Mirage. But a buy coming in round 3 for Team Liquid with the full save in the previous. AK-47s out across the board. And we get to see what the Liquid game plan is. The devs mentioned that Liquid's going to have to be cautious of Astralis, their mid-trap, setting up on short, setting up in con and window, jumping down into underpass. Astralis very proactive in the middle of the map on this CT side, and Liquid better have a plan to handle it.
Well, all AKs, apart from a Shue here for Team Liquid. It's aggression from Stare again, running up towards top middle. Oh, here he goes. Stare is locked into map 2, another kill added, and this time Shue the victim.
I mean, why not call that? Good call from Hooksy, whoever brought up the aggressive play, just saying, okay, well, Stare's opened up this game so well, he's going to love the idea that we sent him up to fight. And a great setup with a smoke break. 4 versus 5 for Team Liquid in the first gun round, and NAF looking for the equalizing kill.
Stare almost difficult to keep track of. He's all the way over at ramp now, pushing down with Yabi. Here's Magisk over the top of the con smoke, and Alicia's caught. So a 3v5 here for Team Liquid immediately at the start of the round.
Device looking at these smokes as they fade, not going to find Ultimate, who's in con. Nerds finds him over the top, but traded off. Magisk able to grab a kill for free. Yabi's got a huge flank as well, so while Nerds and NAF might be trying to talk right now at the moment of how they bring this round back and how they get a few more kills on the board, they've got a time limit as Yabi works his way all around.
Nerds waiting for the peek. There's the peek, and there's the kill from Magisk and Yabi in tandem on that top mid flank. So Astralis happy about the start here into Mirage. I guess we could talk a little bit about some of those weaknesses for Team Liquid on Mirage. I think we noted early on when Elise first joined the team that Mirage was a map he was in particular struggling on, Jason.
They have some decent wins on this map, yeah, but the eye test has sometimes felt off to me over the past few months. I think it's one where Elise has seemed the least comfortable within what they want to do, and maybe the boot camp has alleviated some of those issues, but it always felt like they were just kind of like almost there but not fully synced up and a little bit disorganized at times. You add on top of that, Astralis is doing them to start Mirage exactly what Team Liquid did to start Nuke, was just be in your face, be disruptive, give nothing for free.
There's a swing out with the Tech 9, and Astralis handling all the pressure when Team Liquid trying to accelerate towards them with some of these weaker guns. Stare just isn't missing. A 9-0 start for him. The bomb spilled to his feet, and it's Hooksy to come in and clean up. So in terms of what Astralis needed, this is exactly what they would have ordered coming into Mirage.
Yeah, a good way to kind of forget about the first map, go on this little bit of a run, start to feel a lot more confident within the map. So Astralis about as good as they could have hoped for, and already a good amount of cash built up. Not too much fragging on the Liquid side of things. 5 kills, 4 of which are from Nerds. And the first time out taken, Flashy's already a little bit unhappy with what he's seen to start this map. Nothing going according to plan.
Well, Astralis yesterday, they lost to Aurora on Nuka, the opening map, came back to win the series on the last two. You can see Ruggah talking about that coming into this. You know, that has to be the mentality for Astralis. They've lost their opening map. They lost in a lot more dominant fashion than yesterday, but it has to be the mentality that you can still come back into the series, and I think this start is certainly going to help them start to believe in that.
That's the quote we saw from Ruggah, that he was trying to tap into that same kind of philosophy as well. Just like, okay, well, I guess we're going to have to grind for it just like we did the other day. So lock back into that mentality and let's get this second map started. And it's worked beautifully. Astralis with a comfortable lead in the early going of the map. They control the economy. They've got the momentum. And Team Liquid still with 3 players not yet having impact.
Three players started the window here for Astralis and sent bullets in towards top mid, but no one from Team Liquid getting caught by them. They're going to boost one player up into the ladder room. That's going to be Magisk, but look how quick Shue is to get towards Con.
Look how quick Nerds is to turn this corner. He's got to work with the Liege. Magisk up in the ladder. His attention is pulled away. All right, Nerds, he might be able to have a freebie. Magisk descends into some safety. Astralis want to fight.
Hooksy moving in, Liege, and Nerds. Okay, Nerds, that is a cluster. A cluster of kills up towards the window, and we got a Liege to shut it down as well.
Okay, well, that worked out very quickly, very beautifully. I mean, Liquid probably couldn't have asked for much of a better situation, but that's something they're going to have to be aware of throughout this half. Astralis do want to fight for that. If you gain that control, they do want to come take it back from you. So this time it pans out, but moving into the future, you got to be ready for it round after round. And for Nerds, they just line up to him, and Magisk has a cheeky little peek off to the right.
Oh, 3 in window.
Yeah, he's like, I'll take that.
Intensity there for Hooksy. Not going to be happy about how that went down over towards short. So Team Liquid breakthrough for the first round. Here's that aggressive move again from Stair. This time no success early on, but he's hanging around. He's not falling back. He wants to stick around for this kill, but he gets caught by a flash. It's Device to protect him. Stair finally down by Shue. So it's a 1-for-1 in middle, but Yabi goes ahead and gets the advantage right back here for Astralis.
Yeah, oh, good play from Shue. The swing, and no, he can't go down. Hooksy must survive. A lot of pressure being applied. It's brawly to start these rounds.
Fights all over the show, and there's a minute 15 still left in the round.
We saw Yabi take down NAF. NAF had stepped through the smoke over in Palace. There's the cleanup on the kill on the B bomb site, and access is there as Ultimate and Nerds scale in.
Yabi and Magisk. Not much money left here for Magisk. A little bit of extra to play with for Yabi. Magisk getting ever closer. That bomb not planted yet, but the utility comes in. And Team Liquid locking out Astralis for the time being. You see Yabi racing his way back up through short, searching for a kill towards the back of the bench. Takes a dink on board, half his health removed, and even more so as he's finished off by Nerds, who uses the cover of the bench perfectly. And we watch Team Liquid take their second round.
Yeah, that's a nice opening provided at the B bomb site. And remember back on Nuke, Team Liquid was attacking Hooksy's position in mini garage quite frequently on their T side. I wonder if that's a trend that we start seeing continue, especially as Team Liquid grind away the money from the Astralis defense, start giving themselves a little bit more freedom to work with, and then maybe they do go back to targeting Hooksy at the B-bomb site now here on Mirage. Two to 4, another buy coming in. Plenty of money for Astralis. Device will even be able to have the AWP. That's the dink onto the dome of Yabi, and from there, Yabi's just trying to play the timing game, just guessing some one-taps for the next swing. Well done from Nerds.
Astralis feeling like they need to use their first timeout. One used by both teams so far.
Flashy talking about how he wants the round to play out, mentions frequently that his timeouts aren't always tactical. Sometimes he's just reminding the guys how to approach the round, what kind of philosophy to operate with, what kind of energy they need to bring into the server that they're lacking. Trying to continue this streak of rounds.
Well, Device and Ultimate both have their AWPs out. Ultimate was incredible on the first map of Nuke. His AWP was dominating Astralis. Now show the CT side. Let's see what kind of impact he can have as a T-side AWPer. It's one of the maps that Ultimate really broke out on last year when he showed us what he was capable of in his first exciting months. Well, he's going down into the underpass, smoked out for now, making no secret about his position, nor is Nerds. Smoke break not going to plan here for Team Liquid. Elish still walking through it, catching Stair at the bottom of Con, and a great opener here for Team Liquid. Aggression catching Astralis off guard.
Yeah, Stair maybe just sticking around a little bit too long, maybe an extra second or so. Might have thought that smoke break was to peek from a distance, but Elish really scaled up well with it. And now Nertz, here it is. Here's the targeting HooXi. They found the opening kill. HooXi's on his own. They know it. HooXi knows it. He's got to back off.
Yeah, they see the short play that Nertz knows is a player on short, but HooXi moved off. Ultimate punishes, and now Magisk all the way back as short as alone, as Nertz will take him down, no problem. It's Device and Yabi in a position that they just can't even fight for the round win in, so back it away, saving these weapons, the AWP and M4 into the next, and Team Liquid starting to close this gap immediately. Astralis off to a 4-0 lead, and now 3 in a row for Team Liquid.
That's a really nice change of pace as well from Shuhei. One of the things that you know, the Team Liquid team has said he's very, very good at as an IGL is the way he changes the pacing of their attacks. This one, you get that gift from Elish, that free kill on the Stair in middle, and then it's like, oh, well, let's just pick things up towards the B bomb site. People are gonna have to rotate away from HooXi. He'll be on his own. Rather than grind out any kind of a mid-fight, just take the advantage and run with it. A 3rd round in a row for Team Liquid, so the economy from Astralis breaks. They'll have the AWP and the M4 in Yabi's hands to use in the next round. That should be about it. 4-3 lead from Astralis, but the start to this map feels so long ago. Fortunes have completely reversed off the back of Flashy's timeout. 3 in a row after his words to the team.
Yeah, now we end up with Device and Yabi as the 2 premium weapons available to Astralis. Obviously being saved over, and everyone else having to play with a pistol. Team Liquid making their way into mid. It's Elish just clearing out close on that smoke. Magisk gathering info towards the ramp with a backup of Yabi and not spotting anything as Team Liquid populate middle. They're going to go towards Device. This is exactly what Astralis want. They want them to come into the sniper, and Device, he's good on the first. The pistol's in, the flash is up though, and Yabi right through that smoke. The 2 save weapons for Astralis getting some impact.
Oh, this is huge. Shuhei, are you going to take the risk in a smoke? Or are you actually going to offer your life up and maybe just take the gamble? It fades, and that's a nice kill on a Magisk, but ultimate in the back. He grabs Device, shifting away, and all across the map, Liquid is causing chaos.
Yeah, Shuhei still in con. Important fight to win here for Yabi. It's a 2v2. Stair and Yabi up against NAF and Ultimate. Bomb not planted yet. It's actually quite a bit of way off.
So kind of a stressful situation for Ultimate, having to man the fort while his teammate kind of runs up very, very late. Liquid will get the bomb planted, but Yabi's already arrived.
Yeah, both players have now picked up AKs as well here for Astralis. No kit, they've got to move quick. And Yabi spotted. The fight is in, and NAF will get his first kill of Mirage. It's on Stair. A hot start. Can he continue it with a 1v2? Time will start to tick. Blinded as he's held back. He needs to find a kill towards the site rapidly, and that smoke is up in the jump. Denied by NAF. And another round win here for Team Liquid as they tie up the game.
Well done from NAF as well. I mean, he's a player that's going to play a cold position on this T side. Hasn't had to do a whole lot quite yet in this half of Counter-Strike because most of the action has been towards mid, then towards the B bomb site. But the lovely thing about NAF as a player is when you need him to step up in the clutch, he's a solid performer in those situations, coming in late no matter how much attention he's gotten throughout the map. Rebounded so well from the lowest point of his career in the first half of 2025. Now he finds himself a valued member of this team yet again.
Device looking over the top of the smoke. It's Ultimate looking to challenge first, and Device doesn't want to have anything to do with that. Elish waiting in Palace. It's Yabi's aggression that's paid off though for Astralis. Nertz is dead in the ramp, and Astralis have the advantage. Shuhei always being a nuisance. The Sonic Connector catching Stair off. It's a really important kill here for Team Liquid. Ultimate tried to extend upon it up through short, but couldn't quite get the connection he was looking for.
Shuhei's done everything that you can ask of him. He's taken 1 kill. He's forced his Device off to rotate and reposition back towards Qikert. Meanwhile, the slow hit up A ramp is coming.
Yeah, Device is now watching that though, trying to get the angle up. Misses the shot on Elish. Yabi hoping that distraction is enough to get an extra kill, and he will in fact take down Elish. Good response from Shuhei again, but he's dealt with by HooXi. It's Magisk and HooXi up against NAF and Ultimate. 50 seconds left on the clock.
NAF and Ultimate won the last clutch together as well. Ultimate's going to step in with the AWP from behind on Catwalk. It's Ultimate one more time.
Looking for HooXi, couldn't quite get it. It's now NAF against HooXi. And we talked about NAF's clutch, and you just mentioned it in that last round. Another one required of him. He goes into the open, but this time it's HooXi.
Too quick on the shot. Well done from HooXi. Shuts him down. And what a scramble, what a back and forth round as kills are traded, a long extended execute into the A bomb site. And Hooksy keeps his team nursing a 1-round lead, 5-4.
Point kill as well, moving through that smoke, catches Shui as he moved up towards the bench. Shui does so much in this round for Team Liquid, getting that connector control, taking so much space towards the A site. And it's still the in-game leader of Astralis who does that little bit extra.
Yeah, they might not have been able to bear another economic reset if they were to lose that round. With 4 kills, Liquid's going to be very pleased with the situation they've set up right now. Another break of the economy right at the tail end could get them 7 rounds and a half, and Ultimate's given you yet another opening.
It receives a lot of damage, down to 3 HP, but they'll just be happy with the fact he has grabbed that early kill. Device is searching for the response. Staying committed down towards underpass, and Nertz, here he is. Nertz, what's happening? Finally, Device is going to get caught. Elise catches him inside of the smoke, and Device just hangs around a little bit too long.
Yeah, he was desperate to find the equalizing kill to bring it back into a 4-on-4 and make up for the loss of Magisk. Not going to happen whatsoever. Hooksy alone at the B bomb site. Stera, Top Con, and Yabi over towards A. And Liquid have got 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock to work the map. Complete freedom to do whatever they wish. A lot of these rounds, I think, if you'd ask Astralis right now in this moment, they'd say Liquid has a tendency of falling into a B hit. So you can see the defense shifting because it's been a sore spot in the mid to late rounds. But mostly grouped up in middle. Liquid can go anywhere. 38 seconds now.
Dink lands towards Nertz. Sounds more violent than it really was. Down to 82 health, but finished off by Hooksy.
You got a 3-on-1 at the A bomb site no matter what happens. At the very worst, that's what you have. So now NAF steps through the smoke. 20 seconds, clearing all the corners. Being smart and diligent with his utility. Bomb will be planted, and Astralis look like they're conceding already.
Yeah, realizing they're a long way off getting back to that A site.
I mean, Hooksy's coming through the underpass, but there's no way, right?
Well, Ultimate's in such a powerful position.
Yeah, but why are you even doing this? You have no kits. And once the
MVP back that Device had lost early in the round, but Ultimate hears that. That's information at least gathered for Team Liquid. Not going to be the man to hunt it down.
Ultimate a year ago would have dropped down and gone for the fight.
But 5-5 as now Team Liquid send the AK forward. Shui trying to prevent Hooksy from saving it, but a nice shot from Hooksy. He'll hang on to it, and we've got a tied game here on Mirage.
Yes, we do. Good job from Team Liquid. So even though you do get that economic kind of punish on the Astralis side of things, 3 saved weapons, Hooksy had enough money built up in the bank. The buy is going to be absolutely fine for Astralis in this these last couple rounds, or this next round, I should say. Timeout called. Here's the opening provided, and it's just the bullets breaking open the smoke. The nade was coming in, but it's Magisk who provided the information. All smiles for Team Liquid at the moment. Ruggah on the mic, coach of Astralis. This is his 7th major as a coach. He's made it to the playoffs twice, back in 2017, Atlanta and Krakow, but struggled to find significant success. And here trying to piece together this Astralis organization, one of the few organizations still ticking to a regional team, all Danes. Not going international.
I think Astralis have kind of gone through everyone you would want to see in the Danish scene, always making the move. Maybe a little bit too late at times, but yet to really even come close to replicating the success this organization's used to, and well, some great success from Ultimate in opening kills. Yet another one, and he's not slowing down. Ultimate keeps going. Magisk moves through the ramp. It's NAF to get caught by it, and here goes the aggression from Astralis all the way through T-spawn. But in the meantime, everybody else is dropping, and they're not worried about this. But that's the bomb as Elise comes back to protect Shui. Yep, they get spotted. They spot the push, but they get past Elise, and Shui happily will take that sacrifice just to try and dive down to safety and get that bomb to a site.
He didn't want to go to the B bomb site, so they've switched it up over to A. Ultimate's going to run through CT spawn, and then Magisk and Yabi, they need to have a decision that they need to make pretty much right now is, do you want to go for this or save for the final round, 2 versus 3, and you're kind of out of position, understandably. Not too much of a hustle going on for them to get over to the bomb site. So Liquid take a lead right at the tail end of the half.
Nerds getting an extra kill here on Yappy, just Magisk surviving now. And that makes a big difference. Looking at the money here for Astralis going into that last hour of the half. You lose another weapon. Team Liquid taking the lead. And you have to remember that hot start Astralis had here on Mirage. There's 4 early rounds picked up off the back of Stairs' performance. Outside of those first 4 rounds, Stairs really cooled off.
That's
so of Astralis.
6-1 run for Team Liquid. Tell you what, that's a perfect round from Ultimate. That's absolutely spectacular. More than asking for the volume fragging that we got on map 1, rounds like that, if you just throw one of those into the mix every once in a while, that's the kind of round that makes Ultimate such a dynamic and dangerous offer. Predicting the jump up, knows how Hooksy likes to spot for this B tunnels, and then keeps up the aggression. Knows he's got a great timing to inflict more pain on the Astralis defense, and he builds upon his own kill.
Oh, last round of the half. Team Liquid, 6-5 lead over Astralis now, and a goodbye for at least this round for Astralis. We've got Elise charging down through middle, Stare to catch him, and an opening kill finally falling in favor of Astralis.
Yeah, not able to get that fast, aggressive play working as Elise. So Liquid in a 4v5, once again, going to try and win this round from a deficit. Still focused on middle, Stare top con.
They're walking. Team Liquid coming out of the ramp now. NAF and Nerds moving towards Yabi. Rifle waits, Underwood. Stare around the corner. There's the Molotov. Yabi whipping bullets. Stare steps up through Stairs, and there's a good one, but he needed a second. Nerds to respond quickly, followed up by NAF, and it's a 2v2 thanks to Magisk.
Okay, bomb being planted by NAF. He's probably going to be stuck inside the bomb site after the fact. Ultimate's got his cover.
Yeah, he just isn't stopping. Roland has got rolling here for Team Liquid, and we've got Magisk waiting on top of the stairs, trying to come back in for a clutch. Otherwise, it's Team Liquid ahead. 7-5 at the half, confirmed by NAF. Team Liquid looking to send Astralis home here in stage 2 of the Budapest Major. Astralis back at the majors, but it might not be for long, Jason, as currently Team Liquid have them up against the ropes. Two organizations with historical head-to-heads, most of which went the way of Astralis, but it doesn't look like that is going to be the case today.
Yeah, firm control of the rivalry today will not change anything along those lines, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be sweet if you're Team Liquid knocking out Astralis. That's always going to put a smile on your face. CT side, defense for Team Liquid, NAF and Elige with dualies. Hooksie's attack on this pistol round, smoke and a flashbang and 4 players with armor. So off the gate, out of this rip with the utility. Looks like Astralis gonna line up to join up in middle and head up con and attack into the A bomb site. Spotted by Shuhei. Device waiting patiently in Palace, but much like Nuke, nobody's home at this bomb site.
Silent in middle. First fight, gonna go down towards connector here with Aleksib. Hidden in the corner with dual Berettas. Smoke goes down and Aleksib just gets cleared. A single bullet fired off. Stair was the hero in the pistol in the first half. He's down after 1, but the rest of his teammates stepping up here. Astralis finding some success in the early goings. But a 2v3 still at this point is doable for Team Liquid.
Yeah, especially with Nertz and NAF in the field of play. Nertz going to be looking for a precise shot with that USP. Flashbang to activate the swing towards CT. Astralis sees it clear, makes their job a little bit easier. Now only a couple choke points to worry about.
Yeah, you've got to get a move on as well here if you're Team Liquid. No kid on your back, no utility to close down this space or make this job a little bit easier for yourselves. You've got NAF creeping ever closer, needs this kill immediately, and he's got it on Magisk. Both remaining Astralis players down to a CT. Do Liquid win this? Can NAF pull it off? The Jewel Beretta's out of bullets. Nertz hunts him down. The time is ticking, and Nertz is gone. NAF is out of time on that defuse, but can he bring everybody down? Yabby denies even that. So Astralis, they need a good start again here in this second half. That's both pistols collected on Mirage.
Yeah, Aleksib and Shuhei not providing any kind of resistance whatsoever. Aleksib gets basically pre-fired in con, a pretty nasty opening kill provided by Stair. Shuhei can't do much through that smoke. 1-for-1 kill for him before Device is able to pick him off. And then everything from there is recovery, and it was just too far out of reach. Astralis with both pistols in this second map. They had that hot start in the first half, looking to pair it up with a hot start in the second.
Team Liquid forced by straight away into some mid-aggression. NAF to win the first fight against Hooksy. That's the bomb under immediate pressure. The Device feels it, throws down the utility, is waiting for his teammate to come over and help.
Yeah, actually it's Liquid dictating things in the early going. However, with the knowledge of who's in middle, Astralis pick up the pace towards the B bomb site, seeing NAF on the kill feed. They know nobody's home. Now they've got him tucked into the corner. Dangerous position to be.
Yeah, Yabby looking to scale up in behind the bench. Smoke is up at the moment thanks to Astralis. They've thrown that one down short, so NAF has some cover. The rotations have arrived here for Team Liquid.
It's a lot of time for Liquid to discuss how they want to play this retake, though, while this bomb is coming into the B bomb site. Ultimate cut down.
Yeah, good spam there from Yabby. Still alive, still a threat over towards bench. Another kill through the smoke, this time on Nertz. And single-handedly, Yabby has removed the real threat of Team Liquid. Still could go the other way. Could still get pretty messy because look at Shuhei running him down. That's the bomb. And immediate trade from Stair. Needed that one out from short. It's now Aleksib and NAF, a 2v3. Good dink from NAF on that first peek, but Aleksib is gone, and now that he's lost his buddy, well, we got NAF in a situation where he just can't really do too much about the outcome of the round. So Astralis going to be tying things up.
Yeah, it'll be 7-7, and NAF going to happily just back away with the FAMAS. 1 kill, tons of damage on Stair. If he was able to grab that on short, he might be going for this 1-on-2. Good job from Astralis. Holding strong in a tense situation in that B bomb site, not trying to rush the plant, not trying to get away from themselves, waiting for all the smokes to fade, waiting for them to get vision so they know nobody from Team Liquid is pushing close. That Shuhei swing was really the last element of danger in the round for Team Liquid. You could see the stress kind of building up on both sides. As this game, rather than Nuke, this has been close back and forth the whole way through.
Yeah, for Astralis, the first half, they're very lucky they got a good start, Jason. Those first 4 rounds make a massive difference for Astralis because in those gun rounds, Liquid were dominant in terms of the score that they racked up. Astralis getting good starts in both halves, usually in MR12, Jason, that's a winning recipe.
Oh yeah, it should be. It gives them a great advantage. But as you mentioned, they need to put the work in when the guns come out eventually on their T side, and it's a T side that failed them on Nuke earlier in the opening map of this series.
Well, look at this. A couple of pistols here for Team Liquid around that FAMAS, saved over by NAF. Doesn't give you a lot of confidence they'll be able to do too much in this. So Astralis likely to take the lead in round 15.
You never know, one cheeky deagle shot can change everything. Shuhei's gonna go down. Good control from Device. Still haven't had to say his name too much throughout this series, throughout the map and a half that we've played. Been relatively tame.
now detected. Yabby sees that jiggle out from the bottom of con. NAF realized he was spotted and the likely utility that would follow that. So he backed all the way up into the site again.
Liquid's not giving him anything for free though, right? Like no one's being lazy, no one's just kind of walking into the open with one of the pistols. NAF peeks before the smoke, almost goes down. Brought low, but grabs device.
Next up was a Liege on that push over. Here goes Nerds on the swing, and Magisk handles business just about.
Yeah, leaves NAF alone at this bomb site, and he's got the low health. He's got 5 HP, so he's got to take a risk. He feels it, he knows it, gonna step on through. No other options for NAF. He was gonna go down regardless if he played passive.
Chances here for a Liege all of a sudden. He gets the 1 kill, then dropped by Yabby. Ultimate spotted. They know exactly where he is now. They can pick that bomb up, headed towards A. Hooksy will keep him busy. Astralis will take the lead. That's a great shot from the Danish in-game leader, just to confirm it.
Well, now the game begins. Ultimate, you have an up-out. M4's on everyone else for Team Liquid, so a full buy. They've got kits, they've got utility. A 1-round deficit, 8-7 in the favor of Astralis. But as you mentioned, the gun rounds in the first half dominated by Team Liquid. If that trend continues, they're gonna get that lead back real quick.
Off the top of the smoke. Device searching for that opening kill. Clearance of the smoke as well, just to make sure we can see bottom connector, but no one from Team Liquid offering up peeks from that side. It's instead Ultimate at short that might just get the fight he's looking for.
Typical default opening for Astralis as well. Yabby watching B, Halls, Stare trying to push through the underpass. Device and Hooksy in middle. There's a kill from Alish. That's a nice find.
Scout ramp as well. Another fight coming Team Liquid's way, and Magisk is going to lose it. Astralis dropping 2 players early on as soon as the guns have come out here for Team Liquid.
And this is really dangerous. Astralis can't lose this round without having any kills in return. This first gun round, if Liquid wins it clean, the money goes up so fast. You have to have some impact. You have to make sure the money gets limited in its growth.
Big swing up short. Ultimate has to back away. Shuei's connected onto Yabby. Players continue to fall with no fight back from Astralis. It is easy here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, exactly what they wanted. It's going to be a big sigh of relief as all 5 players survive and they don't have to rebuy any weapons. So Device, you imagine this will be an extended save with the AWP. Not going to try and go for it in this 1 versus 5. He does have the bomb on his back, but I imagine he'll prioritize the weapon over everything. So tied up for Team Liquid here on Mirage. Their map pick looking to close out this series. This would eliminate Astralis. It would send Team Liquid on to stage 3 of the Budapest Major. Both teams starting 0-2 in this stage. Both teams having terrible first days. And having to grind and battle and bounce back in overtime matches, close affairs down the stretch. For Liquid, it was coming back against MIBR and Tailoo. For Astralis, they had to overcome FlyQuest and Aurora, eliminating those teams on their path to this game. This final chance to qualify to stage 3.
You can't say you haven't had your chances if you're Astralis. I mean, can layups in both halves. Stare winning you the pistol round in the first half. He also carries that performance into the first 4 rounds of play.
Yeah, I think the way to phrase it is they're 7-0 to start the halves, right? Like you basically have spotted yourself 7 rounds with the 2 pistol round victories and conversions.
They've had 1 round outside of that. Well, Device has the AWP out, looking over towards short. It was Ultimate's decision to start short in the last round and be aggressive. This time, he's the solo B bomb site player, acting as a turret. Well, Team Liquid can cheat 3 players onto the A bomb site and leave a leisure window.
I think Liquid's thinking this money is going to be a little bit busted, so there might be a mixture of pistols in the mix, which is exactly true. Tech9 on Hooksy, Yabby on a Deagle. So Ultimate get that deep angle towards the B bomb site, which allows you to supplement the A defense with plenty more rifles and handle whatever they bring at you. Hooksy coming back to the A bomb site with the bomb right now to join up with Yabby and Magisk and Device. Stare is on his lonesome over on the other side of the map in the B halls. He's got an AK-47, wants to make sure there's no pushes. He'll turn into a lurk for a hopeful post plant in middle.
There's the smoke fade, and there's the kill from Nerds. Team Liquid with the first advantage of round 17. There's 35 seconds remaining on this clock as Astralis knocking on the door of A. They've all got to come through ramp apart from Stare. He can be a lit piece through connector, but they've got to be effective. They can't lose another member too easily here in the ramp. And the swing is in. Stair finally activating as well as Astralis try and flood their way in the final 20 seconds. They've still got to deal with Shuey. He waits under the wood. There's the swing from Stair. The impact can be felt, but NAF is still here causing issue, and he denies that bomb plant. He rips everything out of the hands of Astralis. It is Yabby with no time and no hope as NAF will sink him too.
That's such a close round, though. Such a close affair. Great performance from NAF. The low HP, spamming down the bomb. Wasn't sure if he was going to find it. But even with the stack of 4 rifles, Astralis almost overcome this. Great clear from Stair, who continues to have an incredible performance for Astralis. But Liquid is just a step ahead. The Nerds reposition as well to aggress. Liquid is playing really proactive. The calms are flowing, and it's very tough for Astralis to handle.
Once again, right back down to weaker weapons. Pistols across the board here for Astralis. Team Liquid leveling up now, looking for double figures. And edging ever closer to stage 3 at the major here in Budapest.
Shuey has the right read on the Palace pop. That smoke is going to send a few players back as they just kind of reassess the situation. They'll let it fade. Complete mid-control from Team Liquid, which is nice, but it means you have a few pieces out of position to handle this, so it might be a plant on the cards for Astralis at the very least. A win is kind of a pipe dream, but a plant would be a nice thing to have.
There's Shuey. First kill's good. Ultimate peeking up, misses the shot, and they're trying to get a bomb plant. That's exactly what Astralis have grabbed. So, in terms of objectives, they've achieved it here for Astralis in a round like this. And you got Sarah out of the ramp looking for some special deeks, but denied by Elise's USP, and it will be 10 rounds for Team Liquid.
10 rounds for Team Liquid, 3 away from a series victory, 3 rounds away from eliminating Astralis. Their first major back in 3 years would be way too short of a fare if Astralis go out here 0-2. A disappointing end to such a long grind to get back to these tournaments and back to these situations. And all of that has to come crashing down on their shoulders during this timeout, the 3rd and final timeout that Astralis have to take.
Think about the amount of players they've had in the roster since then, how many different versions of Astralis we've seen. Come and go, different in-game leaders. We even had Device trying to lead the squad.
So it makes this such an interesting matchup. It's such a mirror match in a certain way because Liquid as well have gone through just roster after roster, in-game leader after in-game leader, coach after coach, trying to find the next solution.
Having to bring Magisk back into the team is Stown steps away. So many issues for Astralis. And this could be another one added on top. As Team Liquid 10-8 up. It's a great start immediately. In a round that means the most, it's Stair moving forward again to get Astralis back into the fight.
Yeah, it doesn't give it. Oh, hang on. A-pop, they're already up, and ultimate's ready. Traded off 1-for-1, but Shuey lurks and waits in the sight.
Yeah, his teammate going down might actually be perfect here for Shuey. They might not check him, and that's the ball moving ever closer. Device at sandwich. Shuey sliding slowly into the open. Device is gone. Bomb is loose. And Astralis starting to crumble here on the A bomb site, but Yabby picks up the pieces. Really important kills coming in from Yabby, and it falls to Elige. Once again, playing in that Liquid jersey, looking for the clutch to put them up to 11-8. It's Yabby stepping forward, and Elige looks for that final player. It's Stair moving in, but Elige is long gone. Comfortable in the clutch, but not against Stair. As the swing comes out from the Dane, and once again is the rock Astralis needs.
Yeah, he's really all they've got going for him at the moment is Stair just kind of delivering these kills. Yabby's got 18 in this second map, but Stair, the impact is there round after round when Astralis is putting them on the board. They're first since that early run. And this time Astralis don't wait around for anything. They just give you the uppercut at the A bomb site. They've scaled before Ultimate even realizes there's more than one player.
Stair has kept them going for a little bit longer. Can they break apart this Team Liquid economy? Can they force them down to weaker weapons? This could be the round to do it. Astralis could also lose all of theirs. A swing round late in the game here in round 20, and we've got Ultimate searching for that opener. It's Nerds to grab it though, and Device to respond.
Yeah, 1-for-1. 2 players coming through underpass as well. It's Magisk lurking over in the Palace at the A bomb site. Biding his time. NAF, Ultimate, and Elige to defend. They've got a 3-man trap here in middle.
Yabi creeping up Con. It's a good position to gain this early in the round. Shuhei backtracking, gets into the fight. Yabi detects it early enough and doesn't go down. It's Magisk's turn coming out of Palace. Shuhei caught, distracted, and that's a big opening here for Astralis on the A site.
Everyone repositioned, but nobody repositioned to the A bomb site to help Shuhei. Good kill from Elish.
Yeah.
Keeping this close. Now NAF gives him a man advantage.
Yeah, the two players Liquid have always relied upon, getting them back into the round and putting them ahead. And that bomb not planted. It's so far away from them. Look where it is, over in the T apartments.
If NAF finds it, this round is essentially over. Oh, good shot from Ultimate. Now, even better follow-up.
It's over anyway. Getting caught out, wrapped up here by Liquid. And Astralis lost in the sauce.
I mean, they almost had it. They had an advantage, it felt like, towards that A bomb site. No one actually, I think maybe they realized they didn't have the bomb because no one slid into the bomb site itself. But Elish and Ultimate had rotated away through the murder hole, but Ultimate went towards the B bomb site. Elish was kind of hanging around, and Shuhei was on an island with 3 choke points. Astralis almost able to overrun that defense, and unfortunately it's back to pistols.
Yeah, just as I was saying, you know, Astralis will have to take the hit down to weaker weapons again. This is going to allow Team Liquid up to series point. Progression point in stage 2. Device has an AK-47. Once the hero for Astralis, and right now 9-14. Doesn't feel too great in terms of him being the hero AK right now, but let's see what he can do as he moves over towards ramp. His teammates are following behind.
Shuhei playing passive, Liquid playing retake at this A bomb site. He's just gathering information with the jump spot. Ultimate with the op is going to back away when an execute comes in. Nerd sees one player. Here's one set of footsteps, won't call anyone over.
Astralis scaling over the bomb site. Just the lack of weapons here. Team Liquid should still feel comfortable. Denial of the bomb plant as well. Straight through that smoke, it's Hooksy instead to be silenced as well. Starwood in Palace, his teammate in Hooksy out towards the underpass, does catch NAF, leaping down. And an M4 now picked up here for Hooksy.
I think that M4 is almost like too valuable. I don't know, this is kind of weird. Yeah, I feel like actually he might even want to die at the end for the bonus money. 2,400 would be coming towards him, and Device is going to need a weapon, so they're going to be missing something somewhere. Good shot from Ultimate, now it's all on Hooksy.
Yeah, 19 seconds left on the clock as he begins his charge up towards the A site. I'm sure the calculations have whizzed through his brain, and Hooksy's decided it's better to die. So it is series point for Team Liquid, looking to qualify into stage 3.
You'll get it next time on the first try. 3-round lead. And remember, no timeouts for Astralis. They burned their final one a few rounds back, so this is all on the fly. This is all Hooksy and the ingenuity of the players inside the server to see if they can overcome this Liquid defense that's been so strong.
Hooksy, look how fast this is. Running up, but it's Elish and Ultimate to combine, and Team Liquid 2 steps closer to qualification into stage 3. Ultimate's had one hell of a day on this deciding game to survive here in Budapest. Yabi and Hooksy fighting on, doing what they can, but Elish has returned. And a shot towards Yabi and Shuhei to close it. They stand up and they celebrate. This isn't 2018 anymore. Team Liquid take down Astralis and knock them out of the major here in Budapest.
And you gotta say, this is a great run for a very young, put-together Team Liquid roster. All the adversity, they got tested. 0-2 hole, overtimes, close affairs, nothing looked good. And they can enter stage 3 a little bit more battle-tested, a little bit more hardened, and a little bit more trust in each other to be able to handle the challenge that comes.
And they started real slow coming into stage 2. A disastrous opening day, having to come back all the way. And they do it over Astralis. The reverse sweep, and we'll see Liquid move into stage 3, but the questions still stand. Is this enough? Is this Team Liquid strong enough to compete on that step up of competition?
Well, I'll tell you what, the big dogs come in stage 3, right? And if you start 0-2 at the start of stage 3, you aren't coming back and reverse sweeping these squads coming in. So Liquid need to take hold of what they've been able to gather over these past 2 to 3 days and say, this is the level we play at each and every round, each and every game.
And we have Flashy, obviously. After that timeout, we've seen Team Liquid turn things around, so we're certainly seeing the impact he's having as a coach. And think about what he is trying to perform for in this competition, is to get into the playoffs, get into that arena. He still has a chance to play in front of his home crowd, or at least coach in front of them in that arena, Jason.
Yeah, and you're really kind of selling this young team as well, right? The brand new coach at his first helm, a lot of hope for him. In-game leader, young in-game leader, and Shuhei can rise up with this squad. Ultimate still potential with the ult, and Nerds shows why he was one of the most sought-after prospects as a rifler in Counter-Strike.
Team Liquid making it through to the stage 3. Maybe a lot of people didn't believe after first few days, but definitely the vibes inside the team must have been nice. Let those emotions out. What are you feeling?
It feels amazing. I would say from the first day it was really rough. We were scared, and now I think like we are keep grinding. We are not in our best form, I would say, and I'm pretty happy about it.
Not in the best form, but I have to mention individuals coming through, especially in this match. You've had pretty decent second map. Obviously, I have to talk about Ultimate in the first map. What are your thoughts when your Opera is carrying you like that? What's happening in the team?
I had insane game, let's be honest, but we always say to Ultimate, just go for the picks. He felt it every position that he had multi-kills. He did an amazing job, and just I want him to keep doing like this.
Definitely will be needed for the stage 3 as well, but I have a question. What Team Liquid needs to do to avoid that, maybe a little bit of a slower start for the next one?
I think we should look at it like the best of form, without fear, play with confidence. I think like it was good warm-up for us for stage 3, and this is what we should do, just keep play with balls.
Absolutely. Everyone, give it up. Team Liquid!
Astralis this time won't be making another step forward, and it's a tough one. I can see, I guess, the frustration on your face right now, Hooksy. Can you just give me some thoughts, at least, on how things went so badly on Nuke and trying to reset into this, and why were you not able to capitalize on the mistakes that Liquid were making and have a better performance here today?
I don't know. I feel like we didn't really show up at all. Could have had some of those hero rounds that we had yesterday, for example, but we had none of those, and I think we just got a bad start and it kind of snowballed.
Looking at like how you started off in the best of ones, looking at obviously beating Aurora yesterday was a big one, considering you'd struggled against them as well. It did seem like Nuke, which had been a solid pick for you guys, started to fall off a bit here. Do you have any ideas why that wasn't working out, why that didn't help carry you through these best of threes?
I think we had a very close Nuke against an IP where we didn't even play that well, and then yesterday could also have been a different story. I think today was the only one where we really got outplayed and didn't really win any of the early rounds, and then after that it was just a shutdown from their side. So yeah, we tried this before, but yeah, obviously feels better than the major.
Yeah, everything hurts a little bit more when it comes to the major. But if we look back at since you joined Astralis, right, you had the second place at Astana, Fissure as well. Then obviously the lineup inconsistencies come, Magisk comes in, you try to slot him in, but the consistency in form maybe wasn't quite found. Did you feel like you were coming into the major in better shape?
In better shape than
what you were previously, like coming up to that standard?
No, not really. I think it's very tough to be in a good shape with everything that has been going on, but I don't know, we tried our best. Had a lot of long days before this event, but it just wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough this time, but let's look at 2026. Do you know what the plans might be? Will Magisk still be rocking with you guys going in 2026? Any ideas?
I'm not really sure what's going on right now. We just had focus on the major, so we'll see.
All right, if you can do me one last thing and take that logo down from over there.
Honest, as always, from Hooksy, in what is ultimately a tough situation for Astralis. We had to wait multiple years to even see them back qualified for a major, and the fact that they can't make it out of stage 2, I think disappointing is an understatement, Ted.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? And you could see it there from Hooksy. He didn't really feel like they were coming in the greatest shape possible going into this event, and obviously there's been a lot of things not really connected to the in-game side of things going in wrong with Astralis throughout the last couple of days, so this is not making it easier for the players, and it's a bit of a sour taste, definitely, the fact that they finally come back to a major after Antwerp, and it's the same team to eliminate them in the same stage, again Liquid, again in a 2-2 game, and again to deny them top 16.
Yeah, heartbreaking for these players, you know, a lot of experience at this stage, especially in Device and Magisk. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, but at the end of the day, they didn't play good enough. They weren't better than Liquid. Liquid dominated them throughout this match. And, you know, props to them for taking down Aurora, but this was the end of the line for them.
Just to touch upon Banks' question to Hooksy there, because obviously Magisk is only on loan to Astralis. He's not a permanent fixture of that team. What do you think moving forward, Devilwalk? Should they be making a change? Should they stick with this roster? What do you think?
I think it's a tough one because I don't really think, when I look at how they play, that they have everything in order. They don't really sync up that well. They, you know, if we look at this game specifically, it felt like their game plan was a little bit off, but I think still Magisk did a really good job coming into a lineup. It's always hard, especially he had poor form coming from Falcons and then joining this and kind of grinding that way up. So I've been pleasantly surprised by him as a player in this lineup, but yeah, it's tough. I think, you know, with all the chaos, you know, with the organization, the insecurity of what's going on in their camp, I think it's, like Hooksy said, it's hard to perform when so many outside factors actually is, you know, going against you, I guess.
Yeah, and I feel like it would have been a lot easier to make the point that Magisk should stay if they were able to make top 16, maybe play some closer Counter-Strike against some of the top dogs, but the fact that they get eliminated here in that fashion, even though he was able to on certain maps surpass expectations, I feel like, yeah, as Devilwalk pointed out, it is very uncertain for Astralis going forward.
So what do you think, Ted? Do you think they should make a change?
I feel like maybe at this point, it wouldn't be the worst of moments. It really depends on what the vision of the team going forward is, right? Because obviously you can tell that there is something good going on with this lineup, and by something good I mean Stair. I think he's been exceptional for them. So there is a couple of players there. Yabi, Hooksy, I don't think has been doing too bad of a job with the calling. Obviously today wasn't great, but just in general over the last couple of months. So there definitely is something to work with, but I feel like if I had to answer your question bluntly with one word, I'd say yes. Maybe a couple of changes are needed.
I mean, we should talk about the disparity of AWPers in this, right? On one side, you had Ultimate posting up absolutely monstrous numbers. On the other, you had Device, lowest rated player throughout the entire series, and that's not what you want to see from an AWPer who has so many accolades in his cabinet, whereas for Ultimate, man, I feel like he's just getting started, and that makes me incredibly excited.
Yeah, I mean, Device is, you know, kind of the benchmark for AWPers. A lot of young AWPers that have grown into the scene and come to the professional scene has watched Device. He is, you know, how to play AWP, his positioning, how he is consistently being able to perform. And, you know, last year, maybe, that hasn't really happened for him. You know, he's obviously dealt with a lot of sickness and health issues that kind of hindered him in some tournaments. So hopefully that's something that kind of, you know, clear up a little bit for him, and we can get to see the old Device back, because he can be an incredible player. I think we all know that. We've seen it, and I'm sure he can come back.
But the real question is, can he be an incredible player still, right? Because he has been underwhelming in a lot of those important moments. And these are the games in which you'd expect Device to play above his benchmark, even if he's had a worse for wear tournament, right? But as you pointed out, Fred, today Ultimate was just a much better player, the much better AWPer. He was everywhere. He was consistent throughout map 1 into map 2. He was disturbing Astralis. He was constantly hitting all the shots that you'd want him to hit. And he actually had a couple good rounds with the rifles also on Mirage. So I feel like all in all for Device, this is definitely going to be a very disappointing one. And yeah, he really has not been able to deliver to the extent that you'd expect out of such an experienced player.
I mean, you could see, he's been in so many obviously tough situations throughout his long and tenured career, but you could see the emotions on his face. He knew that performance that wasn't enough for the entirety of Astralis to be pushing this one through. But for Team Liquid, now that we've got 15 out of the top 16 teams here in Budapest, where do you rank them moving into the creme de la creme of Counter-Strike teams?
I feel like if we just look at how they played today and yesterday, this is something that you could probably put a little bit of thought into. Maybe the fact that they were able to get that very difficult win against Tailoo yesterday, and they were able to come back from a from an 8-12, maybe this is the thing that hyped them up a little bit, right? Made them believe a little bit more in themselves. And if they're able to ride that wave on the back of winning that series, which should have been much cleaner, to be fair, right? They lost both pistols on Mirage and the conversions. I think Moses brought it up on the cast as well. Astralis technically started this game 7-0, and they picked up only 2 rounds until the end of it. So I feel like if you look at that aspect of it, it's not really difficult to imagine that Liquid could be a dangerous dark horse in the next stage and potentially do some serious damage.
I probably rank them a little bit on the lower edge of stage 3. There's so many tough opponents coming up, but they're growing. They're looking better and better, and especially when the individuals come online, they can be a very, very hard-hitting team. And I think they called better. They grew into everything, and with Flashy, you know, coming in and making sure they have a little bit better protocols, a little bit better executes, and felt like they got a lot more out of the individuals. You know, the further the year got along with Flashy, so I'm excited to see them get up to like a real test, have a best of 3 against some of these top teams. I'm sure they can be able to pick up a map, but where to rank them, I'd still put them in the lower list of stage 3.
Considering it's been, let's just say, a complicated year for Team Liquid, what would they have to do, what result would they have to achieve moving into stage 3 and towards the playoffs for them to kind of surpass your own expectations?
I feel like even going into the major, I looked at them as one of the potential teams that should be able to make it through to stage 3 pretty easily. Well, not easily, but just make it in there, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like to surpass expectations, maybe see them push for playoffs, right? This is not impossible. They've shown that they have resilience. They've shown that they have the individuals, and as long as they're able to, you know, get the best out of Ultimate, get the best out of Elysian, Nerds, and all of these individuals, just be on the same page, and as long as you keep seeing clear and well-executed game plans like in today's game coming out of Shui and Flashy, I feel like they could be able to transition some of that form into stage 3. And we don't have to forget, they have warmed up now. And a lot of these teams that are coming in directly invited, obviously we're not counting the big 3 that is fighting for the trophy potentially, but for a lot of the other teams, I feel like Liquid could be a match.
Well, we will have to wait a few more days to see exactly how it's going to be panning out in stage 3, but one more matchup remains tonight. That falls to either NAP or 3D Max to claim the final spot in stage 3. It's going down after this.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
Standing here with Maka in front of your potentially last game, actually last game of this stage for sure. I have a question. You find yourself in a 2-2 matchup on the back of pretty painful loss from yesterday. Can you give me a vibe check? Like what happened? How did you talk through it? And how did you reset for today's game?
I think mentally it was tough yesterday to like instantly reset because we played super late, and having to go to the bed that late with that kind of loss, the way we lost was hard, but today we managed to bring the good vibes and bring the good working atmosphere to make it today. So.
It was not only a late game because of best of 3 and going 3 maps, but it was also a lot of tech issues. And whenever I seem to spectate you, I watch your games, there's a ton of tech issues. So what's up with that? Is there something specific that happens to you guys?
I think we're quite unlucky on that. So, I mean, Iran is on the same stage. We are handling the same issues. So this is something we have to manage, like having those tech issues and keep the same mindset and the momentum as much as possible in the game. So.
I've noticed one thing, that whenever Kaspersky is playing well, NIP wins. Whenever he plays bad, they lose. So, did you specifically prepare for him some anti-strat or anything specific that you can share?
No, if I could share something, I would not. But especially for Kaspersky, we didn't like work on something towards him. I don't think this is something we want too much to focus on. As long as we focus individually on ourselves and on the macro we play and the way we want to play, I think we can beat almost anyone in that stage. So this is a 2-2 game. We have to handle the pressure we have and play our own game to be able to win an IP.
Speaking about pressure, you're the best performer in all of the teams that make it to 2-2 matchup. How does it feel? Is this the best Maka we've seen all year, maybe?
I didn't know about that. I think
you're welcome.
Thank you. I was as good as that at the EPL run we had when we played against every top teams we had, G2, Falcons, etc. I think I felt pretty good at that tournament, so I feel the same vibes, to be honest. So I hope I can bring even better today on the server and for the team. I'm pretty sure they expect me to do as much as I can. So now I don't have the ideal duties, so of course I have to put up the numbers. So yeah.
Absolutely. Let's see how it goes. Good luck on the server.
2 spots are not up for grabs. 1 spot remains and only 2 teams trying to claim them. NIP up against 3D Max to determine who goes through to stage 3 of the StarLadder Major. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company for the last game. Joining me on the desk, we have Maui and MPL's favorite analyst, Pimp, in the mix as well. Don't ever let players tell you they don't watch the analyst desk. That's a lie, because they do, and they feel something. Let's get into this, gents. How do we think this one is going to play out with these 2 teams fighting it out?
I think first and foremost, we have to acknowledge the fact that NIP probably didn't expect to be here in the first place. You know, for them to be finding themselves in a 2-2 position after having played 4 maps in a row now where it went into overtime. Against FaZe is one thing, against Paravision is another. There's been a couple of misses, a couple of maps in those 2 series, Maurice, where NIP won the map. Like, NIP won the game, and then they found a way to lose it. So I think it's a team coming in with a little bit of a lackluster confidence at the moment, whereas for 3D Max, it's as always up and down. They're kind of used to this. That's how they always perform when it's Swiss stage or whenever they're at a tournament.
NIP have a chip on their shoulder. They're working through adverse conditions, given that the mental break clearly has been hitting them hard in terms of the inability to close out, as Jacob mentioned, versus their last 2 opponents. On the other hand, for 3D Max, I feel like they're a team that is usually very difficult to read. You don't know how low the floor can go for them, and their ceiling usually is something that's more driven by what sort of preparation they have into the tournament that they're coming into. So it's nice that they at least took a couple weeks off before their last tournament, before the major that is, and they look a little bit more reinvigorated. And Maka, as Stiko had already talked to, playing some of his best CS of the year.
Do you think NIP is struggling a little bit with nerves? Because some of the games we saw opportunities slip through their fingers because of just like weird moves or decisions that maybe speak to a mental situation on the server?
Yeah, I guess, you know, part of it is nerves, part of it is the pressure, and part of it is that when you do it once, you can do it twice, and when you've done it twice, then the 3rd time or the 4th time you're in the same scenario, it's gonna feel like it's almost destined to happen. For NIP to lose to Paravision on Dust 2, that was impossible. They lost a 1v2 versus JamYoung when they were up 12-11, I believe. You're in the final round where they already won the round, they already won the map. And when you have that experience, and when you the day before played FaZe as well, you happen to feel like, we've done it before, we can do it again, and they have to break that circle. So I almost want to say, coming into this matchup versus 3D Max, the most important thing for NIP is to avoid overtimes, right? They need to win the map or lose the map without going into overtime, so they don't have to replay that scenario, because it has not been looking great for them, Maui. It's 4 overtimes in a row, 4 maps in a row, where I would make the case that in all 4 maps, they could have won it and probably should have won it.
Well, just a reminder to everybody that NIP is working with 2 major rookies. Even though Wrinkle, Qikert have definitely caught our eye in terms of how explosive they can be, how much of a difference maker they are in the server, these guys are still prone to making errors. They're aggressive guys. They really want to get into their faces of opponents. So when it comes to the last 5 seconds, 10 seconds of a round, that's usually where other people like hallzerk, Shush, Snappy are the ones cleaning up. So if they find themselves in those high pressure moments, sometimes it's just been too much for them to handle.
What I find quite interesting on the other side is obviously 3D Max. Some people have them 3-0, some people have them 0-3. No one seems to find them in the middle.
No, that's the thing with 3D Max. I think, as Maui said before, it's such a tough team to quantify. Like, the ceiling is somewhat high whenever they're playing pretty much any matchup out there. You feel like 3D Max have a chance of making the game competitive, but they also have this tendency and this habit of sometimes just falling through the roof, or sorry, through the floor, where it's like you expect 3D Max to come in well prepared, you expect them to show up with a certain level, but you never really know what you get. So for my money, it's one of the most frustrating teams to follow right now, because I see a lot of good things within 3D Max, but it's been this roller coaster, you know, for the vast majority of the season. No consistency has been found, and throughout this tournament is another great example.
What do we think of the veto, boys?
Well, the pick of Ancient goes a little bit away from the script where Snappy has really been leaning into his nuke. At least he still gets it for the decider. On the other hand, 3D Max going with Train, a map that they weren't all too fond of before the major, but talking to Ted, he's dove into the 3D Max demos. He told me that they've really revamped their playbook on that kind of map. We've seen them already decimate bait at this tournament, so that's going to be probably a little bit of a surprise when we get there for map 2.
Our predictions are up now on the screen. As much as you were saying with NIP, NIP questioning a lot of things. You both seem to be leaning in their favor for this one. You think they're making it to stage 3 of the major?
I think it's a close game first and foremost, and especially because of the fact that I just said it, right? 3D Max, you never really know what you get. I feel like NIP has played the best Counter-Strike, the most consistent Counter-Strike. Their issue has been closing out the game. So, as I said before, I think their finest job tonight, Maui, is to avoid overtimes and just win out the games.
Yeah, a simple head-to-head for me is that these are two both very tactical teams. They like their set-piece starters. They go for conditioning. However, when I'm talking about the floor of NIP, I just find it to be a little bit higher because I can rely on Qikert. He seems to be such a known quantity, such a difference maker consistently, and also the fact that Shush has just been so far on the come-up for the last couple weeks that we've had here at this major. He's been such a luxury, and I don't really see any individual on 3D Max being well and above beyond what I'm used to getting from them.
Are you both ready for this? To determine who makes it through to stage 3, the final game here. I can't believe it. I am so hyped for some good Counter-Strike. Let's get into it. 3D Max up against NIP.
Today CS is played in so many ways, and people play so differently from teams to teams. B8 was quite annoying to play today. NIP will be 2.
On those 2, we had 2 or 3 times where we can literally just unplug the keyboard and we win the round and we win the game. And I think it happened on the train as well, where we should have won. And I think in any overtime we played so far, 90% of the game we are playing good rounds, but we just mess up ourselves.
We lost to them in Cologne in the summer, so in some way I want to get revenge. They have some quite aggressive player and they bring some good energy on server, I think, especially Snappy and Kaspersky, the way they play. I can tell something special.
I mean, I don't feel like it is nerves when we are playing, but these type of mistakes don't happen like in practice.
I was feeling pretty good in July, and I could feel it today that I could give really much more than usual on server. I can tell from my teammates, but it seems like we are in a good position, a good shape today to play, and it showed on train.
And here we are 2-2, we're not out. We have a good vibe around us. Everything is calm, we're listening to each other.
This is like big games to me and to us, so we try to enjoy as much as possible and play the best 3D Maxes, the true gatekeepers of Tier 1. This is the best way to get revenge.
I think if we just play like a team, then we're winning 100%.
Be prepared because tomorrow we won't be the 3D Max you saw today against B8.
Pressure at an all-time high for 3D Max and the Ninjas in Pajamas tonight. 3D Max, as Maka said, the eternal gatekeepers of Tier 1. And this is a Ninjas in Pajamas who have grinded their way from the depths of the VRS rankings for this major, their very first CS2 major as an organization, and one that looked like it was going better than anybody could imagine. And yet, there is no denying that NIP are in a bit of a tailspin. These close games, 4 consecutive overtime matches, all of them lost. Snappy said that it's calm in the camp. Well, maybe they need a little franticness to push this one finally over the line. This begins on Ancient, and Nip's map pick is going to catch us off guard. Gravity will start it inside of Cave with the opening frag. Kaspersky, clean 2 Glock kills, made easy. Third arrival is now Exercis, dropped down to 5 health. That is a near vacant B site. Ujurks comes in from the ramp side, and Nip get what they want. A B site bomb plant and a T side pistol win.
I think this is a taste of what we can expect to get from this series. The way that Nip will show us some really well-crafted and executed rounds, especially in the early game. But now it's just going to be about closing, and I think hearing that in the interviews, you understand they are starting to get self-aware about just, okay, they're going to focus on their composure, they're going to focus on their communication, because I think that's the only piece missing at this point. Nip have shown us they're such a powerful team right now. They're playing some of the best Counter-Strike in the stage overall. It's just the mental side. Everything else can deliver. And for 3D Max, well, they've just been no short of surprises. I mean, from their VODs to what they've been able to do. So I'm expecting them to be an excellent challenge. And it's like, after watching the last 2 games, I thought, you know, Nip would win versus FaZe. Then I was like, okay, well, if that happens again, it's going to be tough versus Paravision, but they should still win. Well, I feel like the teams are getting less they have less strength each and every step of the way. You know, this should be the test that NIP can finally pass.
Right.
Unfortunately for them, mentally, it's now in the 2-2. It's the final game here on the stage. Everybody is watching them here, and they know it.
It's the burden of success that comes with a 2-0 start when you can't actualize the progression game. They've come close. Very close. And yet 4 consecutive map losses. I think for their sake, they just want a really convincing start again. It's something that we've been able to talk about. Each and every one of those 4 maps had a moment where we said, this is perfect from NIP. Like you said, whether it's the game plan, whether it's the utility, whether it's a certain star having a pop-off moment. We've seen each and every one of the ingredients of a successful day for NIP, but it's making it all come together and then putting that bow on it. That is where the shortcomings have been.
Yeah, just finishing off. But it is a beautiful thing about this major that has shown us so much more than the actual strategy of the game. It's the pressure of wanting to win so badly that's holding them back.
Well, right now, trying to apply pressure themselves into this B bomb site where Astralis and his notorious Mag 7 sit. Down the ramp, he'll fire off. That's good damage. Triple kill comes out of 3D Max.
Maka with 2 Deagle headshots.
Somehow down that ramp over the shoulder of the Mag 7. Now Kaspersky into the 1v4. Down with by the boost. What a fast setup for that boost on short side. 3D Max pulling tricks out of the hat for a round 2 force buy win.
And that's going to be their strength in this game. It's going to be hitting great shots and then assembling tactics that NIP aren't going to expect right away. Like, fundamentally speaking, NIP will probably play more standard. Very smooth, very good overall. 3D Max are always coming up with new ways to approach situations. This one's no different, and Maka's performance today is going to be so central to their win if they can pull it off. He's got so many highlights already this week, all the no-scopes that he's hit.
Yes, sir.
He's playing with style.
You know, when this is a team that is... Oh, hold on. Fast pressure. Cade play with the nade.
Both.
That's gravity blown to smithereens. Exorcist through smoke clips Kaspersky. Little bomb plant here wouldn't be bad for the Ninjas. And because he was alone, Exorcist gives that space over for the plant. But they're so comfortably already inside of the cave. You know, 3D Max do have a certain ferociousness about them. And you see that in their ability to post that boost last round, to step up to the challenge inside cave this time. Snappy's 47 health. Don't you let that be enough. They'll whittle down the 3D Max core down to only 2 players at the end. But 3D Max do what NIP couldn't and convert their starting round win.
Yeah, it's kind of like impressive stuff here already from both teams, but 3D Max, they're firing on all cylinders. We saw that from that Liquid game today and them getting a little bit better yesterday, that a lot of teams that are getting this far and could have closed out and could have been 3-1 or 3-0, they just didn't start off well. But they warmed up to their boot camp level, or they warmed up to the level they knew they could play at. Like we're actually seeing that here. For 3D Max, it's about making up for like the last month of CS. And well, I expected them to do that, but now everyone finds himself in a tricky spot. We had such hard matches for everybody to win today. This one will be no different.
I do worry for the Ninjas coming into a map that they really haven't played, not at this event, and since Bucharest, where they played it twice, failed both times there. 3D Max known to come to the table with tricks, and so this fast flood out through cave gets held onto momentarily. Kaspersky gets the trade back. Gravity hides himself inside of the smoke. This is good pressure for the Ninjas in pajamas, right? To come back in this with another force buy really shows that they believe in their ability to break down this bomb site, and they put themselves into yet another post plant. 4v3 is a good advantage, and 3D Max confirms Kaspersky's Deagle still inside of the cave. He peels off of this. Wrinkle hits the headshot. That's a critical one. Takes it back to the even keel.
Boost over the smoke is nice. They've got some spams lined up too.
Wallbang just barely off the mark. They've got to get this retake going, and Maka's the only player with a kit right now. He's going to get on top of that bomb. Kaspersky not coming out from the cave. They just let that retake go with 3 players up.
The smoke was still fresh on the ramp, so they were just hoping that the spam connected, because otherwise they'd have to run through that. So 3D Max, they had the utility to pull it off. A little scary when they let their smoke go down, but they didn't start the retake, but they still had that last remaining 5 seconds to lock it in.
Man, it feels like we're at a rodeo right now. This is 2 bulls that have been waiting all day long to get released from their cages.
Love and energy right now, definitely.
Rapid pace to each and every round, to the retakes even, to the repositions, to the mantling of the boosts. Snappy, yeah, confused that nobody kind of goes all in on it, but like you said, Wallbang's just off, and I mean, the silver lining, another bomb plant, 2 rifles saved. It's NIP back in with 5 guns, but once again, fast moves. 3D Max are pushed out through A main. It could be a free kill out middle.
Gravity.
But it's a weird one for Gravity as he pushes through. Kaspersky actually comes back.
Wait, this is awkward. If he just turns around for any reason, that's ridiculous. They'll never know about it.
Counter-Strike, bro.
They will never know that this happened.
But the timing, I think, still plays into Gravity's favor. You just had somebody sitting in mid. He lines up, too.
You're right.
Able to get the most of that one. Kaspersky going to be scratching his head as to how could he let his team down with that timing.
He could have a PhD and never figure that out.
Oh, man. Poor guy.
Gravity's like, why weren't they watching?
Yeah, right?
Well, this is actually a really scary start now for NIP. This rifle rounds.
Maka's off, blinded.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Gets popped by a fast move up the ramp out of Wrinkle. Utility now non-existent here for NIP.
Oh,
Lucky
no plant.
stops the bomb plant.
Dude, knowing your spans, man.
Right?
So key.
And 3D Max, all those fine-tuned details are where they need to find the difference tonight. Gravity, his 9th frag secured, 3 kills on this round. Body's happy to slide up, keep majority alive for 3D Max. And we have a 3D Max that are coming out swinging in all of these moments, happy to just throw something at NIP and hope it sticks.
And you know what? Even though Kaspersky misses Gravity, the thing is Gravity got away with his full A main flank already. So he was sort of liable to get something out of it, whether or not it was the kill. So him coming up with 2 frags, yes, it's pretty tragic for NIP, but also he would have probably flanked Kaspersky, got that mid kill no matter what.
Crazy.
Just, yeah, insane. You can't account for everything. That's why every round matters. Gotta get moments like that slide off your back. You got still a few more tries here in this first half to get it together.
You know, we see 3D Max arrive here in Budapest and out of nowhere just start playing Train. Not just playing it, but picking it even versus NIP within this series.
More than that, winning it too.
And they've blown us away with how good they looked on it. And I think, you know, you chalk that up to the preparation they must have come in with, this, you know, reputation they have for being a team that innovates within that cusp of Tier 1.
I think they're also smart about looking at the stage and seeing that there's a lot of people are going to want to play Train versus him. They didn't want that to be a weakness, and well, obviously it was a very smart choice to adapt it.
I was hoping that NIP would come into this game and kind of apply the same theory to Ancient, right? We've seen them kind of squirrely work through the map pool throughout this stage of the major.
They literally went after Passion UA when it was their #1 map and crushed them on it.
After starting 0-1 to a Fnatic.
And in a major.
Right?
That's balls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it's you win that game or you go 0-2.
And if you didn't, like, they would have just got roasted on the desk. They would have got roasted by fans. Why would you ever pick this map? And they risked that because they believed in their pick. And now it's maybe a point of fear for other teams. Should be.
See how NIP handle the challenge when we get there. Finally, probably the slowest round we've had so far this map. You know, the dust has settled after the first 5. Ninjas in Pajamas realizing they're going to have to be very cautious about all of the timings if suddenly Gravity can climb up boxes like that for a multi-kill.
It also kind of calls for it because they've gone fast so many times. You know that 3D Max is going to let go of utility very quickly.
Gravity finds contact outside cave. Tech9 digs him for 98 and still he hangs on to his life. And we get a challenge out of the red room as NIP leak out through elbow. That's 2 players confirmed. Third one still just watching for some kind of a Gravity push, but no way he steps forward on that B site with 2 HP. Off misses a chance, and Lucky's right there. This is a very tethered 3D Max at the moment. Plenty of layers to stop this mid push, including the flash that comes wide, and leave it to Gravity with only 2 points of health to still put the last one on ice.
No, this one's the real worrying point because now they're allowing the CT side to just make a lot of money too. I mean, they were really good at getting plans, getting a couple of kills on rounds like this, and they tried hard to manufacture another round that was semi-successful, but this is where they're just so far behind now. 4 rounds down, full buy-in. You see how much money the CTs have left over. It's a must-win situation for NIP. They haven't been thinking about A that much. Hasn't been a donut split or an A main full play, but since they've sort of left that on the table for this entire time, you know, that's going to be at the forefront of 3D Max's mind. We'll see if they start 2A or if they try to go for a push again, but they've called out NIP's propensity to lean towards B in this half so far. That's going to be another B lean hit for NIP. That molly just missed, eh? Oh no, they smoked it too. Won't know about it. CTs win mid. Udrix can't get out here if they're not going to take it, so. Damn, another good start here for 3D Max.
Right, just confident, right? Confident in all these little moves. Confident that they've got NIP in a tough spot out of the gate. Lucky trying to take a bit of a look down through elbow. That's a cautious one. You know, pulls back immediately, as he should. Don't want to be that opening kill for NIP. It's one thing to be adventurous and find things like the cave clear for gravity. It's another to just straight up peek into the T's like that.
So this is interesting. It looks like we're going to maybe have some kind of fake. It looks like a... Well, the bomb's leaning over towards B at the moment. And
with
gravity
this push.
With the push. No.
He reacts. Ujurx drops it. Body gets the deep shot onto Wrinkles up, and we go 5v3 3D Max.
Oh, another opportunity for NIP, and it's been squandered.
Missed Molotov.
Bomb spotted. 2 dead on the push. It was 3 leaned over to A. They could have maybe sold some kind of fake.
Oh, Maka's not going to miss that one. Sitting inside of the cave. Easy.
Man, the protocols for 3D Max have been splendid so far. Just crushing on every move. They won mid without losing a player. They pushed down B at the right timing. I mean, they could have died, obviously, but their aim is doing the rest, too. And the problem for NIP is, like, they can get all these close games, but they have to earn that part, too. They have to earn the ability to get close to closing in the first place, and you think too far ahead, well, now you're missing 2/3 of the game.
All right, you spent the last 48 hours probably just figuring out how to end things. At least dead before time expires.
At least.
Gravity gonna give him a little love.
It's a shame. That's considered a big win these days.
6-1 here for 3D Max. We saw that pregame interview with Mako, which was clearly recorded last night, because he said, you're not gonna see the version of us that went up against Bait tonight. And so, a different version is what they wanted, and I'll just say it's a convincing version. They've been confident in all of the decisions they've made. They've gone for different attempts at mid-round aggression from different directions.
Shut down the ecos.
You know, there's so much activity coming out of this defense that it almost feels like 3D Max are on the T side. The way that they are adamant about opening control. Again, Gravity just barrels out through middle.
He's having a game. 15-2.
Pushes his way out through the cave, will slip right back into it. This is a player who's finding kills on 2 HP. Confidence at an all-time high out of Gravity, and 3D Max with it. You can climb up on these boxes. You have yet another 5 versus 3. And NIP must be feeling so small in the server at the moment. They'll tiptoe their way out through that doorway with a recovery frag out of Wrinkle. He doubles down on it. Gravity still being the bane of NIP. Sits here for his next, but that one gets denied. Triple kill coming from Wrinkle, and he's only taken a quarter of damage himself. If 3D Max finally pushed it one step too far.
This push here, at least he got Exorcise. He's got vision on Donut, but he's worried. Oh, and Maka. Nothing to be worried about with Maka. He's hit all his op shots so far. Shush needs to clutch this. He's got time. He's got space. He has a molly.
He's got what he needs. That Molotov could go onto Cave. That would keep Maka out of it. It would keep him from charging him down. But, I mean, Maka probably wants time for his teammate to come join him. Maka drops his smoke over towards Cave. Will Shush push this first? Because he does have that extra bit of time.
That's a pretty big audible. But this is...
He's going A.
Yeah, but this is not actually that good. Exorcise is not joining up with Maka. It's the CTs who have made noise, right? He doesn't have an excuse to leave just yet.
Yeah, that pushes Shush away.
Now, Shush has a molly, but he can only cover one side. If Exorcise really wants to peek into it, he can.
Let's save if he wants. He'll have that at least. Molotov goes too far. XRC smokes the molly, puts fire on Shush's feet. That's beautiful, but the Molotov.
With the dink as well.
XRC does what he has to.
I was thinking he overplayed that situation a little bit. Didn't need to smoke that. There was no time to stick that plant and fake it.
It's okay, he's kind of just going through all the protocols like he has to. Like
Yeah,
he's
I
got
counted
the
that
nades,
too. I counted
right?
that too. We can do anything
Just
right
a little
now.
French circus there as he juggles his util. and then comes out with the head-spinning headshot and the fire at the feet. But I mean, star of the show tonight, undeniably. Gravity is a monster inside of Cave at the moment.
You just knew he was going to peak again, even though he didn't need to. He's got such a ridiculous start to this game. It was a nice try from Wrinkle. Really a lot of output that round.
7-1 CT start.
Well, this game's been quick and exciting so far. I don't know if NIP have started with like this badly so far at the major.
Body charging in again, just flying out through smokes. Lucky holds his in middle. I mean, NIP is here trying to fight things on their terms. Yo.
One AG up there and he's cooked, but they don't have one, it looks like.
Body gets away. Wow, one more bullet would have had it done. XRC's crosshair placement looked a little off, but he finds Shush, reacts to it as he just slides out from the corner, and of course Gravity is behind them.
Dude, he can't stop moving. He knows how to keep momentum going.
This just feels inevitable that at some point in the round, Gravity will be behind NIP.
He's about to put a
comes out and clears it.
And then Gravity for free.
Woo! 3D Max. A scary level coming out of this CT side right now. If Train is suddenly,
we're going to get a career best map out of Gravity here in an elimination game at the major. Yeah, I mean, nothing better than looking over at him if you're a teammate and going, okay, well, we might have an easy day. We're only 9 rounds into this game. Now there's too much money, not enough here for NIP either. They're going to buy down to half. One of these ideas has to work at some point.
This is Gravity sitting 16-3, 5-0 in opening duels, 6 multi-kills over 9 rounds of play.
Wow.
Wow. Just absolutely on top of it. And I think a beautiful part of this is the depth. Like, we see Body kind of doing what Gravity's been tasked with previously, coming at it from middle.
Timings have been too nasty. NIP getting just completely outplayed was just not one of the options I even considered coming into this match.
Yeah, it just felt like we were going to get to overtime again.
Yeah.
My whole thought process today was, when we get there, will they win this time?
He's actually pulled it off on the right timing again. No one watching this. Kaspersky in the same spot. Imagine
he hasn't pushed a main since the last time. And he's going to step forward, find Kaspersky, who just turned to consider it. 2 players exposed inside of the B site, just trying to get away with a bomb plant. XRCs comes through with huge damage onto U-Jerks. The USP spam nearly kills him, for Christ's sake. There's a small chance NIP can hold on to this. You know, maybe 3D Max start to get too rambunctious, but they've got the utility to come in strong for the retake. Tech 9 shots from Shush. Have him go down after 1, and Snappy in a tough spot to try to push out onto this one. Absolute murder coming through from 3D Max's camp. And these smirks have turned into full-blown smiles because they know this game is in their hands.
I mean, there's a point in this game where getting a bomb plant and a couple kills was really good. It was productive on Nico, but no longer relevant at all. NIP needs rounds, and with 2 rounds left, they can't get through that economy at 3D Max. They just have to win no matter what. And kind of a scary sign for them that their default protocols aren't besting 3D Max, like taking over mid control, for example. Like, they can't get even the NAF control they're looking for. They're losing in all 3 parts of the round. Early, middle, and late.
Whoa, deep
flashes are great.
Yes, sir, and the layers with it, right?
Oh,
gets turned on! Body from down beneath that ledge.
One of the most one-sided halves that we've seen from the perspective of everything.
I mean, you can't point to the player on 3D Max that's not bringing the same type of energy to the server right now.
They're getting the latest, so it's all about those latest flashes, you know, coming out of elbow, who's landing them, and right now 3D Max, like, they're pushing it back. Here they actually trick them into pushing out because I think they feel, NIP feel they need to be aggressive and take it on their first try, not come back for it later. So, as it stands, full kitty utility, Wrinkle on an op. We saw a good round from him so far this game. We've seen good op performances from him so far. I'm sure he has some regrets in this stage, but he's tried his best to make up for it. armor in play. The CTs have split up once again. Not going to be easy to figure the situation out, but he has the utility to guarantee a plant if he wants to play it like that. And there's a lot of incentive for 3D Max to actually wait before they retake since they're so split up. Okay, so he won't even use the utility just yet. That gives him some more options.
Right. What part of this bomb site does he decide to cut off? Going wide, battle the oppers.
Oh.
Maka's not going to miss. I don't think I've seen Maka miss an op shot yet tonight.
He's been great inside of B too. It's not like he's going for pick plays in A main or pushing out mid. There hasn't been a single A play here from Nip either.
Barring Shush coming at it from the B site.
Right. Yeah. Anything except going A main. Wow, nuts round out of body.
What's crazy too is that lack of A main control is why Gravity's gotten away with an A main push twice. He's only done it twice, but it's worked both times.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, this is beyond brutal.
This is starting to feel like a shattered NIP at the moment. It's 2 rounds best case scenario. And hands down, the worst start for NIP in any of the maps so far that they've played at the Major. It's a team that opened up with a loss to NRG using their coach, which is when we thought to ourselves, oh God, Nip are not going to hit the ground at all so far this Major. Since that, they've recovered. They had won every single map as they got their path to the 2-0 pool in Stage 2. All 4 maps since then in overtime. I mean, you can't argue that NIP have not been fighting for the chance to progress to top 16. They've been right there. Nobody's been closer except for the teams that have actually stepped forward over that line. And yet, alas, it finally bottoms out under the pressure of 3D Max tonight. Final attempt here. Fast move from Shush. Weaponized to the top of ramp. Kaspersky let off his leash. Shoots one through that red room smoke. And so finally, in the final moment of this T-side, NIP play with just no care. As if they can do no wrong, but it could still come back to haunt them.
And they still got to get through Gravity.
He comes off of the angle, no longer watching that cave exit. They do use that moment to find positioning, but he sees that as a call to action. He lets 2 players go by. Bomb Planter's going to get blindsided, but still Wrinkle reacts. Good on him. Maka, who has been stellar with the op shots, has an unlikely 1v3 ahead of him. NIP, between a rock and a hard place, had to play this round different, and as they do, they will secure that second round at least. It is hands down their most lopsided start, but still, is it enough to rebound? Gravity making a run for a potential career best rating in this map alone. 7-0 in opening kills and just non-stop pressure on NIP from the get-go. It's a pistol round win and it's a last round win when they had nothing to lose at that point. Beyond those moments, NIP have come up with nothing on their map pick.
No, not at all. And I think they had some ideas and everything, but they were just outdone from every perspective, and in particular, this Gravity performance so far. Ooh, okay. Well, let's see if they can get 2 pistols this game.
Snappy coming wide will cut XRCs off of it. We've got a fight queued up inside of the bomb site. Qikert gun goes dry. Then a bit of a spam fight back for Gravity. He leaves a little to be desired here in the pistol. Bomb dropped over towards top ramp. Bodyy worried that there's players behind these smokes, but that's not the case. It's all cave.
Yeah, they could come through the ramp as well. He would have heard this. He'll take this peek eventually.
It's crazy. He got 2 kills and he hasn't taken a lick of damage.
They see the bomb, so they know he's going to peel back, but
whoa.
Be careful.
Ooh. Snappy's low in the corner.
No, be careful.
Bodyy on for 4. Oh. Exposes himself, and so instead, it is Snappy doing all the heavy lifting.
Okay, that was kind of scary, actually, with the HP left over. But 2 pistols won this game for NIP.
4K for Snappy in the pistol.
Now
refuses to go down without a fight. What's crazy is this labored fight here. Bodyy never even got hit. So it made that clutch feel winnable for a second. First pistol round was a 3D Max forced by win in the follow-up. This time, 3D Max. I mean, they don't even come into this round with a bye.
Mac is hitting some crazy shots right now, actually.
They pick up a couple of Desert Eagles, Glocks for the majority of 3D Max. They have such a margin here that they just want to play it out, and yet now Bodyy has also got a 1-deeg of his own. Not like this.
They got Maka got 2 1-deeks and they denied the conversion last time. 4v3 now. Guns are fine. Upgrades are coming through here for 3D Max.
Wrinkle can't lose this duel. That's a, oh my god, that's an armorless MP9.
They can't punish anything right now. They look a little tense. Obviously, it should still be fine.
Yeah, I'd be tense too. Down 10-3, died to 2 deagles.
Snappy saved him last round.
Oh no.
God.
Snappy's gonna try it. Oh no! Bodyy and Maka with the only 2 deagles coming into this round. 3D Max just wanted a bit of damage, and instead it falls on Shush.
This one's gonna be closed casket, man.
He'll kill XRCs.
It's gotta be the 1v4.
3D Max able to come up that ramp. Wallbang off the mark. Lucky's gonna plant safely on the other side of the column. Deagle rings by. Player deep inside this close corner. Shush almost drawn out, but he wants a little more. He wants one player to make a misstep. Somebody oversteps, he gets another kill, and then maybe. But they're right there to swarm it from the deepest corner of the bomb site. Shush's gun getting low. 6 bullets, fresh mag. Bomb still with more than halfway left. Shush starts to slide out, getting a little hectic. Ramp player lets that space go. Shush one rag away, and with 2 Desert Eagles, no Kevlar, it is NIP in a tailspin.
Damn, he almost made magic happen right there, but it's the Glock to get the last kill. 2 pistols won this game, 3 rounds in total.
Not like this.
NIP are getting served.
Shush so close to pulling that off as well.
Can you believe these deagle shots, though? How did Wrinkle even get killed?
With the Glock burst.
Wrinkle?
No, just the last one.
Yeah.
And then straight back at it. 3D Max put their foot on the throat of NIP. Slam him down the red room. Gravity's got his outside of the B site. And just as quickly as this round starts, it feels over.
And they're still using boosts. They got that kill. They're still trying, even though it looks super aggressive. This is a paddling right here. Bomb's gonna go down. Wrinkle, Mac 10 on the flank. I mean, the stage has been full of surprises. I mean, every game you try to base it on what we've seen already, and you're almost always wrong. It's been impossible to predict people's form, the outcomes of these matches.
Bomb has been planted.
And there has been a lot of tragedies because of it. My goodness. We're saving a MAC 10.
I mean, this game's just been full throttle. You would want more of a fight offered over for NIP once you get to the 2-2 pool.
Look, actually.
Just for the sake of fans, right? We look for the entertainment of the game, but it is entertainment if you can just lack empathy for NIP. Enjoy the show 3D Max has put on, because from the very first round, well, we'll say second, since that force buy win, they've been so proactive.
Yeah.
They've had so many different looks, so many different timings, and just sprinkled into perfection, right? I can't just gravity pushed A main twice, and both times on the CT side, it was the exact round to get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, it was definitely an underserved part of the map for NIP. That was part of the game plan, and we know NIP, they like to pick one site and stick to it for a lot of a half, but even all the B rounds they tried to pull off. Maka was there, Gravity was playing Cave sometimes. There was no shortage of answers from 3D Max. Wow, an auto shoddy on T side.
Hey man, he's a freak.
And
let him do his thing.
An auto shoddy on T side.
Ramp push gets shut down. This is 3D Max having their absolute way with an NIP that kind of had us scratching our heads when it came to the Ancient pick. They haven't played it here at the Major. Their Bucharest outings at the event prior to this kind of left us uninspired. It was a loss to Saw and a loss to Gentlemates, and now it'll be a third consecutive loss, this time to 3D Max, who are going to take this series to Train, a map that they have come to the Major with well prepared, have impressed us out of nowhere. Their lowest win rate of the maps they played.
The auto shoddy is going to get this kill.
Of course it will. 3D Max have done anything they wanted to NIP tonight, and everything they've wanted is qualifying to top 16. They will sit one map away from that, and confident in knowing that their preparation coming into the Major has been ace. Body, shots through, catches Shush, pinned in a tough place. He'll fight for all he can. But we praise 3D Max tonight for bringing a level that NIP have yet to feel at this stage of the Major. 4 consecutive overtimes meant NIP felt like a shoo-in to secure that top 16, or at the very least, close matches. But this was the definition of a blowout.
Yeah, if you're going to go out on a series like this, it wouldn't be right. NIP have to show better form. After the last 2 days, they've shown us how strong they are, but they haven't put it together right now. And now with Train coming up, that might be a surprise to some, but we've seen what 3D Max could do on it.
Way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been breaking the fire.
the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm winning. I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Donc, the best entry fragger, Yekindar when he's at his prime, I would say, really good one.
I guess you could say Donk because it's just so good right now, but it doesn't have like the longevity yet, but it's gonna be there. So Donk.
Donk.
A good question. I put Donk already.
Akazi. Rain.
Already is Donk because of his insane numbers and he won a lot already.
Donk. I don't know if other people would say this, but I think Yekindar in his VP times was actually very, very good. Like how he played and how he got his entries, I think he was one of the best, if not the best for sure back then in VP when they were good. So I like give it to him.
Donk.
Donk.
Nico. Entry fragger. Ooh. That is a bit rougher question, but I'm just gonna mention the early days of CSGO. I think Apex was very annoying to play against before he turned into IGL. I think he was very unpredictable and he just full running and didn't care, and it's quite annoying to play against, honestly.
All time, I don't know, but right now I'd probably say Flames. I think if Flames on Vitality does a great job for his role.
Donk. I would like to say Donk because he's just on another level, but yeah, I think I have to go with Donk actually. I think he's on a different level.
Donk?
Donk.
Oh, Donk.
Wow. Is it too early to say Donk? I mean, it's probably just already Donk. I mean, he's already insane. He's already done so many crazy things that you probably haven't really witnessed from other players, so maybe Donk.
Nico Donk.
Attacker.
Donk already, I think.
Donk.
Donk.
I would say Nico, man.
Me. I'm joking. I would say... I don't know, to be honest. I don't know.
Donk.
Donk.
This one is hard, but I'll say Donk.
Flames.
I'm gonna make it really quick. I just want to know, you guys had a perfect start, but then lost really close maps in the other best of threes. How did the team deal so far with the frustration that comes with it?
Honestly, I don't think we're that frustrated. I think they just had a really good game individually. I mean, Gravity had a really great game, and then the Eagles, they shut us down twice after we win the Pistols, right? But yeah, we have some stuff to talk about for Train, but I mean, we're also comfortable on Train, so we just gotta keep the mood up.
Okay, you're gonna do that for sure. And do you have a good game plan for Train? What do you think?
Of course, I mean, Train and Nuke is our two best maps, so yeah, looking forward to it.
All right, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Last one.
Let's talk about Ancients. Exist there saying, oh, well, you know, 3D Max, they had a good game. We're okay. We got some stuff to talk about. To me, it just looked like 3D Max was the far superior team. NIP looked completely outplayed.
I don't think there can be two opinions about that, to be completely honest. There was 3D Max showing NIP who were the better team on Ancient, which is kind of surprising considering who picked the map. Also, the fashion it happened in Maui Snake, it was dominant from start to finish. There was no moment in this game where I felt, maybe if you won this round NIP, that could kickstart you, that could bring you back into the game. The amount of timeouts taken by Exist early on as well was a clear sign of desperation, was a clear sign that something wasn't really working out and he was trying to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately for Exist, he's not a nurse and he could do nothing.
These are the kind of maps that unfortunately make our job boring, okay? Like, what else am I supposed to say? You watched it. You all saw it, okay? 3D Max played out of their minds. They played better than I've ever seen them play before. They're winning rounds that I've never seen them win before. And Gravity, I don't know what he's taking right now. He's taking ashwagandha. He's taking mushrooms. Is he taking... What's he doing? Did he go on like some kind of psychotherapy retreat before this? This guy's a genius all of a sudden. Like what has possessed him to be this good when this much is on the line? It's crazy.
It's that thing of like normally in these situations I'd try and change the question, be like, oh, what could NIP have done, you know, to change the score? And I'm like, it's too much. It's too much to talk about, too many factors that come into play here.
Yeah, I guess the easy answer is they could have shown up, but they didn't, unfortunately. And I think, you know, part of it is obviously NIP not showing up whatsoever, losing their 5th map in a row now. Another part is 3D Max. We just have to give them credit. We have to give Gravity credit. We have to give bodyy credit. We have to give the entirety of the team of 3D Max credit for coming in seemingly well prepared for Ancient. You know, there was a bit of a discussion. Could it be Ancient? Could it be something else? But they were on top of this one, Mari. At no point, as I said, did it feel like this was a game.
NIP tried a couple different looks in this one too. They tried fighting for mid control, they tried doing fakes towards B, then moving back towards A, they tried just going for the B hits, nothing worked, okay? Gravity was just behind them 50% of the time, bodyy was getting multi-kills pretty much 100% of the time. There was nobody that was at fault for the 3D Max side, and Snappy and Exist, they looked for answers in this one. But when your mid lurker and Qikert is getting flanked constantly, when your initial site hits are getting first entried or double entried basically on the defense from 3D Max, then you're just out of luck. I mean, it's just that the sharpness of 3D Max, it's sometimes just seriously difficult to play against, and it's not something I saw coming, because my whole idea about 3D Max coming into this major was that there's practically speaking no star player. Like, nobody on this team is going to be a top 20 player at the end of the year, but their tactics are usually what get them through, and that's why this is such a confusing segment, because they pretty much just body them as individuals.
Let's take a look now at some of the rounds where we saw, specifically Gravity's confidence, which I think was the defining factor for 3D Max, right, coming into this, which allowed them to win this so well.
Yeah, I mean, round 10 is a great example. Gravity, you know, what is it? 15, 20 seconds into the round, he finds himself in middle, but he flanked all the way over from A. Meantime, NIP gets to plant the bomb, but 3D Max were just playing it very slow, very cautious, you know, doing a lot of damage, retaking the bomb site like was no problem. I think it's only fair we show this round, because as I said, Gravity, I don't know if that's preparation, Maui, I don't know if that's sheer confidence, but him pushing all the way over from A, being in T-spawn within the first 20 seconds of the round, you don't normally see that, right? You see someone contesting that. You see someone getting punished doing that, but Gravity did it over and over and over, and as you said, Qikert, NIP, no matter what the call were, they were caught off guard.
It makes me feel for what 3D Max was maybe 5 months ago, when I thought that they were the tier 1.5 gatekeepers. They were the team that could create tailored game plans for their opponents. Gravity making that push not once but twice in that same half, that's game planning. That's understanding that NIP are selling that side of the map towards A main, that he can pull that flank off. We saw one of the times, comically so, that he goes in the smoke when Qikert also does. They come out on the opposite sides of it. That time around he actually found the frag, and that's just the dream of being an IGL, where all of your preparation goes into feeding you as an individual, so that many of the fights that you're winning aren't even 50-50 gunfights. He's just flanking them.
Today is also the best day to have a pop-off game, when you're playing on a map that is NIP's pick, and it's going to decide who makes it into stage 3.
It is, you know, it was the perfect showing right here, and I guess this was the final nail in the coffin. See the buy coming in for 3D Max. Round 14, they have nothing to work with. NIP disjointed. You have one player fighting by himself, you have another one pushing down by himself. Got to give it up to bodyy for hitting a nasty shot as well. Then Snappy pushes out by himself. I know at this point it's 10-3, but let's play with the idea that NIP win pistol, they convert, they go to 10-4, they build a bit of economy. Maybe there was a case to be made that this game could have been competitive. You know, we know the fact that NIP picked Ancient for a reason, but when you can't win this round, when you're not even close, and when you go down and you play one by one, I can't help to feel that the 2 games leading up to this one, the 4 overtime losses in a row versus FaZe and Paravision, has done something to the confidence of the NIP game.
It's looking like a mental collapse. That's how it manifests when you lose those kinds of rounds, when you get battered out that hard, where you're the team that just gets anti-stratted so obviously there. This is not the NIP we saw at the start of this stage, in the previous stage, the one that was the plucky underdog making its way up to the major. This was one that looked completely deflated, huge turn from what we saw from them in the couple months leading up to this.
Here's the thing though, Exist in that interview with Donna said, okay, well, the next 2 maps coming up are our best maps. So do you think that was just fighting talk for the cameras? Can NIP perform on Train?
I mean, sure they could. You know, NIP has a decent map pool, as you see it. We've seen earlier in this tournament they could play good Counter-Strike. But yeah, surely. What is he supposed to say? Yeah, we got absolutely owned. Nothing I prepared worked out. Yeah, you know, it felt like I was caught with my pants down. That's probably the feeling they had when the NIP came. So I think that's trying to talk himself into this, dare say, illusion that they can come back. I don't think it's unrealistic. I think NIP have shown so far in this tournament that they can play Counter-Strike at a very high level. I also think the level of Counter-Strike we've seen from NIP has been higher than 3D Max for the vast majority of it. But as you said, the mental collapse, if you don't overcome that right now, it doesn't matter what map you're playing, doesn't matter what your opponent are, you will lose the game. You have to fix it mentally.
And what's scary about it is that going into Train, 3D Max have changed a lot. Ted pointed me to the fact that they have really, in the couple weeks that they had away from the game or away from officials, revamped their playbook. I looked deeper into the playbook to see what he was talking about. They're going for Ivy so much more. They're getting into CT spawn a lot of the time. I mean, they battered Passion UA and Bait because they were doing things that not many teams are doing right now on Train, which is you take Ivy control, Exorcise is just lurking all the way into CT spawn, flanking the B players. And so a lot of this game for me comes down to an unlikely hero for NIP if they want to extend the series. Ujurx has to stay on top of Ivy. It feels sometimes like the play is already running towards B, that he needs to help the rotation. He needs to trust that the B defenders are on top of what their defense is there, because they will try to lurk out. 3D Max is going to try to backstab you. So don't get outplayed along with getting outshot. You got to win on at least one front, NIP.
Do you think NIP will have the opportunity to figure out this 3D Max play, or do you think that 3D Max is going to have their number?
I think we're going to get a way more competitive game. I cannot imagine NIP falling this flat, you know, over the course of an entire series. As I said, so far in this tournament, they have played some decent Counter-Strike. It's very much come down to the fact they couldn't close it out in overtime, so couldn't close it out in regulation before getting into overtime. So I still have faith in NIP bringing something to this matchup, but I will say you've lost 5 maps in a row now. 4 of those maps were very close in overtime. Now this is a blowout. I think it's a mental battle. They need a good start. They cannot afford to go down 4. They cannot afford to let 3D Max feel like they got this one on a lockdown. If that's the case, then I think the more experienced players within NIP, in Snappy and Shus, they have a very big task ahead of them.
I don't usually like to invoke my own pick'ems on a test segment. It's rather self-serving. Nobody else can really relate to it.
You're having a generational fumble right now.
But I had 4 picks going into today. Okay, I needed M80 to win. They lost. I needed Astralis to win. They lost. Now, I need NIP to win this, but it feels like I am just cursed today, okay? So I've lost faith. I've lost all faith, okay, Sam? I think Gravity is looking like a genius. He's looking like Prime Glaive. I don't know what's going on with Gravity right now, but you just rearrange some of the letters and somehow you're building Glaive out of this guy. He's in the Matrix. Snappy's doomed. NIP are doomed. I'm so done. I'm so done.
That one line is going to be quoted out of context on like every social media channel at the end of this. You calling him up to Glaive. Yeah, it could be weird. Pimp knows best. But how do you shut down the aggression that 3D Max has, though? Because this was the thing in that first map when they came in. I feel like they have this aggression, they're overconfident, and it's almost like NIP is on the back foot going, well, we don't actually know how to stop this.
It's a different dynamic on Train. It's a completely different map dynamic than when you compare it to Ancient. So I think in that regard, NIP will have an easier time to slow down the aggression. I also think 3D Max will approach the game much, much differently. Ancient is a map that allows for a lot of aggression all over it. And Ancient is a map where, as you described before, Mari, if you want to control the entirety of the map, you have to sell certain areas of the map, or at least have less manpower towards one area or another. I think Train is a little bit more locked down, a little bit more stale. So if you want to play hyper-aggressive Counter-Strike on a map like Train, like we saw from 3D Max, you're risking an awful lot more than it did on Ancient. So I think the approach will be a bit different.
And this is obviously where Snappy comes into his fore, right? Because I do think that he calls a better game then when he can slow things down and kind of read from the start.
So since they're starting on the CT side, I just want to see them take some space. Given that so much of the game plan for 3D Max in their first 2 matches on this map at this tournament have been Ivy-centric, fight for Ivy in the beginning. I want to see Wrinkle push down with the AWP. I want to see U-Jerks take that space, make them uncomfortable. So hopefully NIP get a little bit proactive on that extremity.
Let's see if NIP can do that and even out the series. We're going into game.
Woo, it's got a lot of asterisks on this one. NIP, I think you've just got to pull your way out of this tailspin. I mean, mentally tough spot to be in.
Honestly, I actually think we will still win. Our two best maps coming.
Literally our 2 best maps.
It's like a fact that sounded so unconfident, but you know what? You can't blame him at the same time.
Almost had to convince everybody, like guys, I'm not just saying this. I really mean it. I don't just mean it. I really mean it.
And it is facts.
I mean, you have to give it a shot. You've got to give it a try.
No lies were told.
And we've got a recovery underway here within the pistol. Good push out from Z. This is a huge bit of impact from Shush. 2 kills found. Maka, though, is going to drop U-Jerks as he tried to just sprint his way back into Ivy. Lucky waits it out, and we've got 3D Max taking another pistol.
That's such a nice move from Lucky. He didn't even go for the plant, just 2v1. He knew the push was coming. That was unclearable in that spot. That was just perfect.
I think, you know, the desk's kind of characterizing it as some sort of mental battle that NIP have to now find. I think to myself, I just hope that if they put all this emphasis on the mentality they need to close out close games, and whatever that looks like in terms of, you know, exercising or practicing that belief, hopefully you can take that and just apply it to now we come back from a total smashing.
Yeah.
Right? They're both mental tests.
That's what Paravision did versus Legacy.
Sure.
You know, I mean,
it's a test of a different type. The blowout happened at the start, middle, and end of the game as opposed to just the overtime. Ugh, but they come into this B bomb site and 3D Max don't waste a moment. That is a lot of money made by Max 10s.
Can't believe the conviction in every move 3D Max have made so far.
It's crazy to me that in that pregame interview, Maka's sit down when he said, "You are not going to see the same version of us that you saw tonight," referencing the, you know, close games versus bait, the what could have been of the day prior. This is 3D Max pushing themselves to their limits. Wrinkle, 2 Deagle kills, chance at a 3rd because 3D Max are so happy to take these duels, but run with that mentality, 3D Max. Don't look in the rear view. Don't think about the close games you've also had yourselves. Just focus on finishing off this stomp.
Fact is, they're starting T side again, but like man, they did that on T side. Did they start T on Ancient? No, it was CT.
No, it was Gravity
yeah,
CT
okay,
half.
that would have been impossible. Yeah.
19 and 6 CT side.
So good no matter what.
Nip got to let this 3rd round go as well. Unsuccessful force buy. I mean, maybe 2 Desert Eagles are enough to win a round. We've learned that again within this series. U-Jerks, though, gonna get burned out of his position. Easy pickup. You've already got XRCs inside of the bomb site. He'll catch Snappy running over.
They're already everywhere.
All over the place, man. 3D Max's pressure knows no limits. I mean, dog, he's got a USP.
Yeah.
And you're chasing him through the Ivy smoke, popping it open with your frag grenades.
They just want him dead.
Just chill.
They're killing for no reason.
Indiscriminate murder.
Just like Lil Wayne's friends. And there's a lot more major to be played if NIP survive this series, which they could. Mentally, you know, we got that Snappy quote, but it also shows us how much he has to remind himself that it's true. That's something that's that's a fact, what he said. You know, 2 best maps coming up, and yet, clearly, it just doesn't feel like it's their day. But there's a lot of major to be played. There are better teams ahead. Not only do they need to be able to win a series right now to survive this stage, but if they want to have real success, with the performance that they're putting up, Connor, they could make a top 8 run. NIP are good enough to get to a top 8 run. They could be the dark horse to make it into playoffs. Maybe not to win or whatever, but to get that far. They're going to have to make comebacks. They're going to have to play from behind. They're going to have to close out in overtime. Like, they have to check these things off the list, or they're not a complete team, and they've still got too much work to do. On the other side of that, you can look at their run, you know, versus like Imperial's run, who played an average of top 40 teams to get to the next stage. That's unlucky. Some major runs are harder than others. That happens at every single major. But NIP still have to do this, and you know, we're holding them to a high standard because we've seen what they can do.
Yeah, their promise was right there.
They have made so much progress as a roster. It would just be the greatest shame for it to not, you know, be more fruitful. But, you know, 3D Max are in this matchup too, and they would be competitive next stage, and they are looking to earn their place there as well. It will not be free, and it shouldn't be.
I mean, I think it's a perfect game for 3D Max to absolutely push you to your limits. They call themselves the gatekeepers of Tier 1. This is their third consecutive top 16 at a major. Shanghai, they started there. In Austin, they earned it. And here, again, gunning for it. And doing it in such a convincing fashion that you understand why they do just push these sorts of teams away. You know, we are only now welcoming NIP to the majors in CS2, here in Budapest. And that recovery is something. The promise, like you mentioned, right there, the checklist has real check marks, but just not all the boxes. I'm probably feeling boxed in after that last map loss. This gun round, hoping to be fruitful, pushes through into PopDog and will give Snappy an opening kill. Now, PopDog control is something we saw a lot of from NIP versus Paravision on this very same map. And that was a T-side that Paravision should have never won by the stats. And so these risks that Snappy keeps on taking, he has to take knowing that the last time they tried it, it cost them. And yet this round, he comes up big with a double kill again.
Kind of hunting for this wrinkle rotation, and right now, I mean, NIP don't have to move too much. I like that they've got Z. You know, they're probably maybe semi-nervous about an Ivy lurk or something like that. For the most part, they're thinking this is inner or it's going to be pop, and they're right about that. This one's kind of turning into a save, though, with the bomb up here in Vauxhall, so they'll just chill. I mean, it's correct, obviously, from our perspective. The CTs are on all the right spots. All that would happen is they would lose a lot. So NIP grind this one out. And again, we look back on the Bass map. They won both pistols, and they won one rifle round at the end of the first half. I mean, that was the most impressive part about that map for NIP. Here, it's a better start already. And it's because of Snappy.
Another active move. First player, you know, he's supported with a teammate behind him. Going further and extending in, that's him taking a chance on his own.
And Snappy got a 4K on his pistol round as well, to actually just score that. Don't give up. Kaspersky as well, you know, it's going to be something we look back on the losses, especially when things were going well. Kaspersky, obviously, incredible last week, all that, but he's not been donk the last couple of days.
Snappy tries it again. Once more here on his own. That's a huge responsibility for Snappy.
He actually has not moved. He's still here.
Joins up with the B push. Shush and Wrinkle moving it forward as well. So that's a ton of control given over to NIP. You know, an active CT side is a good thing.
Oh.
But XRC's start at 8-1 is also quite phenomenal. I love this passive move from Bodyy.
If Udrix had got that kill, I feel like this map is just conquered already for NIP, but now this throws things slightly into disarray.
I'm going to call it early. This kind of a hold from Bodyy, one of the things Snappy did, again Paravision, was tons of that PopDog push, but usually he'd use it to get that flank going over towards T-Con. I'm not surprised to see somebody from 3D Max holding back for that kind of a moment, but instead we get the B push from Wrinkle's op, and that's the setup that 3D Max are walking into instead.
Gonna come down to him now. We'll see if he's tradable even in this
point
spot.
Blank, I'm pretty sure he's looking at the... Okay, never mind. Holds up close. Waits for it, gets it, falls back, throws the frag, and will get around that corner. But Maka's going to activate his AWP, and I think the barrel advantage here is going to feed Snappy a frag.
With the bomb in this place, how fast is Maka going to move with the op?
20 seconds. They're starting to come back towards PopDog. Snappy will find the Ivy lurk, and Shush is pushed into T-Con. It's back's turned by 3D Max. They try to make this happen. Now they're stepping forward into Wrinkle's op again, and 3D Max were so corralled this round. Every direction they went, there's an NIP player in position. And remember what Snappy said, I believe we can still win this. We are going to play our best 2 maps.
This is an awesome couple of rounds out of Snappy, especially because he's the one pushing Pop. He gets his 2 kills untraded, and he's obviously playing with a little bit of anger right now because they just need to make something happen. And, well, he knows how to do it. It's his movement around the IV. It's his push into PopDog. Wrinkle getting left on a deeper angle. Him not dying to that body peak as well, holding the B ramp. Like, everything's beautiful here from NIP. This is what we saw that's shown that they're so hard to play against. It's not like there are a ton of gaps, but teams can't find them. Like, they've played a pretty solid map that you have to really grind back to find advantages. To expect an Opera holding that line like Wrinkle did, that's a risk. That was just a really good play by him.
You know, I think if you're just joining us today, or if you haven't been as close of an eye to 3D Max's run, it's one thing, you know, to see that domination back on Ancient, but this is a map that you're watching 3D Max play that you would have never suspected ahead of Budapest.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's worked for them so well.
And it was one thing to say
so far.
They could beat Passion UA on the map, but Nip will be harder, right? Should be.
Dropping smokes in front of him, Snappy drawing them forward.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, Macca's Desert Eagle is disgusting.
It's a next level Deagle today.
It's got to be one of the best at this stage of the major.
Yeah, between that and the no-scopes. Looks like he's playing Scout's Knives.
It's cool to just see a player that still has a bit of flow to their play. You know, he believes in what's bogus. And somehow pulls it off. Now we get this backline defense out of NIP's B site. Op towards ramp, Shush, AK upper. He'll collect Macca. Pistols trickle down to the site. If you could jump in and get a bomb plant, 3D Max won't be mad about it. But the pressure's on, the op is watching, and the rotation is already on arrival. So no bomb plant here for 3D Max. Strong 4-player survive situation. I think 3D Max will be quite satisfied that they won pistol in the 3-0 start, because this CT side's starting to gear up for a hold.
We've got a better team going on the other side, which is nice to see. We saw Paravision versus Nip as well on this map, and it was 6-6 at the half. It was a T-side close out of Paravision. Really, really impressive when they got to overtime. But again, like, so much of that was mental. The question is, will that happen again? Nip were great on that map. They should have won it, just like they should have won Dust 2. Not dead yet.
Snappy really believes in these Pop Dog tests. We'll see if 3D Max are capable of unraveling that push, because it's just such a constant close threat to your any commitment inside of B. And here comes that commitment. Nades over top.
What was that?
Down. Just throws himself at the side of Shush.
Oh, it is not often that you see Shush get caught off guard like that. He jumps down like Batman into the site and the whole round is over.
That was a body slam on a mock-up.
I was just not ready to even cast it exactly. Yeah, what? I love that. How many times do you see like people jostling up there looking for a peek?
Right.
It's like,
trying to
get
take a
after
peek,
it.
trying to climb the ladder like a bunch of pansies.
Yeah.
No,
he
sir.
came down there like, Merry Christmas.
Drop kicked into the bomb site.
And,
all right, Macca.
And any rounds that 3D Max get in this half is just going to feel like bonus.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Sit down. Sit down.
XRC's 9-4. Maka's Desert Eagle transitions into a killer 2K in this round. Body's up to something.
Remember, at the end of the last half on Ancient, auto shot, he gets bought. It gets handed over to Gravity. Like, they're all just having fun, too.
Smoke out in front.
This is ridiculous, man. How ready is he for that, too? It's perfect. That's something Nip are going to have to be really aware of, that, you know, 3D Max is going to pull stuff out other people aren't.
That's insane. I mean, Shush can't even look up. He has to look behind him. He has to look behind him for an entry path. How does that make sense?
I would have guessed he had eyes on the back of his head, but...
All right. 3D Max give NIP something to work through. It's a good 3-round streak from Nip, but fast answer. And an answer that's the kind of round that, like, do you have a protocol for that? Do you force Shush to hold further back instead? And also, will 3D Max just throw Maka down through a smoke again? I mean, that's going to keep them on their toes.
Ooh.
Right now, we got a lot of posturing going on for the T-Con control instead at a minute 10.
Yeah, they wanted it. So, I mean, the way Nip have been putting this together is getting the pop dot control right now. That's not on the table. This op's in a great spot. Nice.
Clean one from Wrinkle. Flash over Kaspersky, catching kills in smoke. Gets himself a double.
Solid.
And a third. Wow. Kaspersky doesn't need to finish off because he gets himself a huge hold. You can feel that fight slowly brewing. but never did you think that it would be just him and him alone.
Yeah, massive multi out of Kaspersky. Glad to say his name. He wanted to take over Team Main, and then they flashed him back out of it, so he had to stand in this spot. Just a little bit less comfortable, but maybe not if you ask him.
Counter-terrorist. Nice.
Lovely stuff.
Careful though, you've got 3D Max in like a weird economic place, so they may pull something nasty.
I'm sure Wrinkle's a little angry too. Everyone's just so comfortable peeking him with rifles.
Loud steps. Snappy just made loud steps.
Very loud.
It's gonna be, or maybe I misheard it.
I think.
And it was 3D Max coming down the stairs.
It's possible. But the other thing is that he's pushed so many times. Like you are gonna be careful clearing it no matter what.
Yeah, I know those 3D Max, but still ready. Call it predictable. And call it dangerous as well, because the two guys with Kevlar, these are the same two players that with only Desert Eagles, no armor, won a round back on Ancient. Now you've got Maka and Body with Kevlar and rifles, and even an Incendiary here. They come running down the ramp. Shush's position revealed. He's got support behind him, and Shush with the headshots. Turns out if you don't just come flying off the top rope with the elbow, he's good to go. Nice, rock solid stuff there from Shush. Clean execution of the three 3D Max players.
Yeah, it's about time. He's got us a behold. He is so excellent at this site. They figured out a way to kill him, that's for sure. Their crazy smoke up in heaven, jump through it exact. But I'm gonna guess there'll be more rounds more like this than that exact.
Counter-terrorists win.
I think 3D Max will be relatively unfazed with that one. Nip are gonna, really want to take a lead here. Just hold on to it, make it a 2-round gap if possible. Nice.
Duck,
love to see Wrinkle in different spots.
Yeah, Mugers, nice off angle as well. Good for one inside of Ivy. Down goes Lucky. Oh, but Maka survives that headshot. He'll be on 11 health. Xerxes 50. Has that bomb still in these halls and sits and waits.
They don't have much space to work with back here.
Big activity though from Kaspersky.
Yeah, it's going to be a long flank up towards Ivy. Shush joining him. It's touch awkward, but if they walk backwards into B, they just go right into Wrinkle. So Wrinkle's positioning so far this half has been awesome. I mean, the way he's been used, he's just always in an unlikely spot.
Oh,
they're coming to clear out, I think, some lurks just to make sure. But it looks like it's all good now.
Turning back, worried about the deep CT push. But this could lead somebody to just crawling underneath him. Yeah, he's got to check it every once in a while. But again, this is creating a timing where maybe he gets blasted off this angle.
They have a smoke too. Depends if they want to use it.
It's a big maybe. They will drop that smoke. Wrinkle's going to try to get as wide as he can. Could take a timing shot. Opts not to. Now Maka low.
Oh,
susceptible
upper
to the USP. Well-placed utility so far to neutralize 2 of the 3 NIP players. This was never supposed to be a bomb plan.
Just don't give him a headshot.
XRC starts to get off site. Op has stayed tucked in from where it came.
Getting up the ramp.
And there's a world where he could wrap all the way around. Maka hits the op shot. Upper shelf starts to get pushed. And that bomb is planted awkwardly on the short side of the CT side of this train. Turned on. Well done. Good presence there to turn back around, catch that timing, and make sure that these CT round wins just keep on flowing.
I would have felt bad for Shush because he was watching the ramp flank the whole time. He noticed there was no one in all the usual spots down there on the floor. And Maka makes it scary. I mean, they do a good job of finding the one gap, getting that smoke in Z and a free plant on B, but made more sense that Nip close this out. Wrinkle's been so good this half.
We were over here praising 3D Max just because we didn't ever expect to see them on train at this event, but their train also hasn't been pushed to its limits like this before either.
Yeah.
When we see this pick, it's like, it's one thing to pick this, again, versus a Passion UA, a team that's coming in with like a wobbly event right before this, but versus Nip, when you know what Nip can do on this map, you've witnessed it versus Paravision.
This whole veto is
suppose
kind
it
of
was
crazy.
a loss. Just feels like 3D Max really tried to push something that they're confident in, but something that'll have to truly dig deeper than it's had to before.
Yeah, this veto is crazy, but you look at the last time they picked it, when they picked it versus Passion UA, they picked it as their best map as well.
Yep.
They picked right into their opponent's best map and won.
Yes, sir. Maybe it's earned confidence that justifies it versus NIP this evening.
All right.
Scout for Exorcise, Galil, and Tech9s for the camp. And it's an opening kill for NIP again. Shush has been rock solid inside of this B bomb site. Wrinkle's been great as well, supporting him as the secondary B player, but also being freed up to go over towards moments like this. Wrinkle's threat is all over the map. It's 3 very difficult points of contact. Kaspersky outside of T-Cons, rocked 3D Max a couple times as well. Missed chance here for Wrinkle. Could maybe cost NIP. Qikert gets traded by the Maka Deagle wallbang, but there's Kaspersky putting his name on T-Con again.
Nice.
And some of the best Kaspersky clips, it's either outer nuke or outer train, I feel. This guy gives us another reason to believe in the defense of NIP. Up to 10 frags this half already. At a tough spot for a scout, let alone the best of guns. NIP, 7th round secured. That 3-0 start from 3D Max, basically all they've got.
3D Max had to be ready for something to go wrong in the series. I think they were probably surprised at their own performance back on Ancient, how easy that was. But yes, it's good to see Nip back online. But because 3D Max won a pistol, they converted cleanly. They won an extra round. If they win one more, I think they will kind of feel okay. I think if they don't, you know, it'll be Nip who fully stabilize and put together a solid CT comeback. There will be no pop push. There will be no op on B. Wrinkle has made his way over here. They're coming out lower ramp though. This one's missed.
Shot.
Lucky gets hit.
Survives it. Some deep fire for Wrinkle. One of the more uncomfortable positions he's been put in on these attacks.
It's a full retake setup right now.
Shush goes for the deep oil angle. Gravity and Maka come up with the kills. Wow. Just like that. NIP try to tiptoe their way into stopping this somehow. But it looks like you give 3D Max anything on this bomb site, and they'll rock your world. 1 for the road. 3 to start this half. 2 more rounds sprinkled in. The CT side of 3D Max, if they want to rob away a 2-0 from Nip, that is what they have to bank on after the break. At the start of this map, Snappy had a few words for his team. He said, guys, I truly still believe we are about to play two of our best maps if this series continues, and a stellar CT side in the face of a very aggressive 3D Max out of the gate. That 3-0 start for 3D Max gives them a margin of error if they don't go ahead and pick up this CT pistol themselves. What does the defense have in store for us? NIP pushed to the absolute limits since they've been in this 2-0 pool. Grueling overtime losses are one thing, and we thought after Ancient that mentally they had evaporated here in Budapest. But that is a statement CT side. That is the strength of NIP. That is another box on the checklist of reasons you should believe that NIP can make top 16 still tonight.
My only fear left is this might be an honest loss where 3D Max did enough in that first half. Now have a CT side to look forward to. They ended on a good note, and that's always an option too, right? Just because NIP, we know they can play better, even if they play at their best, 3D Max are showing up and showing us they're playing at their best as well. This one's up in the air. NIP have to dig deep for this.
I think it's just like a worrying sign, though, in the nature of that last round out of 3D Max. A CT side that looked so good, a B site that held damn near every time, and then momentarily, 3D Max get a bit of space inside B, and that kill feed was full of NIP deaths in an instant. So does 3D Max have that ability still in them? I mean, they call themselves the gatekeepers of Tier 1. And you want to put as much gap between you and a challenger like NIP, who are just trying to start their real journey in CS2, returning to majors after all this time. If you are really the difference maker, then you could still close out on the second half of this map. It is Train, a map we never expected 3D Max to play in Budapest, and it's a CT side. Where else would 3D Max rather be?
I think right now NIP have to look back on what was a good game plan, look back on the fact that they recovered despite the pistol round, which that can just be up in the air even if you played well. Know that this is, again, they have to tell themselves the positive things. This is a map they know they win. This is a map and a series that they can even look forward to map 3. That's on the other side of this. This one's not over. NIP up 7-5 at the half, and this pistol could be the difference between life and death.
Oh, Body starts it off. Aggressive Beretta's push into the halls. Kaspersky, at times the king of outer, but in this pistol, popped by Maka.
Maka on pistols is next level.
Another one. That's Snappy dead inside of T-Con. 2 versus 4, demanded of NIP.
Oh, come on now.
And he just taps them out of it. Confirms the last player. U-Jerks trying to fight back. It is a big moment for Maka with the quad kill, making sure that 3D Max will have the best start possible, a CT pistol win.
Maka on pistols is different, man. That's at 2 pistols, that's just so much to the stomach. See, you know, when you're playing your best, you got no thoughts in your mind. This guy is moisturized right now, in his lane, unbothered.
No.
How about none?
Nip says, can we have this bomb site? He says, no. And Nip essentially conceding the follow-up.
Maka bought an op. He bought an op, and NIP didn't plant the bomb. This is actually ridiculous, because you only get $100 per kill, plus if you give that up, they have a chance to actually win the round. There's just no reason to get an op when the other team didn't plant the bomb. I love it. I actually love it.
I mean, we talk about how he plays with a swagger, right? Goes for jumping no scopes.
Oh, so that's what it was, is it was Gravity going, maybe you shouldn't buy the op.
Oh, right.
And he went, no.
Just has to. Hey, what if you give it over to them? No.
Yeah, and that is 3D Max right now. Haven't considered the option of losing. That's the difference.
Well, you've let them out onto the bomb site, which is a great chance to plant.
It's going to be an op retake, maybe.
Yeah. A little wild. Uh-oh. Double Glock kill out of U-Jerks. The FAMAS is starting to look a little sketchy. Gravity's going to have to be the savior. U-Jerks has 2 kills with that Glock. There it is. Gravity's at P9. Great. Kaspersky up top, 50 health. You know what you can do? Cover this with an op.
Oh, he switched it to a FAMAS.
Throws it back over. Kaspersky eats the flashbang. They don't have a kit. They tap it to try to get his reaction, and they will whittle him down to 6 health. It's got to get covered, and Maka will do it with his pistol.
And he'll go back and get that off that he didn't need for this round that almost cost them the round. Woo. Saying Sydney Sweeney, let's go.
3D.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Never a worry. And hilariously, they never heard the offshoot.
They never didn't know how close they were to glory right there.
Maybe, just maybe.
Oh, I love this. I love the rifle beside this pick, even though the op can get away. Oh, look, they're actually going. Oh, it's just
Not
push.
ready
Oh,
for
and
it,
then
dude.
boom.
Boom. 5v3 made easy.
Brother.
Nasty little French setup inside of the ramp.
5v4 is not good enough.
Yikes. I mean, again, you win the CT pistol, it's one thing, but then you come into the first gun round and it is as convincing as you could ask.
They're taking your setups and making improvements.
Whoa. All right, so here we are again. In a place where at the start of a map of Counter-Strike, we have many reasons to praise NIP. It was a feature of both of the maps versus FaZe. It was a feature of both of the maps versus Paravision. There was always something in the first 12 rounds where we could point at and go, damn, Nip, you've got it. Here we are again. This is not the blowout of Ancient. This is a map that NIP have stepped up to the challenge. But now 3D Max already. CT pistol. Convert the first. Go ahead and win the first gun round, presumably. This 2 versus 5 sets itself up in the upper shelf of the B site, but Maka, we haven't really had to say Maka missed the shot. All throughout Ancient, he will get blasted back by Wrinkle at
Even
least.
hit that one.
23 HP, and it was, yeah, another op tag. So that op just finds its mark. That is Maka comfortably 17 and 8.
This is dangerous. Rico can die after time for sure.
Getting around this corner could save him.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Oh, actually. No.
They're going to know where he is, though, after
3D Max is
this.
going to run this down. This is a critical save for Wrinkle.
Oh, God. He's got all his utility, but... Oh, okay. All right.
Gets away with it.
That's close. That's close. Another excellent round here for 3D Max, and full credit to the setup, actually, right? I mean, it's perfect timing on the push.
perfection.
Op to catch this as well. Maka not missing his shots.
Maka's second and third shot also land on this upper hold. Make sure that nothing goes awry towards the B site, and that's going to put Wrinkle in an awkward place. Only AK on the field for NIP. We've got a few sets of Kevlar, we've got a few grenades, certainly tools for the job, but a great chance for 3D Max to establish a 9th round and continue this so far flawless defense.
I had a hard time saying that, you know, Paravision were the better team when they beat NIP. I think they were just mentally tougher and good enough. But in this game, it's possible 3D Max are just going to be the better team. Like, we've seen such great CS from them already. I'm having trouble actually trying to deduct marks from what we've watched so far. Like, what else would you even really improve on?
I mean, even their 5-round T-side on Train is kind of just par for the course. You know, they go ahead and win both pistols. That's another one for the 3D Max scale. We'll see if they fall victim to a mistake, because right now it's a very far back B defense. And spray like that can welcome a push, but Shush takes a ton of damage, so honestly worth it. You may forego a bomb plant, and you better be careful that Wrinkle doesn't just rip a head off. But Maka jump spotting.
Nice
that
nade.
nade for Shush is going to finish him off. Beautiful trajectory, long range. And sure, you forfeit the sight, but with it comes a chance for Kaspersky to hit a headshot.
He's not
Maka
missing.
doesn't miss. Comes in with it. Sees one on the edge, right there for the taking. They play with just the inches.
He doesn't
Maka
miss.
follows up with more. And so the rifles start to work over top. Snappy's got a deagle with his attempt at a hold, but it's nothing after his one.
Please miss, Maka. How's he doing on the scoreboard over there?
Oh, started that round 17 and 8, picked up, what, 2 kills?
Okay.
Let me jump in the server, I got kicked out.
Crazy, because again, with Wrinkle in that first half, it was awesome. So much variety in the play.
20 kills, 9 deaths after that round.
Damn, 100,000 ADR.
105 ADR.
Wow. He's had this precious little op since round 2. The lights are getting a little bit brighter now. And the stars of 3D Max are starting to shine. You know, when we get Gravity having a great game, it's welcome. But, you know, you see a scoreboard like this, it makes a little bit more sense. And
I mean, that's why Magisk was so mind-blown in between the maps, right? For Gravity to play to the level that he just did.
Yeah.
Steps up to an unbelievable degree. And now right back down to the bottom of the scoreboard. And that's fine because Maka picks up all the slack and then some. Gun round back in. Good move by Snappy. Gravity, speak of the devil, finds the trade frag. But there's a lot of room for Nip to just slide up close on the smoke. And there's a player pushing through.
They kind of know he's going to try to do that. We've seen Kaspersky make this move.
Oh, he didn't see Gravity, but that's all right. Wrinkle cleans it up.
Okay.
There was a player to the right side of that smoke as well. XRCs comes back in. This could catch off NIP. The bomb carrier clipped on the crossover. Bodyy collects a kill as well. Wrinkle on the front side of it, trying to work with Kaspersky, who reveals his position deep on site. And then as he wraps around the bomb site, he'll get his second, but they don't know where Wrinkles got off to.
Oh, he's just heard this. The bomb's out in the open. XRCs doesn't know about the opportunity at hand. Going above, is this the move?
But then the push in through Icon in a moment. From down beneath him, he'll get the kill.
Wait, and he knows the other player.
Yes, sir. Kaspersky already showed his hand.
And Kaspersky doesn't know that he knows.
So XRC starts to walk away, but again, how many layers deep? Kaspersky starts to clear over towards the train, and now that's going to give XRCs to put space in between them.
This might be next gen. He's thinking that either Kaspersky's wrapping around this way, and if he's not, he's going to slowly get the bomb back. XRCs either catches him going back to B or just instantly walks up on his plant. It will be so hard for Kaspersky to read this. He might just run into it. That is so smart, man. He covered it. He covered his option coverage right there.
It is mental gymnastics from XRCs. Wraps back around and catches a knife-out rotation.
That was just such a perfect read on the situation. He knew where the bomb was, and that Kaspersky didn't have info on him.
Sick 1 versus 2. You know, you said what can we point at for 3D Max in terms of what they're doing wrong? Nothing. It's 3 kills on the round in total. Superb. 1 versus 2. And just another moment that NIP are reminded this is slipping away from them. Not just this map, not just this series, but their chance at a top 16 that they have had 3 best-of-3 matches to secure. The weight of the world will crush them tonight if they can't regain momentum on this map pick. We get this aggro push in through the pop dog. XRCs from a clutch to an opening frag. Bodyy in the brown halls goes down. Whoa. 3 immediate kills come out from Nip. That is exactly what they need in this critical moment.
Okay, I mean, it's only 1-1 to sights now. It's a chance for Nip. Last round was a 2v2. They have to let that go. Don't get too stringy on this. Just play to trade.
Gives him a shoulder. Left side swings. Whoa, that was a chance, but lucky cut down after just the 1.
But yeah, that's playing to trade. And Maka, I mean, he's done some absolutely ridiculous things with this op. There could be a jump, there could be a no-scope, there shouldn't be a clutch. We'll just leave that off the table entirely.
Well, especially now with the Ivy push.
Ivy push, yeah. I mean,
too far removed.
Imagine they went pop dog, though.
I mean,
Wrinkle's going to check this out, right? Like
That's not going to bring everybody, though, will it?
I mean, it might. If you see nobody responding to you, you're going to think about it. You're going to walk outside. I mean, there still should be absolutely no chance for this to happen.
I mean, but just stopping the bomb creates an awkward thing. You know, right
it's
now,
so late, actually. You're right.
Right now, you say
if you're going to plant open to something, what would it be?
Tries to take that shot. Maka misses.
Okay.
First time we've seen Maka miss, goes for the crazy shot. I mean,
we
could have easily let that player walk away.
Yeah, he didn't know what was happening, though. He probably thought that there's no way they even run into this by accident.
Well, if only. Great recovery. It's a 4 versus 5 clawback for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Nice spray, Wrinkle. My goodness, that Khalil. All right, solid answer here for Nip. Let's see if they can build some momentum before we start writing their obituary.
Mako coming at it. This Exorcise between two positions.
Oh, he's nice
the crosshair
right
back on it. Between him and Maka, there's star potential. Oh, but Kaspersky.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, again, always this looming threat when it comes to the outer yard of Train. T-side, CT side, he's just out here all the time. And now we've got Gravity trying to wrap around through the
Ooh, they're
icon.
not clearing this.
You've got the Thomas sliding upwards. Lucky executes Snappy. Gravity doesn't come around just yet. He's going to blindside Kaspersky. That's the bomb confirmed. Ujerk going to have to dig really deep, and he is not given that chance. It's a 3-round lead, 2 rounds from top 16.
That's unbelievable gameplay out of 3D Max, man. They have showed up big time. Gravity, Exorcise, excuse me, on this map. Absolutely fantastic coming into the CT side. Trying to match Maka's performance. Didn't think that was going to be possible, but his rifle work has been clinical. It's only 1 kill for him on this round, but just the fact that he's always delivering his one, even while flanked. It's been a terribly hard run for NIP, but it's also a run that we thought they could still survive. The draw wasn't on their side, but there were chances. And in this series, there's still a chance.
Ooh,
quick they don't get that. Oh.
Gravity long range down after the 1. Not to mention, it's a dink on Maka, but he'll put that off back in, and when it's a comfortable shot, he's landed them. Damage comes out through the smoke. Trying to keep pressure on NIP to go back through this smoke. Exorcise.
He wants a little more.
It's disgusting, and he does bite off a little more than he can chew. Ujerks wins the duel without taking damage, and Wrinkle will plant in this 3 versus 3. It's a health advantage over the op of Maka. But right now, they're not feeling like they've got comfortable post-plant positions, NIP. One stuck in the back of the site, a back spotted by Lucky. He's hoping that Ujerks backs up a second time. And as he loses a teammate, eventually this trigger's gonna be pulled, and so down he goes. Wrinkle pop, flawless for 3D Max.
Absolutely perfect on the retake. Every position found, all the CTs playing so carefully. Smoke spams in place as if those smokes aren't even there. They've got such a good read of everything. And now the horizon's starting to come up on NIP as they see that this run might be coming to a complete end for real.
There's moments to work with within this.
Oh, come on. Come on.
No! That is salt in the wound. We said
that's how they start the retake.
You said in his clutch there could be a no scope, but maybe not a clutch. Yeah. Now he gets the wall bang.
Oh
man, Kaspersky didn't do anything wrong.
No, he didn't. He was just out here trying to exist like the rest of us.
And not just exist, but also kind of thrive, right? A key component when it comes to the outer yard. He's the reason that the pressure on Ivy first worked. You said he came out of nowhere. Well,
and this is what makes 3D Max good, man. They go for wall bangs, they go for smoke spams, they go for tricky tactics, and yeah, Maka says, nope, it's still about me this game. Damn. Damn. No way they'd be 2 teams on their best
stuffed.
map.
Kaspersky given a chance to shine on the exit. Instant 4 versus 5.
Yeah, it's a full tilt call here. I mean, they tried to do this one player going outside. That's their style here on Train.
NIP in the second half of another game of regulation have gone up in smoke. All while 3D Max have returned the tricolor flag to top 16 in a major. That's what they're 4 frags from.
This could be a good fake, but it's about this upper push. Bodyy, is he going to get caught or win this duel?
Tries to take it forward. Ujerk's going to stop that. Not the first time he'll play for that. Bomb spotted, but no overcommitment.
The bomb, you know, it thinks it wants to go back outside, but it's so close to B, and the flank is coming in. If they linger too long here, they're just going to get picked off.
Exorcise back.
No.
Turned. He's going to play with his food a little longer. He's going to milk it for the pop dog arrival, and it is heartbreak again for NIP. A chance to recover it still. That's going to be Snappy to grab that bomb and try to push it over while Shush takes to the top rope on only 3 points of health. Outnumbered, outgunned, and absolutely crumbled from a 2-0 start in best of ones to 3 failed attempts. This is the French evolution.
Oh, yeah.
A map that they should have never played. 3D Max praised throughout this season. They evolve Counter-Strike. Their strategies get stolen, and they are the gatekeepers of Tier 1. But tonight, they make sure that the gap between them and the challengers stays beyond the capabilities of NIP.
they were able to be the gatekeepers and get in to the next stage in the same breath. NIP's run was, again, so difficult. So many good notes, unlike with some teams at this stage, but also the most sour finish because a series of games they could have won and a series of vetoes that were good for them.
French Counter-Strike well represented. 3 majors in a row at top 16. In the same day, the Turkish CS falters, and we also bear witness to the Danish fails. It is the French that take another step forward.
Last team to survive stage 2 and moves on to stage 3 is 3D Max. I'm joined by Gravity here. New IGL for 3D Max, casually leading his team into the stage 3. Tell me your feelings.
Feeling good, to be honest. We played really bad yesterday, and not only on CS, like the mentality we had in the server together with the guy, it was really shit. And today we are just normal, to be honest. We didn't do weird things, and we play good.
These 2 maps, I think, were one of the best maps I've ever seen from 3D Max. First one, especially Ancient, from you. Second one from Maka. Everything works. Is this the dream scenario for IGL, where whatever you call, your players are just bailing you out, or you yourself are bailing you out?
Yeah, I don't know. Just everything was working. I just play on the full feeling, to be honest. Even on the small round on the T side, we were just like, yeah, everything was working. That's it.
Talking about stage 3, big dogs are coming. How is 3D Max going to fare against them? Do you have any thoughts how different the skill will be?
Not, to be honest. We will try to repeat the same things when it's working for us. Playing really aggressive, just playing our game style overall. Playing how we practice every day, how we play in Face It every day. Just trying to repeat the things in the official game.
Beautiful. Any last words that you have for your fans or the haters? Up to you.
No, I let the haters, I don't give a fuck. Thank you for all the fans who are watching us, the French fan, the Brazilian fan, the guys who came here to support us. Thank you for everything.
Congrats one more time. See you in stage 3.
I've got NIP by the side of me as their major run does come to an end, despite showing such great starts at the beginning, such huge determination. Sappy's fighting back against some really tough opponents the whole way through. This time around though, right, it's a different story. You spoke to me previously in the pre-match interview about having this idea of what you could do if it did get tough or it did get close, but what went wrong in this scenario against 3D Max, a team you had beaten in the past?
I think this was the best team we met this major, to be honest. I think we should have gone through against FaZe and against Paravision, but today they were just much better. They shot super hard. I'm still a little bit surprised how good they played. For me, this was the best team we played in a while. And I think kudos to them because I don't know where they pulled it out from because they played really good.
When you say it surprised you, what exactly was it that surprised you at this matchup?
They just hit hard, like really hard. They were like on Ancient, we win both pistols, and then they just one-dig all of us in the second rounds, and it followed on. At least personally, I got a lot of hard shots. I don't know how it felt for other people, but they also played really good. And today we lost because they were just better. The 2 other days we lost because we threw.
Thank you for the honesty on all of that. I want to talk a bit about the journey you've been on this year, because obviously this is your first CS2 major, an achievement you did by coming from 186 in the VRS ranking. You guys had to fight for every point, every spot, different lands, different events as well. How hard has this been for you and the whole team?
I mean, it's been tough, mainly because every event we play, there's pressure. Other teams can play without pressure because they know they have something around the corner. But for us, every tournament, we need to get enough points to just squeeze in somewhere. And this season, we missed out of like 4 or 5 tournaments by 1 spot. And it didn't help that we lost today and the last 2 days. But it is what it is. We just need to grind from here. At least we're in a better position than we were in January.
definitely a positive in that side of it. But also this team, right, you came from stage 1, grinded all the way through. You played some great CS throughout against some of the teams like you mentioned, the FaZe ones, the Paravision ones coming into it. Is there a lot of positives you can take away from this and build upon going into next year?
I mean, I think the main positives is that apart from this last match, we were in a position to close out every single map we played since our first map against the NRG. We'll forget about that one. So I think the positive is that up until 3D Max, we should have won every map we played.
Lastly, any words to the fans out there, the supporters, family back home?
Yeah, thanks for supporting us. Sorry for not making it happen yesterday and 2 days ago. Today, I don't know what we could do. They were better.
Thank you very much, Snappy. If you can go and take the NIP logo from the wall.
I think to summarize what Snappy said is just that some days your entire team wakes up, they're feeling it, it's all good. And it felt like that was the case with 3D Max. It was a team energized, a team we haven't seen at the major just yet. They just came to play today.
Yeah, there's no doubt that 3D Max played some of the best possible Counter-Strike they could play today. I very much echo the sentiment of Snappy that tonight it felt like there was nothing they could do. They could do nothing wrong. 3D Max were just playing significantly better, hitting an awful lot of shots, and were all the time just one step ahead. I very much appreciate Snappy being honest about it, being candid about it. You know, a loser interview at this moment is very tough to do, especially when you consider what happened yesterday and the day before that. He also said it. Today, it felt like we lost to a better team. Yesterday versus FaZe and Paravision, the last couple of days, it felt like they lost to themselves. So I can imagine how tough it is for Snappy and the boys right now. But my God, Maui, tonight, there's no doubt.
For sure. 3D Max came in extremely well prepared. And what is going to haunt this NIP moving into the offseason likely won't be about what happened tonight. It's more of the loss to FaZe, the loss to Paravision when they had 5 map points that they could have capitalized on, pushed the series to a 3rd map. Those kind of moments are definitely going to ring even louder for the rookies, the Qikert, Paraskis, the Wrinkles, who are just getting their feet wet in Tier 1 CS. But beyond that, I feel like the efforts of Snappy and NIP are quite commendable. For me, they were really shaping up to be a relic of the past, a laughingstock in terms of what they provided as an organization. I mean, the line that Launders famously had was, your time on NIP does not count. I think nowadays, I think NIP can be a destination. If you're an up-and-coming player and you see what Snappy's accomplished with this lineup, bringing it from absolutely nothing, ranked, I think, 170th or something on VRS initially, to now being 1 win away from the top 16 at a major. It's proof that they entirely earned this one. They didn't have an unlimited budget. They found some good signings. They had a great structure, great coaching behind them and exists, and it's all working well to push them up in the rankings. Obviously a shame, but I think you can celebrate the journey regardless.
We do have to give a little bit of credit because I don't think there's many players of Snappy's experience in Tenor that would go through the lengths they had to go this year. I mean, that guy was flying to the States, playing on borrowed PCs in lands that had no power for like 4 hours to grind through VRS to get you. And it's kind of the Valve romance story. This is what they wanted with VRS, right?
I think that's a valid point. You know, went from business class with Falcons to, as you said, you know, flying around and playing bring your own computer events. So quite the disparity in that regard. Willing to take on the fight, willing to take on the task to bring NIP back to where they're relevant. I very much agree with the sentiment you're trying to come out with, Maui, that NIP can be very part of the journey. Yes, tonight is a disappointment. The loss against FaZe, Paravision, disappointment, because I think they played better Counter-Strike. I think they played good enough Counter-Strike to be part of Stage 3, but at the end of the day, if you can't close it out in overtime, if you have nerfs that are playing in, if you have some of the rookies maybe not stepping up in the crucial moments, then it's a tough learning for NIP. But right now, super, super disappointed, as they should be. In 4 or 5 days' time, I think they can look back at this tournament, look back at the year, look back at the journey, think to themselves, it was actually okay.
On the side of 3D Max, obviously through to Stage 3, and I suppose the somewhat mean question is, can they perform like this in Stage 3, or was this just one of those days where everything worked out right?
It looks to me like 3D Max are a team that is definitely going to benefit once you hit the BO3s. That being said, against lower opposition, I think they can pull off some of the anti-stratting that they did today. I feel like also their train is a market upgrade from what it was prior. I mean, Scrawny was hammering that narrative that we didn't really expect to see 3D Max even try to play train for this event, but what they worked on in the couple weeks that they had off back home clearly is paying off. They looked well ahead of the meta in terms of the pushes, the double peaks, the way that they set themselves up on the T side. I mean, There were so many different points of pressure, and if it's coupled with the individuals playing at this high of a level, well, then I think a playoff berth in the next stage is entirely possible.
Yeah, I'd agree. You know, they're not even in contention, in my book at least, to be an 0-3 team. Not part of that discussion, not part of that conversation. The problem with 3D Max has always been a bit of the inconsistency. I think some of the players have been vocal about it as well. You know, they realize that when they play good, proper Counter-Strike, they can definitely contest some of the top dogs. They can definitely contest a team like, let's say, Na'Vi, who's also a team we're having the conversation for making the playoff. However, it's the consistency that's the issue. I have seen changes, though. We spoke about Train coming into the mix as well. A new map into the map pool. Maka with the AWP, finally some real star performance coming out from him. Relieved of the in-game leading duties and obviously having to just focus on being an awesome player. There's things moving in the right direction for 3D Max. Are they ready to make the playoff at a major that is so stacked as it is? I could have my doubts, but I definitely see them as a team being in a 2-2 game or maybe in a 1-2 game. And once you get into the best of threes, you can't count 3D Max out. You saw them today when they play at this level. There's a lot of teams they can beat in stage 3 as well.
The potential upset team, right? They can cause a little bit of chaos in stage 3.
If the veto goes well for them, it feels like anything's possible. I mean, legitimately, what I saw from them on Train here versus Bait versus Passion UA, it's something to behold. It's a map that looks so strong for them that I feel like the top dogs need to really watch out into the upcoming stage. But we've seen before that sometimes these top dogs, they take these stage 2 teams a little too lightly. They give them their best map in the BO1 vetoes. They pull off a little bit of an upset, and that's the kind of bolster. Because I feel like if 3D Max get a cushion, if they actually get a win on that first day, if they don't just immediately enter the 0-2 pit of despair, I think that they'll be able to run it back against a couple teams that may be 1 or 2 ranking spots higher than them.
This is the thing, the top dogs are coming, right? We know that they've all landed. This is now where it gets super serious. What do we think of those teams that have now made it through from stage 2? What are their chances when you're going up against the likes of Furia, Vitality, Spirit?
Well, it's going to be tough, first and foremost. I think there's a lot of teams in stage 2 right here that will hit some sort of a ceiling. I think the level of Counter-Strike is definitely better in stage 2 than we saw in stage 1. Na'Vi is one that I'm very curious to see against these good teams. I feel like they're coming in with a new energy. They seem rejuvenated. They seem happy to play together for the first time. They're smiling, they're laughing, and to me, that's a scary prospect. Wonderful, you know, on par to have, you know, his best major ever, obviously. You know, 3 of his highest rated maps ever at majors has come at this tournament. So I think they are a team that could definitely have playoff aspirations. For the rest of them, I'm not so sure. I feel like there's a lot of teams from this stage that will go into a 2-2 scenario and then will struggle maybe to make it. Liquid, do we really realistically think they can make it to the playoff? Not with the way they're playing right now. So it's going to be difficult. It's going to be tough, but yeah, you never know with the major. I feel like we've seen a lot of surprises, and I'd be surprised if we don't see more surprises in stage 3.
I feel like there's really only 3 teams here that I'm really marking to say they're going to make it to the playoffs or have a good chance. I think Navi's definitely one of them. I think FaZe is just a wild card. I'm not sure, but it's
no
possible.
Clue, right? It's 0-3 or 3-0.
And funnily enough, I would actually say 3D Max if they can work some of the vetoes. It's so matchup dependent, though. A couple of the other guys that made it through also kind of surprised by their journeys, but I'm not sure if it's going to get any easier for them, because beyond that, I think the map puddles that some of these teams are working with really kind of somehow got them through this stage. But once there's a few more punish picks in the BO3s versus the top dog teams, I mean, you've already named a bunch of them, but on top of that, player quality, like, legitimately, some of those rosters, like the ones you already named, but throwing Falcons to the mix, they're so stacked. Like, even if you have a great game plan and you're 3D Max, I honestly feel like Falcons will just multi-frag you sometimes. There's not much you can do.
Biggest surprise for you out of the teams that qualified for stage 2, who is it?
Oh, I think
Imperial.
Yeah,
Imperial is easily my number 1. Like, I didn't see that coming. I thought they would win a game versus MIBR.
I had them 0-3.
Me too, and that's the issue, right? Because I feel like had they lost to MIBR, it could have been a complete different story. But they built some momentum. I feel like Imperial and Paravision as well. Like for Paravision to go 3-1 in that fashion, I had them as an 0-3 team. I didn't see that coming. Especially with the way they're playing, you know, they seem to be holding up the nerve. I know we're using the excuse for NIP that some of the rookies were coming in, you know, maybe Wrinkle and X-Kaspersky had to get used to it. By the way, X-Kaspersky had a fantastic tournament, so he should be nothing but proud. But still, you know, some new coming out there. I feel like for Paravision, they don't seem faced by the pressure or whatever pressure we're talking about. So, yeah, I was very surprised that they were able to make it. Not only make it, but also do it in a 3-1 fashion.
It's time It is time, and this is really, it's time for me to do a little outro because I'm getting super excited here. As of tomorrow, this is what you have. You have exactly 24 hours to see your boyfriend, see your girlfriend, chat to your mom, and then you need to tell them that you're booked out for the next 4 days because the big boys are coming to play and the StarLadder Major is about to ramp up. We'll see you in 24 hours. I cannot wait.